Good morning, Commissioners. This is public hearing of November 1st, 2016. I'd like to take the roll. Chair Srinivasan.
Here.
Fred Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Wellington. Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Lipsby. Here. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
Commissioner Voss.
Here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today we have two items proposed for the Commissioners' calendar. Item 1, LP 2590, the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. It's an approximately 157 building district that reflects the development of this portion of the South Village, primarily comprising of residential buildings, many with commercial storefronts, and including institutional buildings, largely constructed between the early 19th century and 1920.
Good morning, Commissioners. The Sullivan-Thompson Historic District is being proposed for the Commissioners' calendar. The proposed district includes approximately 157 buildings, which speak to the growth of the neighborhood from its origins as a residential row house neighborhood in the early 19th century to a vibrant mixed-use working-class neighborhood in the early 20th century. The proposed boundaries for the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District are roughly bounded by West Houston Street to the north, Watts Street to the south, 6th Avenue to the west, and Thompson Street to the east. I will begin the presentation with a look at the historic and present-day context of the proposed district, followed by an explanation of our study area boundaries, and then an analysis of the buildings within our proposed district. The South Village can loosely be defined as the area south of Washington Square Park, east of 7th Avenue, roughly located between Greenwich Village and Soho. The neighborhood is significant for its immigrant history, including its Italian-American population, which is identified in this map from 1920. The architecture of the South Village, which is largely residential, consists primarily of tenement buildings and is architecturally distinct from Soho to the east and Greenwich Village to the west. The neighborhood underwent major changes in the 1920s and 1930s when Houston Street was widened and 6th Avenue was extended, leading to the demolition of many of the neighborhood's buildings and breaking the South Village into 4 distinct parts. Beginning in the 1960s with the creation of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, portions of the South Village and surrounding neighborhoods were designated as historic districts. The first of these was the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District, which was designated in 1966 and contains the city's largest concentration of federal-style row houses. In 1967, the McDougall-Sullivan Gardens Historic District was designated. The district consists of a small enclave of Greek Revival row houses. The Soho-Cast Iron Historic District is a former manufacturing district that contains the world's largest collection of buildings with cast iron fronts. It was designated in 1973. In 2010, the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2 and the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District Extension were designated. And in 2013, the northern portion of the South Village was designated as the South Village Historic District. That 250 building residential and commercial district is known for its immigrant heritage and Bohemian history. This map shows the location of all the historic districts in the vicinity of the study area. This summer, in response to a request from the community, the research department undertook an extensive survey of the undesignated portion of the South Village, which was west of the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District Extension and bounded by 3 major thoroughfares, Houston Street, 6th Avenue, and Watts Street. This area is a distinctive enclave amidst these existing districts. After extensive research that factored in building date, typology, and integrity, the Landmarks Preservation Commission is proposing a district within the red boundaries of this map. The proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District includes row houses, tenements, and commercial structures, and institutions, with streetscapes that illustrate the growth of the neighborhood from its origins as a residential row house neighborhood in the early 19th century to a vibrant mixed-use working-class neighborhood in the early 20th century. The neighborhood developed primarily from the 1810s through the 1830s as a residential neighborhood. Beginning in the 1860s, the neighborhood was transformed by immigration and an enormous increase in population. Many of the neighborhood's row houses were enlarged to accommodate several families, while others were demolished and replaced with tenement buildings. These early tenements were typically designed in the Italianate and neo-Greek styles. Tenement construction continued into the 1910s. Successive laws designed to improve the living conditions of immigrants led to substantial changes in tenement construction. Many of these tenements were designed in the Queen Anne, Renaissance Revival, and Beaux-Arts styles. The proposed district includes 5 existing landmarks, all of which are early row houses. The district contains one park, Vesuvio Playground, which is centrally located within the proposed district. We identified 2 major waves of construction in the neighborhood. The first occurred in the early 19th century and includes most of the neighborhood's row houses. The second occurred primarily after the Civil War and lasted until 1916. We determined that roughly 20% of the buildings were built prior to 1840. They are primarily federal row houses, which you can see on this map. Roughly 15% of the buildings date from 1841 to 1879, and these include the neighborhood's pre-law tenements. Approximately 20% of the buildings were built between 1880 and 1900, and these include the neighborhood's old law tenements. Almost 30% of the buildings were constructed between 1901 and 1916. This period includes the neighborhood's new law and reform tenements. After 1916, construction dropped off dramatically. Only one building was built between 1916 and 1944, and only 15% of the area's buildings were built after 1945. In addition to building date, we examined building typology for potentially contributing buildings in the district. As this map demonstrates, the district consists primarily of residential buildings with a few institutional and commercial buildings. The area's contributing residential buildings include row houses, tenements, and apartment buildings. There are 4 categories of tenement buildings within the proposed district: pre-law, old law, new law, and reform tenements. The neighborhood has several loft buildings, one building that was historically a stable, and a utility building which belonged to the Manhattan Railroad Company and is located on Spring Street. There are 2 categories of institutional buildings within the study area: religious and educational. These include the Church of St. Anthony of Padua, shown on the left, and St. Anthony's School on the right. One of the elements that shapes the streetscapes and the sense of place in this neighborhood are the large number of historic storefronts that exist in the proposed district. We counted approximately 24 intact historic storefronts and many others that retain historic elements. We felt that the historic storefronts were a defining characteristic of the neighborhood, and going forward, we plan on carefully documenting them and recognizing them in the Historic District Designation Report. The proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District includes row houses and tenements that represent approximately 100 years of construction and design. The Federal and Greek Revival row houses, early to reform tenement buildings, and rich collection of historic storefronts represent the special history of this neighborhood, from its origins as a residential row house neighborhood to a dynamic mixed-use working-class neighborhood in the early 20th century. Nestled between a number of major thoroughfares and designated historic districts, the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District is a distinctive enclave that retains its unique sense of place. The staff recommends that the commissioners vote to calendar the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District.
Thank you, Corinne, for really a wonderful presentation. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Do we have a listing of what we would consider non-contributing buildings within the district?
We've been looking at that, but I think we'll be continuing to research that, and we'll be able to present something to you when we bring this back for public hearing.
Maybe a similar kind of question. not knowing what exists on all those ins and outs, I presume that that was looked at very carefully. Sometimes there's vacant lots, et cetera, that are excluded, and I'm just wondering whether any of those that we have artfully avoided, meaning any of those little out parcels.
If you're talking about the out parcels to the right, those are actually sort of an extension of the Soho boundaries, Soho extension
I
boundaries.
see, so it's
quite
it's
seamless.
coterminous.
Yes, exactly.
All right,
So
okay.
all of this area is in the Soho cast iron extension,
Okay,
already
good.
designated.
All right, so, all right, got it.
And then 6th Avenue is largely new construction.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, I believe that our research department study and analysis has just made a very compelling and persuasive basis for the commission to seriously consider this area for designation as a historic district. And having lived here in this general neighborhood for the last 20 years and crisscrossing through this portion, it really is a very fascinating enclave, and I think it's the area's sort of geometric geography and its scale, its collection of period buildings and its storefronts, along with its development, social and cultural history, I think provide the rationale and really highlights its significance to New York. And I think these aspects together, as Corinne mentioned, really do create a distinct sense of place that is recognizable and coherent and defined within these borders of Soho, Houston Street, 6th Avenue, and Hudson Square to the west. So I would recommend that we calendar this for his historic district designation, and I make a motion to calendar this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District is calendared. I just want to really thank the research team for doing excellent work. It was headed by Corinne Engelbert. Other members were Sarah Moses, Jessica Baldwin, and Barrett Ryder, who are not here, and of course Lisa Kersavage, who's, after working very, very hard at this agency, has finally taken vacation for a week. But she has brought all this, the team together, and it really is excellent work, so I want to congratulate them on that.
There you go.
I also just want to note that we will hold a public hearing on this item on November 29th. Okay, thanks.
So item 2, proposed for the Commissioner's calendar, LP 2591, 301 Park Avenue, AKA 101 to 121 East 49th Street, AKA 100 to 120 East 50th Street, AKA 538 to 556 Lexington Avenue, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel Interiors, Block 1304, Lot 7501.
Morning, Commissioner, Sarah Carroll. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about our approach here before Matt begins the presentation. And as you all know, the Waldorf Astoria is an individual landmark. And as such, no permits can be issued by DOB without LPC sign-off, and that includes interior work. And so that afforded us a time to do a deep delve and study of all of the many rooms in this hotel. In addition, the owners have been very helpful and have provided us with a lot of information as well as access to the site many times so that we could do a real strong analysis of these spaces. The first thing I wanted to say is that it's very interesting that this building is a full block long. It's significant in its size, and there is a strong sequence. Can you just go to the map? There's a strong sequence in circulation between the Park Avenue entrance and the Lexington Avenue entrance. And the interior spaces within the hotel on the first and third floors were designed to be connected both vertically at this end and horizontally right across the entire block from west to east. So after careful analysis of all of the spaces, we're delighted today to bring to you a proposal for a robust set of interior date spaces proposed for designation. And these spaces include the most prominent and most architecturally significant main rooms on the first and third floors, which are largely intact in terms of their volume and their features, as well as the the connecting spaces on the first, second, and third floors, some of which are altered somewhat in their volume, but are still important because there is still a strong spatial and aesthetic connection between the main rooms with these connecting spaces, and so they provide that progression and experience throughout these spaces. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who will talk about our proposal.
Considered one of New York City's most prominent and culturally significant hotels, the Waldorf Astoria was designed by Schultz & Weaver, an architectural firm that specialized in luxury hotels during the 1920s and 1930s. The hotel occupies a full city block, bordered by Park Avenue, 49th Street, Lexington Avenue, and 50th Street. Construction began in 1929 and the hotel opened in September of 1931. More than 600 feet tall, the Waldorf contained more than 2,000 guest rooms, including numerous suites for long-term tenants. The handsome limestone exteriors became a New York City landmark in 1993. The staff's approach to the proposed calendaring is to recognize the most significant interiors and the spaces that connect them. Entering the hotel from Park or Lexington Avenue, these connected spaces flow seamlessly, without interruption, expanding and contracting from the ground floor to the ballroom level on the third floor. Preserving both types of spaces will enable us to protect not only the hotel's fine architectural details, but the way that we experience them as well. On the first floor, the staff recommends calendaring the Park Avenue foyer and colonnade, the West Lounge, originally known as Peacock Alley, the West Elevator Lobby, the main lobby hall, the East Arcade, and the Lexington Avenue stairs and landing. And that goes from left to right. The lofty Park Avenue foyer is reached by a broad staircase. This gracious entry hall is decorated with 13 murals and an immense floor mosaic by the French artist Louis Riegel. The focus of the first floor is the main lobby. Located at the center of the block, this dramatic interior features black marble pillars and a stunning plaster ceiling with ornate grilles and decorative reliefs. At the east end of the first floor, near Lexington Avenue, elevators with distinctive silver metal doors and double staircases with frozen fountain balustrades ascend to the second and third floors. On the third floor, the staff recommends calendaring the grand ballroom, the ballroom foyer, the ballroom entrance hall, the Basildon Room, the Jade Room, the Astor Gallery, the foyer connecting the Jade Room and Astor Gallery, and the Lexington Avenue stairs and landing. Originally called the Silver Gallery, the ballroom entrance hall is a mirrored corridor with a black and white marble mosaic floor that links 4 ballrooms. This hallway also has a cove ceiling that incorporates paintings by the American artist Edward Emerson Simmons. These 12 murals depict the months of the year and are among the only features salvaged from the hotel's original Fifth Avenue building. The Grand Ballroom is one of the largest event spaces in New York City. Measuring about 110 by 90 feet, it can accommodate as many as 1,550 guests. Arranged on 3 levels, it has 2 tiers of projecting balconies and an elaborate gilt ceiling relief. This fabled room has hosted countless dinners, banquets, galas, and balls, including the annual Alfred E. Smith Dinner, a fundraiser for Catholic charities that traditionally attracts major presidential candidates from both the Republican and Democratic parties, as well as ceremonies associated with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Friars Club. The third floor also contains the Basildon Room, which has painted wall and ceiling panels that architect Leonard Schultz acquired at auction from a 1770s house in Berkshire, England, as well as the more understated Jade Room and Astor Gallery. The staff also recommends calendaring the entrance vestibules and foyers on the ground floor, as well as the Lexington Avenue stairs and landing on the second floor. Many of the hotel's memorable interiors have had alterations and exhibit new finishes. For instance, the main lobby interior, and that is on the left, now features a restaurant and non-historic plasterwork, and the north section of the East Arcade, and that's on the right, has been closed and converted to commercial space. Nonetheless, most of the public rooms retain their original dimensions and share such distinctive unifying elements as gilded plasterwork, nickeled bronze metalwork, glazed doors, mirrored walls, and various types of exotic marble and wood paneling. Historian Jonathan Mogul, co-editor of the book The Grand Hotels of the Jazz Age, observed, "The Waldorf Astoria flaunted a new kind of luxury, one that bowed less deeply to the past and engaged, if somewhat superficially, with the look of the machine age." The Waldorf Astoria is one of two major early 20th century hotels in New York City that have most of their original spaces. While the Plaza Hotel, which had many of its first and second floor interiors designated by the Commission in 2005, features Renaissance Revival style decorations, the Waldorf is unique for containing some of the finest and most varied Art Deco interiors in New York City.
Thank you, Matt, for, again, a very succinct presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Fred.
I hate to be so talkative all the time, but I think this is one of the most distinctive interiors in the city. I teach at NYU in the art history department. It is always a book that I assign to my class, which is Delirious New York by Rem Koolhaas, who has a whole chapter on this extraordinary city within the city. And I always encourage my students, and I was delighted to hear the staff describe this. The sequence of spaces, to me, is what makes this so extraordinary, and the fact that it is public or nearly public as a lobby. And to walk on that main axis, entering from Park Avenue and ending up on down a level on Lexington, I think is, I don't know, it's probably my favorite interior experience in all of New York. I think it's just extraordinary. And the fact that it's not landmarked up until now is really horrifying and scary. But this is a delightful day for me, and really exciting that we'll calendar this and have public hearings on it.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions?
Just great. It's an unparalleled experience to walk through there and look at the historic artifacts and walk through the main. It's just great that we're finally calendaring it.
Thank you. I just want to sort of echo some of the thoughts here and what Sarah and Matt talked about. Sometimes opportunities present themselves in interesting ways, and obviously there's no doubt the Waldorf Astoria is probably the most famous name in hotels in the country, and to a large degree even internationally. But and New York's Waldorf is really the jewel in the crown, and hosted some of the most distinguished dignitaries and cultural elite, and that obviously led to the designation of the building itself in 1993. And so with this upcoming conversion, it really did present us the opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate its interior spaces. And I would also like to again, echo what Sarah said about really working with the owners of the hotel and the building itself, and their cooperation has really allowed us to do unfettered research and be able to really look at these spaces and analyze them and come up with a really wonderful collection of interior rooms that would ensure both the integral part of the interior design and arrangement that historically defined the Waldorf, but also protect its unique experience of visiting, encountering, and discovering this historic hotel and its internal grandeur. I also believe that moving forward with considering this for designation also reinforces a continuing narrative in East Midtown of Hotel Row that is on Lexington Avenue, and actually that where the Waldorf is really the signature and anchor of that development. So with that, I make a motion to calendar the Waldorf Astoria rooms. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The Waldorf Astoria interiors are calendared. Thank you. Thank you to the team, Matt Postal and others, for putting such great work together.
It could have been that we were also presenting.
Okay, Commissioners, the first item on the Preservation Department agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Queens, docket number 19-1744. This is 110 Warwick Avenue, located within the Douglaston Historic District. It's a Dutch colonial revival style house built in 1925. The application is to legalize the installation of a generator installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Commissioners, Lisa Schaefer, Preservation staff. The application for 110 Warwick Avenue is for the legalization of a generator that was installed without permits. The house is at the corner of Warwick and West Drive. It's a corner house. And this is where the generator is in the side yard facing onto West Drive. And the reason you're seeing this is because the Douglaston master plan does not allow for the installation of mechanical units facing a public thoroughfare. In this case, there are a lot of bushes on West Drive, and this is the generator back here. And again, another view of it over here. So as you can see, you really have to look for it. And from the front of the house, there's a gate and some bushes, so it's screened largely from there too. There is that. And I think that's it. And the owners here, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Right, are there any speakers? No speakers. Community Board waives its review. And, okay, if there are no questions, we can close the hearing. All right, yes?
I think what might be helpful, I'm okay with it, but I think what might be helpful here is I know in Fieldston, which is very similar to Douglaston in many respects, the distinction about facing a public street is less highlighted than principal facade as the determinant of the hierarchy. And I think that might be something worth considering for this district as well.
Okay, so you mean sort of a change to the master plan that would allow...
Right, I mean, this house, I'm sure, is not the only one
Right.
where there are I remember a few of them where actually in Douglaston we saw, fronts and sides that face onto streets, or fronts and backs that face onto streets. And so I think that the consideration of the intent of the regulation is to give primacy to the front face of the house.
Right.
And in this case, even though this faces the street, it's clearly not the front face of the house.
Okay. Yes?
I agree with Michael's comments, and I don't know if we need a rule change or just to use our discretion as we look at these different instances, but...
But a rule change will keep people out of having to do this.
True.
Well,
but then
right. I mean, from that
And go to the
perspective, it just
community
makes
board,
it more streamlined than to come to us and for us to say yes. Okay. All right, Fred?
I'm just there.
In the matter of 110 Warwick Avenue in the Douglaston Historic District, this is an application to legalize the installation of a generator without Landmark Preservation Commission approval or permits. I recommend, let me just see, I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the installation of the generator did not involve the removal of any significant features or landscaping from the property, that the installation is reversible, that the generator is minimally visible from public thoroughfares due to the presence of bushes and a gate enclosing the side yard, and that the installation does not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the house or the historic district.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, the second item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Queens, docket number 163663. This is 137 Hollywood Avenue, located within the Douglaston Historic District. It's an arts and crafts style house built in 1907 and designed by Dorfman and Light. The application is to legalize the installation of walls, fencing, a pergola, an awning, and security cameras, and alterations to the front steps without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Commissioners, Lisa Schaefer, Preservation Staff. 137 Hollywood Avenue, it's at the corner of Hollywood Avenue and Center Drive. The application is to legalize work that was done without permits. Several years ago, the commission approved a two-story addition at the rear of the house here. This is the site plan from that application. And I'll take you through some of the violations quickly. There's a patio, this is the front of the house here, and there's a patio at the front. And the violations here include the installation of this railing, as well as the installation of an awning on the bay window facing onto the patio. There's also the installation of a fence at the rear of the property, and I just want to explain that in the Douglaston master plan, we allow fences up to 6 feet high. This fence does climb up a bit here towards the back area. There are also a number of security cameras, which you'll see on various corners of the building. And this is the other side of the front of the house. Again, there are a couple of security cameras here. So, most of the corners have security cameras on them. And this is the rear of the house. and work was done back here without permits, primarily this pergola, an awning. There's also, you'll see when we go to the backyard, sort of an outdoor kitchen there. There's a wall here, it's a low wall, which you'll see from the other side, which actually violates DMAD restrictions. And there's a letter you have about that. And this is, there's a lot of bushes, which is screening most of what's in the rear yard. Here we are in the rear yard. So this is that outdoor kitchen with the pergola. This is the wall towards the back here, the low wall. Here it is again. So this is on the side property line. And then again at the rear, this is the fence that you saw on the other side. Okay, well, hand this over to the architect to go into more detail or answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions?
Yeah,
Yes?
How did this much work get done without permits? It's an enormous amount of work. It seems like it would have been obvious to...
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Sullivan-Thompson, the architect for the original alteration to the house. This work was done subsequent. It was signed off by landmarks. And actually, it looks like a lot of work, but the entire house received complete overhaul on this project during the renovation project, the restoration project. A couple of things that happened, and I'll start back. Let's see, how's this work now? Let's see. I'll start back at the beginning with the terrace. The terrace was going to just be on grade and be graded with boulders and earth and not receive a railing. It was signed off. It does not have a height greater than 30 inches. It was signed off without the railing by the Department of Buildings. But we did have a situation where this is a very large house. Very large house needs a lot of air conditioning. A lot of air conditioning equipment had to go somewhere. We didn't have enough property to hide it. We created a vault under the terrace. There is a large open under the terrace, of which we have 3 or 4 air conditioning pieces of equipment located, and which is great because it hides them, no one sees them, they're concealed, they function, but we had to do some regrading on the backside in order to provide access, and by doing that, we created a situation on the far side here, which I don't really have a picture of because you can't see it, there's a door into the back there, and so that created a fall situation, so I had to protect a railing. The homeowner had to protect the railing there. I said use a planter and keep it away, but she has 4 children, and some of them, well, most of them are under the age of 6 or 7. So anyway, so the rail came after the fact at the owner's request. As far as the awning goes, there are many houses historically in Douglaston that had awnings on the south and west facing facades. There was no air conditioning. Awning was the natural source of shade for these types of houses of this particular generation. The cameras are everywhere, there's no dispute. And we happen to pick a bad time of day where they even throw a very long shadow, as you can see. But they are all located basically on each corner of the second floor building.
Is that out for a speaker or a light?
That is, I believe that is I couldn't tell you. I think it's a speaker.
Is it covered by a previous application because it's not noted in the...
That is, that was probably not, is not in the violation, and it is not covered in the previous violation. In your package, you will see in the black and white section, the first section, it has all of the original approved landmark elevations that are in contention here. The 2 street facades, and then the 1 west facade, which is where this awning is located. The other issues, as far as, if I could just talk to the site plan for a moment, where that other outdoor kitchen and paved area is, historically was the driveway. There was a driveway there with a curb cut there. There was always a paved area to this particular property. There was access to the kitchen, so that a homeowner went back and put a paved area where that driveway originally was, and that's where the kitchen entrance is as well. The fence, that particular wall that's along that property line is a retaining wall. The grade is excavated on this property side, on the adjoining property side, on the top of the page. That fence is pretty much at grade. So that it's sitting on top of a wall that is at grade, and it is not more than 6 feet, substantially above the neighbor's adjoining property. There were some minor things that had to be corrected when we originally, when I had submitted it. Oh, one of the other issues that we didn't talk about is this stonework here. Originally it was stucco, and then the homeowner also put a small stone base around the columns. In this situation, this was the wall top. Yes, it was a tall wall. Douglaston has a provision in their deed restrictions that does not permit fences. Everybody's still in dispute whether or not a wall is a fence, but the DMA says it is. So the DMA did not allow anything to go forward to the hearing until they were resolved. This wall was reduced. The wall is now down this high, which you can't even see because the planting has grown in. That wall was reduced to that little low height here on the backside, and there's earth, retaining earth on the street side. So it's only about 8 inches of earth of high wall on the street side, but it's about 18 inches on this side. And then the pergola over here, it had nothing to do with design. I can't say much about that. It's an extension of the outdoor space. It's quite concealed from the street. You really don't see much of it. And then this is again talking about, here you can see the small base. I think the mason got lazy. Once he stuccoed the columns, for him to have to re-stucco the patch to the base, he would have to re-stucco the whole column, so instead he added a stone base. It was a low budget solution to but, you know, I can't control the contractor. So,
The architect controls the contractor.
No, please. What planet are you from? In the private sector?
I'm in the private sector.
Yeah, well.
And I control contractors
Okay,
all the time,
thank
sir.
you. You're a better architect than I am, obviously.
Possibly.
Yeah, it's possible. This stone base was added as well. So. There's a close-up of it in case you wanted to see how that was done. It's around a 3.5 to 4 inch high base at the column. Those planters actually were the original planters that were on the porch before. Those are historic. Anyway, that's what we got.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
So I just want to clarify, that whole stone walkway on the steps, is that original, or is that?
That was added, because that was
added.
signed off. That was not part of this violation.
The walkway was approved, not this cladding on the steps.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, we have one speaker, Kelly Carroll.
Good morning, Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Stylistically, this house is considered arts and crafts, but the illegal accretions to this large house and its large plot have created an unfortunate hodgepodge of varying stylistic choices. The stonework to the front porch, including the bottom of the columns, and used in the pergola area does not relate in color or genre to the Spanish tile roof. The sea wave motif chosen for the fencing around the patio is equally perfunctory, and collectively, all of these different elements working together draws much attention to this house, coming across as quite ostentatious. While it is unfortunate so much work has already been completed, much of it is cosmetic, and we ask the Commission to require this property to tone down a bit. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? Okay, Community Board 11, Queens recommends approval. All right, any other questions for the architect and the team? Okay, can close the hearing. All right, comments? You know, I know it's a package of things that feels like a lot, but you know, generally, I don't think anything that they've done is so egregious, quite frankly. I think it's generally okay. I think, you know, I think when it comes to the security cameras, one of the things that we recognize that security is an important aspect of current living. But I think our staff has always managed to work with them to find the right locations where it can be sort of hidden behind crevices or close to other features. In this particular case, I think it's, at least not in this view, but one of the others, it seems very prominent. I think, the stones paving, which was part of a previous approval, extended, I think, to the steps, is that right? And to the column base. I think it's part of the vocabulary, so I don't see, I think it's okay. I could support it. Yes.
I find the security cameras to be the least egregious of the issues here. It is unfortunate that the photograph was taken at a bad time of the day, but I think 365 days a year we'll have that bad time of the day. I would like to see fewer security cameras there. I think the treatment of the steps is nearly ludicrous, that sort of phony, not laid up stone that reflects to me a much lower class neighborhood and application, and certainly is not of the vocabulary of this building, the original building, and so I would like to see that changed.
All right, other comments? Yes.
I think that it might be simple to stucco over it. In a broader sense, I think that I try to think, what would we have approved if it had been presented, and what would we have said to change. I think that for me, the biggest, most visible thing that I would suggest, that I don't think I would have approved as done, is the pergola at the back. I mean, if there was one thing that this house offered you, is cues on how to do a pergola. Its main feature is a pergola, and to have done a pergola that seems rather different from the main house's pergola, just like it's like thrown in there. I think the stonework at the back is also something that we probably wouldn't have approved. I agree with you on the cameras. I'm sure staff can figure out a way to do it, but I don't mind the railing. I don't particularly mind the bases of the columns, even though they are kind of cheesy. But I think I'm with Michael on this entry piece.
So we're talking about the pergola at the back?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know the house too well, but it's like this looks like it's a natural wood. That looks like it's painted. It looks like the details are different. Am I missing that?
Yeah, the visual clues everywhere to show them how to do that pergola.
So, Commissioners, these photos are taken from within the property. I think Lisa just had a more accurate shot from the street.
From the street where it's, I could see it, in the front. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's more grown up now.
I guess if you can't see it, then we really can't cover it. It's. I thought there was one from the front where you could see it over the fence in the driveway. Conflating that in my head. There. I don't know. I mean, it's hardly the most...
And this is also, is this from the street or?
Property.
It's from the property.
On the property.
Yeah. I guess part of it's kind of galling that they went and basically built a whole outdoor structure. Just seems kind of egregious.
Other comments?
The stone at the base of the columns and the stone at the rise of the stairs should be stuccoed or covered or removed and reapplied.
Yeah, I agree. I can't imagine that if anything in this project, we would have approved that in the first instance.
Yes, okay.
Or me.
All right, okay. All right, so why don't we do this? We'll ask them to stucco the stonework.
Yes.
I mean, the pergola, I really don't see, I think
What
it's,
can we do with it?
I understand that they've done some of these things and they shouldn't have, but some of the kind of features that they've done are things that are, don't require permits necessarily. People make changes to their gardens all the time. They're temporary. So I think, at some point it'll come down. It's reversible. But I feel that, and it's hidden, it's very little visibility. And to me, it seems that given that it has very, very limited visibility and that, again, it's temporary, I would recommend that we don't require them to take that down and put a new pergola. Okay. So it's the stucco and it's the cameras.
Can we include the speaker in the security cameras
Yeah,
conversation?
security cameras.
Right, okay, so work with the stuff
Speaker.
on the speaker as well and finding a better
Make them as-
location for that.
Invisible as possible and as, restricted as possible.
Okay.
In the matter of docket 16-3663-137 Hollywood Avenue, the Douglaston Historic District, an arts and crafts style house built in 1907 and designed by Dorman and Light. The application is to legalize the installation of walls, fencing, a pergola, an awning, and security cameras, and alterations to the front steps without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. Previous. Okay. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the simple design of the patio railing is in keeping with the arts and crafts style of the house, that pergolas are common rear yard features in this historic district, and the design, material, and finish of the pergola are harmonious with the architectural character of the house. That the low wall installed at the northeast corner of the property, along with the outdoor kitchen and fireplace, are mostly screened from view by bushes and only minimally visible from the street. That the awnings are consistent with features typically found at facades and windows facing onto patios. However, I find that cladding on the front step risers, column bases, and cheek walls with stone are not in keeping with the materials seen at front stoops throughout the district. That the presence of security cameras on both sides of all corners of the house is excessive and, detracts from the architectural character of the house. I therefore recommend that the front step and column bases cladding be replaced with stucco, and that the number of security cameras be reduced and they be relocated to more discrete locations of the two street facades of the house, and to work with staff on this.
Okay. Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 3, application for certificate of appropriateness number of Queens, Block 8097, Lot 69, docket number 19-0333, 345 Cherry Street in the Douglaston Historic District, a vernacular colonial revival style house with a freestanding garage built circa 1920. Application is to demolish the garage.
Commissioners, Lisa Schaefer, Preservation Staff. This application is to demolish the garage, which is located here at the rear of the property. This is the designation photo of the house, and the garage is way back there. And that's what it looks like now. So they would like to demolish it.
Thank you. Okay, are there any speakers? Any speakers on this item? Okay, there are no speakers. Community Board 11 recommends approval. Do you have any questions? I think it has to come down.
I don't think they have to do anything to it.
Okay. So so we can close the hearing, and if there are no other questions, we can move to decision. Okay. John?
In the matter of docket number 19-0333, 345 Cherry Street in the Douglaston Historic District, the application is to demolish the garage. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the existing garage is in an advanced state of deterioration, which would prevent stabilizing the structure without replacing all of its components. That this garage is a simply designed secondary structure which is not a unique or significant example of buildings of this type, style, and age. That the garage is only seen from limited views from a public thoroughfare as a background element, and a beautiful one at that. Therefore, its demolition and replacement with a parking pad will not detract from the site, streetscape, or historic district, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the house or the historic district.
And second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, item number 4 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Queens, docket number 19-2130. This is 16 Manor Road, located within the Douglaston Historic District. It's a colonial revival-style house designed by Alfred Bussell and built in 1919. The application is to legalize the rebuilding and altering of the dormers and the installation of railings at the front walkway and porch, all without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
There are 2 violations. One is for the reconstruction of dormers, which are both on both sides of the house. This is the rear of the house. And just note that at the time of designation, they had clapboard siding and pretty simple design. And the other violation concerns the front of the house. Again, this is designation, in which they have installed some railings at the steps and on the pathway. So this is what it looks like now. These are vinyl railings, both at the path and on the steps. And these are the reconstructed dormers, and they, instead of having clapper, they have panel sides, and they have these paneled piers, pilasters, to either side of the windows. The windows are 6/6 as they were originally. And there they are again. And again the railings. So these are the 2 violations. And since the owner's not here, I was told they rebuilt the dormers because they were very deteriorated and squirrels were getting into them. And I believe that the owner is elderly and requires railings.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions? All right, questions for now. Just one speaker, Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Regarding this from an appropriateness standpoint, HDC could not easily discern the original dormers from the ones constructed illegally. Fortunately, this work is not offensive, but if this had been done incorrectly, it could have marred the entire appearance of this house. The committee found the railings at the front walkway to add visual clutter, but if there's a need for them for safety purposes, we ask LPC to evaluate their design in the context of other railings in the Douglaston Historic District. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other speakers? Right, Community Board recommends that the violation be dropped and has no objection to the work. Okay, do we have any questions? All right, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
Right, comments?
Well, the plastic railings, I mean, the railings are necessary, we have to have railings, but plastic railings have to go. There's got to be something more sympathetic that can, it's not terribly expensive, that can replace them.
Yeah, I haven't seen those used anywhere, really. No.
I'm sorry,
Can hear you.
Diana can't hear.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, plastic railings are really unusual, shall we say.
Yeah,
Yeah, not to mention they're not very stable usually.
Yeah, safe.
I would say wrought iron would be probably appropriate, and they could do it with staff.
Okay, why don't we do that? Heidi?
Yes. Yeah, that would be good.
Heidi, go ahead, sorry about that.
In the matter of 16 Manor Road in the Douglaston Historic District, it's a colonial revival-style house designed by Alfred Bissell and built in 1919. The application is to legalize the rebuilding and altering of the dormers and the installation of railings at the front walkway and porch, all without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. And I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the design of the new dormers, while not matching the original dormers, is in keeping with the colonial revival style of the house, that the materials, finished dimensions, and proportions of the new dormers match the original dormers, that the new dormer windows match the configuration, operation, and finish of the historic windows, and that the railings at the front yard path are commonly found throughout the historic district. However, I find that the plastic materials of the railings and the heavy posts detract from the special architectural character of the house, and therefore I recommend that the railings be replaced with simply designed wrought iron railings with lighter components.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to skip ahead to item 6. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 187616. This is 296 Waverly Avenue, located within the Clinton Hill Historic District. It's an altered carriage house, and the application is to reconstruct the facade and install window guards.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Service, Preservation Staff. 296 Waverly Avenue is an altered carriage house located mid-block on the west side of Waverly Avenue between Lafayette and DeKalb Avenues. The facade appears to have been rebuilt post-designation without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. Commissioners, please note that staff issued a permit to rebuild the parapet, which was removed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits, but that some of the work was not completed in compliance with that issued permit. This application proposes to rebuild the first width of brick throughout the facade and to replace decorative masonry features that were removed without permits. The applicants are here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you, Mary.
Good morning. My name is Leopoldo. So we, as Mary said, this building has been altered a few times, but so it's hard to tell really what's the original historic fabric and what's not. But nonetheless, we're trying to fix a few things that we think are problematic in the facade, which is damage to the facade and things being rebuilt in a manner that can be unsafe and is also allowing water to enter the building. The water issues are more at the bottom, and the sort of unstable parapet is at the top. So we're proposing to replace all of the brick rather than patchwork pieces of it, because that's already been done and it hasn't actually been done well or safely. The designation report, I'll just read it very briefly, is number 296 is a 2-story brick carriage house that has been altered. Only the elliptically arched lintel and keystone remain to mark the location of the vehicular entrance. It was originally a carriage house with a vehicular entrance at the center. The doorway has a round arched lintel and keystone and is framed by a raised brick course. The 3 windows above have shoulder course lintels, and the level is decorated with a circle and 2 diamonds. The building rises to a stepped parapet with a header course at the roof line. We propose to maintain all those. Yes. So we intend to put new brick at the first width entirely. We will be matching the Flemish bond pattern exactly. The window openings will be exactly where they were. The previously approved Landmarks windows will remain. And The three, so you can see the three, let me go into the slides here. So this is the historic district. You can see where we are in the historic district at the red dot up there. These are sort of general photos of the context, the street, and problematic areas of the building. So we are kind of hidden behind that. The shadows were very bad each day that we went there, but we're essentially right behind that big tree. So the second row down, far left, is the historic photo from around secret 1930, and then moving right, we're progressively going towards today. So we have sort of a 1980s photo where the brick has been actually painted, a 2014 photo where the windows have been replaced with white vinyl windows. So that was all, you know, there was an application prior to this owner where they replaced the 6/6 wood landmark windows in the green black color. So that has all been approved, and we are keeping all of that. We are requesting to replace the first white of brick with a similarly colored brick, because the initial facade was painted white, so we don't really know what the historic brick color was. At designation, it was painted white. Going forward, so just zooming in now to some of the issues that is causing this request. At the top, so at the far left, top column, top row, you can see that the parapet is actually leaning forward out of plane with the neighboring building, and it gets progressively worse as you go to the right. So the far right top row, you can see there's this sort of waving, and that's causing, in our opinion, it's causing water problems. We're not sure where the water is coming in, but we have some water issues. The middle image is the parapet at the central portion of the facade, the raised parapet there. It's one width of brick that's completely unsupported, so we feel that that's a bit dangerous. Moving down to the right column, top photo, you can see the diamond. So these three decorative elements, the diamond and circle, they've been sort of redone in a face brick on plywood, sort of pinned to the facade, rather than being integral to the first white as they should be. So we intend to, or we want to rebuild those integrally in the first white as they should be, with brick at the edges and cast stone at the center, similar to what you see here at the bottom right. That's cast stone, and that was original to the facade. We want to do the same thing at the upper level. In addition so we will be essentially rebuilding everything as is. The three-point basket arch will be rebuilt as is. We have also gotten a survey that locates the points of all those openings, so we will copy that exactly. In addition, the final thing we're requesting is the owner would like more security at the street level. So we are proposing two window guards. There are other window guards in the historic district on landmark buildings. Even on this block, a few buildings down, there are similar types of window guards. So we're proposing to do window guards that are somewhat based up, so I can go forward a bit here, sorry. So this is a larger version, but there is this historic element here. We're not sure what it is, but it was obviously related to the carriage house, and it's still there, and it has this sort of flat bar, wrought iron flat bar language and cylinders. So we're proposing to do something with that's kind of recalling that. So we have flat bar, basically as simple as possible. We have spindles at 5/8 of an inch or 3/4, and we have flat bar at 2 inches, like 3/8. Simple, to the point, and provides the safety that he's looking for. Here you can see on the top photo, the long horizontal photo, you have 304 Waverly, which is a landmark with similar window guards. We are all the way at the right, at the end by the light post, behind the light post. We're proposing to do something similar. We were asked by our staff person to add back in these decorative scrolls to the left and right of the central parapet. We found them on the roof here at this top left photo. We can see that they're there on site, but we're not sure why they weren't installed. So we've been asked to install those. We will happily do so. If it seems that they were in the original building. We can't really see that, to be honest, on this photo from 1930 on the second row far left. But if it was there, we will happily put it back. This is just more details in terms of how we're going to connect. Bob, our engineer has come up with these tiebacks, and we're, this will be between the first white and the existing two whites. It's a 3-white wall. These are some details illustrating that.
Okay. Are there any, thank you. Are there any questions?
Can I just add something?
Yes.
When we visited the site, it was our understanding that they were going to reuse the existing brick, which is not the historic brick. It was replaced probably in the 70s or the 80s. The existing brick does have a sheen to it. It doesn't look like historic brick, but staff can work with them to identify a brick that would be more appropriate.
Okay.
We brought some samples if you guys want to look at those.
I think you'd work
It's
with
just
us.
not addressed in the staff comments accurately.
Okay, so they're going to change the brick and work with staff on that. Okay. I believe there's one speaker, Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. When we saw this, we didn't realize that someone had illegally taken it apart, so I'm changing my testimony on the spot to say this is a tremendous effort to clean up someone else's mess, and this seems like a really nice project, and I'm glad you found the elements on the roof. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Right, Community Board 2 recommends approval. All right, any questions? Yes.
I would just suggest perhaps when you install the security bars, that those plates be anchored to the joints of the masonry rather than into the brick.
The face joint. So the reason for that is if you see the position of the brick mold and the face of wall.
Yeah, no, I realize you can't go into the jambs, but you've got plates, and the anchors for the plates should match the joint lines of the bricks rather than going into the brick. That's just a suggestion.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments? All right, any concerns? Okay. Yes. Diana?
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, 167616, address is 296 Waverly Avenue, Clinton Hill Historic District. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I also note that the parapet was rebuilt to match the historic profile under permit for minor work 177671, issued October 9th, 2015, but that masonry scroll have since been removed in noncompliance with the permit. Finally, I note that the facade appears to have been rebuilt post-designation without a Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I recommend approval, finding that the existing parapet was poorly rebuilt and is bowing outwards due to uneven brick courses and is in need of reconstruction. That the reconstruction will include the historic parapet profile, bluestone coping stones, and cast stone scrolls, and integral masonry ornament. That the reconstruction will use bricks that recall the historic brick in terms of color, size, and pattern. That the new picket-style window guards at the ground floor are in keeping with the types of window guards found elsewhere in the district. That the simple design of the window guards will read as utilitarian features that will hide or obscure any significant architectural features, and that the work will not result in the loss of any significant architectural features of the building.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's been approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to go to item number 7 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Manhattan, docket number 191166. This is 70 Thomas Street, located within the Tribeca South Historic District. It's an Italian-style store and loft building designed by John J. O'Neill and built in 1870. The application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead and rooftop addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. This is a proposal for work at 70 Thomas Street, located between West Broadway and Church on the south side of Thomas Street in the Tribeca South Historic District. The application is to construct an elevator bulkhead at the northern portion of the roof, which will be visible at multiple points along Thomas Street. The application also includes the construction of a rooftop addition and stair bulkhead at the rear of the roof, which will be visible over a 3-story building on West Broadway. The architect, Michael Ingwe, is here to present.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Ingwe from Baxtingly Architects. 70 Thomas Street, which you can see from above, is amongst a number of buildings within the historic district, which at one point had elevator bulkheads. There are 10 within a block radius around it, and about 15 in the district that are at the front of the buildings. This particular building, with the addition that we're showing, and the elevator bulkhead, has visibility from a few directions of the bulkhead and visibility over this building of this portion of the addition that we're adding. This will give you a sense of what the roof looks like. Here is the elevator bulkhead next door. There are additions on both sides of our building as well, closely matching the height that we are bringing our addition to. Give you a sense of the streetscape where you can start to see where the elevator bulkheads are. Here's a mock-up. Here's the elevator bulkhead mock-up as well. We are we purposely photoshopped this just so you could see it a little bit better. We are proposing it to be done in standing seam. Here's the elevator bulkhead next door. Here's our elevator bulkhead. Here's the actual mock-up. From a further distance, you can see the two here as well. Further distance, the two are here. You start to see, when you get this far away, other elevator bulkheads that are in the same location. Just to go back to our building, this is an original shaftway. There was an elevator there, and we're assuming an elevator bulkhead that was removed at some point. We're using the existing shaftway. These are just photos of some other sight lines as they go further down. This photo starts to show the rooftop extension, as you can see it over the 3-story building. We've photoshopped it in gray. It'll actually be brick to match existing, but we wanted to make sure it didn't blend with the building behind it. It does blend. We've made a few changes to this since we've met with the community board. We've actually lowered the ceiling height in the addition, and at one point we were showing the parapets, the brick parapet going all the way up, and we've now changed that to open rails to try to lessen the mass of this as well. But it does blend quite a bit with the building behind. Just some other viewpoints.
What's the floor-to-ceiling height then, with the reduction?
It's proposed as 9 feet. It was at 10 feet.
Okay.
And we had our rails at 48 inches parapet brick. We brought it all the way down to the roof level so that we can have an open rail to try to reduce the mass as much as possible, based on their comments. I'm just going to zoom forward. A lot of these are just precedents of elevator bulkheads. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them, but I just wanted to show them. This will just give you a view from above what our proposed addition will look like. You can see the elevator bulkhead and standing seam. You can start to see the open rail instead of the parapet. You can start to see the back wall that can be seen. This is a stair bulkhead that provides roof access and a second means of egress from the stair down. And then we've grayed these out just so you can see it, but we're going to get brick that matches the existing brick, and this is a kind of a better view of what that addition will really start to feel and look like. Here are some of the materials. You can see the metal standing seam, matching of the brick, limestone cladding, black metal rails. I have floor plans to show as well. I think the three-dimensional view shows it better than the plans, but this will give you a sense of, oops. Oh, this is white. So this will give you a sense, I'll just point. This will give you a sense of where the addition is, where the visibility is, where the elevator is, which also provides rooftop access to the roof above, which is for the building's use. I'm going to shift back to this view, though, because I think it kind of describes the building more than the others do.
If you can go to the previous slide. No, oh, the one where we see the...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah, this gives you a sense of what you can see.
So what there is new? If you could just draw a line of what was...
Yeah, so you have you have an existing addition that is here. You have windows that are already part of the apartment that we are doing work in, and so we're adding on to that. So we're going to create a level line and then add with reclaimed brick on top of existing brick. So that'll be a cohesive facade.
Right, and then the top floor that you're adding is actually, it's set back from the rear wall, right? Because
Yeah, it's set back from the rear.
in this picture, it looks like it's extruding, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the actual building goes back to about here. So we're set back from the rear wall and we're set back from the front wall. And the addition itself is not visible from any other view corridor, no matter how far away you go, other than just this view.
And that piece to the right is fabric, right?
Yes, yeah. This is we're doing an awning for solar control and wanted to just show everything.
Okay, are there any questions?
Just,
Yes, Dan.
I know it is
It retracts.
setback. The upper portion is set back how far from the street or the street wall?
How far?
How many
The front, it's set back 15 feet from the front wall.
Thank you.
All right, just on the bulkhead that's at the front of the building, so my understanding is that it's already an elevator shaft, right?
Yes.
So now the elevator will go to the roof.
Yes. So actually, right now, there is no elevator in that shaftway.
Okay.
It had been removed at some point.
Okay.
We are putting it back and using the existing shaftway to do that and bring an elevator to the roof. So code requirements for a multifamily, a five-family or more is if you're providing roof access to the building, you must also provide handicap accessible access to that building as well, to that roof.
And is the roof access a requirement?
Sorry, sixth floor, I was wrong.
Is the roof access a requirement, or is that what you're just proposing on your own?
So right now, there is roof access for the building. When our client creates the addition, the roof access for the building just simply gets moved up a floor. It's the elevator access to the building, and so you'll have, because you'll have roof access and an elevator in a building that's above 6 stories.
Right, now I understand that, but I'm just wondering, so whether it's, by code, you're required to provide recreation space for the tenants within the building or the
I don't
occupants?
think you're required to create
Okay.
it, but this building has it already, so.
Okay, so you don't want to lose out on it once you put the additional, right? Because if the roof didn't have access, you wouldn't have this issue. Is that correct?
True, yes.
Also to clarify, the sixth floor addition does require elevator access to it. So the elevator is stopping at a roof level, but it's actually the sixth floor level. So
Right, but isn't that unit a duplex unit?
yes, but there isn't an exception just because it's a duplex.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think if it's within, it's
We would
maybe...
have to go back and get it.
Okay, because once you're the sixth floor, you have to put an elevator, is that it? Okay, according to the multiple dwelling law, yeah, okay. All right, any other questions?
So I'm the owner?
Yes, if you can speak into the microphone and give your name, please.
Sure, my name is Rob Wittenberger. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the Landmarks Commission as testimony for my support for the project at 70 Thomas Street in Manhattan. I'm the owner of the 5th floor. I believe it's essential for the Commission to understand that the improvements to 70 Thomas Street will benefit all of the apartments in the building. We have designated a significant portion of the to-be-constructed 6th floor roof as common area for all to enjoy. Currently, the only access to the roof is through a stairwell bulkhead. This makes the roof prohibitively difficult for the lower floors to enjoy, especially as the owners have aged. 3 of the 5 apartment owners are older than 65, having lived in Tribeca for over 30 years. The two newer owners both have young families, which also have different accessibility needs for much of the population. I would also like to point out that there are code requirements for elevators to stop on every floor for buildings greater than 5 stories, and that the construction of the rooftop addition will require the stop. Additionally, there are code requirements to provide ADA access to the common roof deck, which will be accomplished by the elevator stop and a chair stair lift. I believe it's material to mention that the building had a legacy shaftway in the same location as the proposed elevator. The walls of the shaft were removed in the 1990s for safety purposes. However, the structural underpinnings remain in place, as does a clear path through every floor in the building. While we understand that the Commission is not required to approve new projects based on previous precedent, we believe it is reasonable to mention that there are at least 15 elevator bulkheads currently visible from the street in the South Tribeca Historic District. In fact, there's an elevator bulkhead on Thomas Street, a mere 25 feet from our proposal, which is of equivalent height and bulk. We believe that adding one more bulkhead to the South Tribeca Historic District will have, at most, an extremely minimal impact to the overall experience of the public enjoying our beautiful historic architecture. Finally, I wanted to mention that the approval of landmarks for this project will lead to a significant, life-changing result for my family and the other residents of 70 Thomas Street. The installation of an elevator will provide easy access for each of our building's aging residents, as well as renewed ability to access our common roof deck in a code and ADA compliant manner, while leveraging the legacy elevator location that is original to the building. We are committed to working with landmarks to change or improve any of the material components of our plan structure as to the best path to protecting the beauty of our historic neighborhood. We sincerely appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you. We'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic District Council. While a one-story rooftop addition may be appropriate on top of a 5-story building, the bulkhead's placement here is very much detracting to the argument to allow it, which we didn't know the original elevator is where it is at the time. Regardless, this bulkhead is slammed directly to the front of the building, breaking up this row of buildings' intact roof line. The bulk should be lowered and set back, and if this isn't possible, maybe it isn't appropriate in this location to allow for this type of bulk. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 1 recommends denial. All right, do we have any? Oh, we have one more speaker. Please come forward. Yes. Given 3 minutes.
My name is Shirley Irons, and I'm speaking for myself and for Don Dudley. We're the owners of the 4th floor at 70 Thomas Street. Even 30 years ago, the chairs were a challenge, and now as Don and I move into old age, they become much more difficult, and we've relied a lot on Kristen and Rob on the 5th floor to help carry up groceries and supplies, and we've had to hire people to do this. So an elevator is really something we would very much like to have. We in the building have been negotiating logistics of an elevator for about 5 years and have come to the consensus that the location, the only place that is suitable to everyone in the building is the northeast corner where the elevator shaft used to be. It still is, where the elevator used to be. If the elevator doesn't go to the 6th floor, there's going to be no access or access that isn't a great hardship for floors 1 through 3 to the common area on the 6th floor roof deck. And I fear that if the elevator doesn't go to the 6th floor, there will be little incentive in the building to have one at all. Yes, the bulkhead is not recessed and it's visible from West Broadway, but it will be in keeping with the surrounding architecture and material finish, and it certainly won't be as visually strange as the new building on Leonard Street.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, do we have any other questions for the applicants? Mm-hmm.
What is the color of the standing seam sheet metal? Gray? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
What's going to be the treatment of the windows that will now be blanked out?
Could you respond to that question?
What was the question?
The question is...
What will happen to the windows that you're going to be, now going to be in the shaftway?
Can you come to the microphone, please, and respond? Thank you.
I believe that we are required to create a fire rating behind that. We'll back paint them. We can leave them in place, and we can provide that through a specific kind of wall that you're allowed to do, a shaft wall, where it creates that rating.
Okay. Any other, yes?
I just wanted to ask the committee board one's denial, I assume was just based on visibility. What was the reason for their?
Okay. So context is let's see. The proposal would add a very complex extension with design and program and would be very visible from the principal facade and extremely bulky and visible from West Broadway.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
Right, comments?
I find that the visibility on West Broadway is set back enough from West Broadway to not sort of challenge the beautiful scale of the building that exists, historic building that exists, and so I think that this is fine.
Yes, Fred.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There are lots of buildings throughout Soho that have elevators that come down right on the street, and that's the way they were designed initially. And as long as the bulkhead doesn't challenge the cornice and the integrity of the main facade of the building, which I think means it has to be designed in a very recessive way, and I think this is, and set back as much as it can be, which is not very much, then I think it has to be acceptable because you see it throughout the district.
I agree.
Yes,
You expect them.
Yes, Kim.
Having worked in the district up the street for a long time with Diana, we both worked at DOB that's down the street. It's something very typical in the neighborhood, and I did a lot of loft conversions, and it's very typical, and have this tall, narrow building with that bulkhead right there, because it was the only place they could put that elevator and load freight. So it's
Right, that's
something
where
that's
they
very
normally have
typical.
Yeah, in this particular circumstance.
Yes. So I think it's acceptable, yes.
I agree that they made the case for appropriateness of the location of the bulkhead. I would just ask they work with staff on the treatment of the windows, which will be visible. I think it's appropriate. I think it is a curious thing to do to a real estate asset to basically block up 1/3 of half of the windows of the building. But if that's all they could come up with, I guess it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Kim?
Yes. In the matter of 70 Thomas Street, an Italianate-style store and loft building designed by John O'Neill and built in 1870, application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead and rooftop addition. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca South Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop addition and stair bulkhead at the southern end of the roof will not eliminate or cause damage to any significant architectural features of the roof or building, that the modest size of the new rooftop addition and slope profile of the stair bulkhead set back from the primary facade will not overwhelm the large scale of this loft building, that the rooftop addition and stair bulkhead will only be visible over the secondary western facade over a smaller two-story building at West Broadway and will be set against the backdrop of taller buildings, that the rooftop addition and stair bulkhead, though visible from West Broadway, will be consistent with the character of typical roofscape views within this historic district, which historically featured a variety of rooftop accretions visible from the street in incidental views, that the minimal design of the visible rooftop addition and stair bulkhead featuring brick and corrugated metal cladding is typical of rooftop structures in this historic district and therefore will not call undue attention to itself or detract from the building or roofscape. that the brick cladding at the western, that the brick cladding at the western elevation will match the existing brick at the visible secondary elevation in terms of size, color, texture, and bond pattern. That the metal cladding at the stair bulkhead is characteristic material for utilitarian rooftop accretions on buildings of similar age, scale, and type. That the minimal design of the black painted metal railings at the roof of the addition will not call undue attention. That the proposed work will not detract from the architectural and historic character of the building, streetscape, or the Tribeca South Historic District. That the presence of an elevator bulkhead is a typical feature of the streetscape. And that's it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to go back to item number 5 on the agenda. It's an application for Certificate of Appropriateness, the Borough of Queens, docket number 187798. This is 173-11 113th Avenue in the Addisleigh Park Historic District. It's a colonial revival style house built circa 1935. And the application is to install rooftop solar panels and framing.
Yeah, the solar panels. We're doing solar. We're trying to lower our carbon footprint and all that. And I can't believe it. I grew up not far from here, in Queens. We moved from the Bronx to Queens. Culture shock. No, it was moving crazy. I had to get out of Queens.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Craft, Preservation Staff. This item is 17311 113th Avenue, located on the north side of 113th Avenue in the Addisleigh Park Historic District. The proposal before you today is to install rooftop solar panels and framing on the street-facing roof slope on a freestanding house. The applicant, Fabian Wicca from First Light Energy, is here to present the proposal and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, folks. My name is Fabian Wicca. I'm the operations manager for First Light Energy. We are primarily a residential solar company based out of New Jersey, doing work in New Jersey, New York City, as well as Long Island. We have 12 years of experience in residential construction for solar specifically. All of our systems are grid tied, which is the primarily dominant type of solar installations you'll see. We have worked with the Landmark Commission before on one prior job. This did not require a hearing. That one was on a flat rooftop mounted job over in Brooklyn. We did obtain your approval on that job, so I thank you for the past work. This is, from what I understand, our first job in front of the board on a visible pitched roof in Queens area. So I understand that perhaps more scrutiny may come from this than typical jobs, but we're hoping to make a very large leap forward as you know, solar is booming in New York City over the last 3 years specifically, and we're hoping that this gains a good foothold and allows us to introduce solar to more customers, not only in New York City, but across other metropolitan areas, as sometimes that is a problem. Not so much from a historic standpoint, but from other standpoints, such as utility companies and the like. As our cover sheet shows, this is based for 173-11 113th Street. The owner is Miss Rochelle Jones. She does own the house, pays all her taxes, has lived in the home for about 25 years. Prior to that, her parents owned the house, so this is her home. She has only known this house as far as she's been. She could not make today's meeting, which I unfortunately do regret, but perhaps if there is any other further hearing, she will be there. What I'm going to show in the proposal is some renditions of this home with our sketches for solar. This is our first one. Please forgive us. This is our first time working with these kinds of drawings. My architects and engineers were a little more 2D, if you will. So our 3D dimensions, they may seem a little rudimentary compared to some architects and engineers, but I think we convey the whole picture rather well. This is a rather small system, technically speaking, for solar. It's a 3.5 kW system. This is her south-facing roof. On the dormer that does face the home, let me just make sure I can.
Top button should be a point.
I'm sorry?
Top button should be a point.
The laser? The dormer that is facing us with the 3-story right here, the 2 sides of this roof are true east and west facing. They can contain solar, though the system would have to be downsized due to the 1 to 3 foot fire department clearance, as well as then the dormer angles. If we had to move it from the most optimal solar location would be the east-west. The rear side of the home, not well depicted here, but you can tell the back angle there behind the antenna. It is a steep 45-degree pitch, true north facing, so 0 degrees or 360 degrees azimuth. Essentially, we could probably calculate about only 2 months of solar irradiation would fall on the panels, making the system viably worthless for the customer. Now, as opposed to maybe some companies, we are not predominantly a leasing company. I don't want to get into finances, but essentially what that means is we are looking out for the best interest of the customer. We do offer financing, we offer cash deals, we offer leases. The reason that I'm saying this is a lot of solar companies would come in here and say, if this job is not good for us, then we don't really mind. If it's bad, then we'll just get rid of it. And our purpose is we sold a customer a deal, and we want to honor that deal. And if the deal for some reason was to falter for any various reasons, lower irradiation factors, poor panels, things of that sort, it directly reflects upon us. The customer is buying these panels. They don't have any intention of doing a 20-year lease and returning them. So for us, we need to make good on the promise of our proposals, where in this case, we are offsetting 55% of all her electric needs that she has shown. Based on solar, you usually use the last 12 months of usage. In her scenario, we actually compared the last 3 years. She's very consistent in her usage. She uses about 6,000 watt hours per year. The 3,500 kW system would offset about 55% of her needs, therefore also reducing Con Edison's need to continue supplementing her. One of the biggest things is obviously our carbon footprint on the planet. This is just another one area where we can help eradicate that loss. From the side view, this would be our western view. No panels are visible. One, because of the 3-foot ridge, no racking or panels would be shown over the ridge right here, approaching from the west side. The chimney also has such a rise in it that the panels from an angle, unless one was to go back several blocks, you would not be able to see the array which is located on the other side. Approaching from the east side, we could not get a great depiction here, but our rise of the panels off the roof surface is only 4 inches. And as we only use black on black frames, a person coming from the east side of the sidewalk or from the other side of the street on the eastern side would only really see a black frame. Going back to our array, it's the first row of panels right there. Those are 65 inches. Those are 65 inches. Those are 40. So we're talking about a total of 170 inches only of a black strip that someone would see approaching the home from that angle. This is pictures of her roof. She does have a newer roof. We judge it to be only several years old. No weatherization, good gray color. I am not under the impression that this was approved or disapproved by the Landmark Commission or the building department. I do not know. It seems to fall in line with what satellite images showing slightly older photos show. This is a depiction of an aerial view of the home. Right here. Once again, our east-west, this is our south array that we're going to try to focus on. You can tell the shadowing on the opposite side of the street. This was most likely a 10, 11 o'clock sun exposure, has blocked off everything. Nothing on the north side of these people's homes obtains any solar. So that, therefore, once again, you could see her entire roof on the north side would be black if it had to be allocated to there. We would expect not to be able to do this project whatsoever. I wouldn't feel comfortable selling at the same cost for the customer, giving them absolutely zero production. That's not the way we function. This is some other renditions of what our architects have done. This is from the southwest view, from the dead-on south view, and the southeast view, slightly aerial pictures. This array is optimal, one, for the solar exposure, but two, it's also the most compact format we have. We don't really have the ability to buy any sort of dummy or faux panels, something that might fill in certain gaps, but if you see that the dormer right here, it doesn't really allocate for any sort of half panel other than something that might be fabricated and customized, you know, out of plastic. There is the possibility that there is an area under here which is visible if standing at the sidewalk. That 4-inch rise does have a hollow cavity underneath it. You can see a silver aluminum rail. We do use silver, though we can obtain black if we need to. We also offer other things such as skirting, which is purely a piece of sheet metal or aluminum at a 45-degree angle. It tapers it down from the 4-inch rise down to only a 1/2-inch rise, just above the shingles. Gives it more an aesthetic appeal that some customers prefer. There's also the possibility of animal guard netting, essentially a black plastic and metal mesh that hugs the array, goes right around the array. Also would darken it up a little bit, so that way if someone was found the silver aluminum perhaps glaring from a distance, or the sun is shining just right that day, the black netting can subdue that silverish color. This is the beginning of our plan set. Very similar to the aerial view we provided before, this is the home right here. This is a bird's eye view of the plot plan set showing the panels in the same array as the previous ones were.
What's that 3 foot for?
3-foot fire department clearance. Any pitched roofs, the building department and fire department have a code that anything down to 9.5 degrees requires a 3-foot clearance. Anything less than 9.5 degrees of pitch requires 6-foot clearances, both at the front of the home for firemen's safety and clearance, and then 6-foot walkways, both left to right and front to back. In this situation, because this is a, if I see that correctly, 45 or 46 degree roof, only requires the 3-foot access way. This is for ventilation and safety purposes. Should a fireman have to get up on the roof and exit or hatch it open to ventilate that home, that is the safest area. The DC voltage in the panel is a little too dangerous to put an axe through. This is our framing schematic at the top showing the joist and rafter layouts. This is mostly for the installation and the building department. This is the electrical conduit view. Now, with this, we typically have a templated, defaulted design, and by that I mean my engineers and my architects like making it very simple and letting the electrician figure it out on the job site. So our surveyors go out, they survey the property, they take all the photos. We have a requisite of about 80 photos. Engineers typically default to one conduit, an inverter, or in this case, an N-phase load center. The reason we say that is N-phase is a manufacturer. This is an AC microinverter system. No large, bulky items. This, in fact, is only approximately 18 by 18 by 4 inches deep. And then the existing utility meter, we try to place everything at the utility meter side. This is 1 for building department, 2 for utility, and 3, if you already have electrical on one side of the wall, we figure why not just keep the rest of any electrical components for solar on the same side of the wall. Everyone prefers this method. Now, once again, this is the default. If it is required to and the customer has obtainable space inside the home, whether in the basement, on a non-family living wall, things of that sort, because of the smallness of that load center, this can all be placed indoors if we need to. The conduit can be ran either outside or inside. The inside would take a little more work by the electrician, but that is, under their job descriptions. They have to comply with both building, fire department, and zoning codes when doing so.
Okay.
Yes. Audrey, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Can you go to the front page? Would you generate the same energy from if the panels were on the covered area of the entry?
The porch.
Porch?
Yeah, I had the same
Would
question.
we obtain, the solar irradiation on that roof is just slightly diminished from the upper roof.
Right,
So it would be less
It
visible.
is a viable roof surface if we needed to. Our problem is that I don't believe, let me double check.
I had exactly the same question. 'cause
The dimensions are not shown here. The architect and engineer would need to see if the code requirement of 3 foot is required before the vertical surface.
I doubt it.
Maybe we could.
What?
So if
It's not
this
like a
is
roof.
actually a viable surface code-wise, would it be for solar? Yes. Would it be per the fire department? Perhaps not, because if they require 3 foot clearance here, then the modules may not fit underneath that 3 foot area. By my eye and 7 years experience in this industry, I would say we could possibly fit 2 or 3 modules there at the most.
So it's not comparable to, you wouldn't be able to get the same amount of
If the panel,
efficiency?
if the allocation of some panels can go there, but no, the system would not, you could not fit as many. That is a small porch overhang. I would say those dimensions are probably 7 or 8 feet from gutter to vertical wall.
Yes, Dana?
Yeah, I had the same question, because obviously that would not be as visible because of the
slope.
slant, you know. But anyway, the other question I had was about the side of the peaked roof at the left. If you could use either side of that.
Right, you said that you could do east-west versus north, because north you get nothing, so.
Correct.
But east-west.
This roof, which is the west facing, and this eastern roof are viable. The system would have to be downsized. We cannot allocate the 13 modules on these 2 roof surfaces based on measurements already. Is it sustainable for solar? At times, yes. We would think we would probably have to re-sign our contract with the customer. Probably fit a maximum of approximately 10 solar panels, 5 on each roof surface.
And right now, you've got how many?
I believe there should be 13 on this roof.
Okay. All right.
Maybe miscounting.
It looks like 11.
Well, there.
11. So judging by the problem here occurs is this angle right here takes away a lot. We could probably fit 2, 4, it may be close depending on what the engineers and architects
could fit 5 on
We
each.
can try to do a rendition showing the depiction there, how it affects the cost of the customer, if she still would want to pursue that, and then we can repropose, yes.
Okay, so.
We have a slide here that also shows a similar project. This one has 2 rows of portrait and a row of landscape at the bottom. Now, obviously, this is a generic New York City Department of Buildings showing some regulations, but this is a very good sampling of what it may look like. These are blue cells, and we use the black cells, but it is a good depiction because it does show a dormer facing east-west and a southern array. We would not have to worry about this. We don't have an 18-inch rise. Once again, ours only rise off parallel with the roof surface at 4 inches.
Okay, why don't we take testimony? I know that Corey has also some information, and I think, obviously, this is an interesting issue, and I'm sure we'll have a lot to say. We have one speaker, Christabel Guff.
Christabel, architecture of the city. While each historic district has a distinct sense of place, some districts are distinct in additional ways. I don't think this is working. Some districts are distinct in additional ways, calling for special consideration beyond more widespread issues of architectural preservation. She can't hear. Oh, she can't hear. Do you think this is working?
It is, yeah.
Addisleigh Park was designated not only as a charming garden suburb distinguished by good examples of colonial revival or Tudor-influenced villages and cottages. It holds outstanding historic significance for its role in 20th century struggles for civil rights, initially as the battleground for litigation that eventually outlawed racially restrictive property covenants in New York State, subsequently as a locus for the establishment of African American controlled banks, and ultimately when the neighborhood was established as a thriving community populated by world-famous musicians. It's provided support, both moral and financial, for Martin Luther King's brave crusade in the South. In dramatic testimony submitted for the designation hearing, Clarence Irving described his participation in what he had called a new Underground Railroad activists who ferried heavy suitcases of cash from Addisleigh Park churches to Alabama and Georgia through the hands of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, cash that served to bail out demonstrators arrested in civil rights marches and demonstrations of the 50s and 60s. So how should this history affect the regulation of the district? In certain cases, where landmarks are designated primarily for their architectural significance, visible solar panels may detract. In Addisleigh Park, with its history of leading social change, solar panels may not be objectionable in the same way. They will not obliterate history.
Thank you. All right. Corey, do you want to?
Sure.
I just have one question for the applicant. Actually, two questions. So one is, what is the life of these panels?
The modules nowadays, almost worldwide, but these specifically that we made in the proposal, have a 25-year power lifetime warranty. What that is a guarantee of its power production per year over 25 years. Their depreciation in power is only 1%, and that is at the utmost. It's actually been valued around 0.8% per year. So in 25 years from now, the expectation is the customer's panels would still produce about 75% of their standard power right now. Based on the usage of this home, the square footage not being expanded, HVAC systems not being introduced, anything different. If we take this home and transplant it 20 years in the future, we could see amazing significant costs in the reduction of her electric bills, her carbon footprint, all without ever having to change anything. The inverters that I mentioned, they also come with a 25-year warranty. So the customer is essentially buying 2.5 decades of less strain, less headache, more consciousness about helping save the earth, things of that sort. I did not provide to the board in a chart, but her value of the system, by the time all taxes, tax abatements, everything included, her costs to herself are only about $3,000 over the course of 12 years. Compared to the utility companies, and we usually prorate it out at about 5% rise per year, it would be over $31,000. The customer is paying 10% of the fraction over the next 2 decades of expected savings. One, the savings of the planet, two, the savings of the money. And I think that when Corey and I and Stephanie started talking, the one big thing that I was worried about was that this was almost a cease. No solar shall occur on landmark projects. And then I took it as, this gives us the opportunity not only to integrate the 120-year-old home with the culture around that neighborhood, with the stone facade that is still intact, with the colors in the neighborhood, but introduced to it the 21st century as well. I mean, it can very much set a nice precedent, not only in New York City, but across the country, saying this is what we can do nowadays in America. We can take a 120-year-old home and make it sustain on solar energy for another 25 years just by simply doing 2 days of construction work to it.
Thank you. Corey, do you want to?
Sure, just to add a few things and give this a little bit of context in terms of commission approvals, and also just a few other photo examples to help you get a sense of what this might actually look like installed. So the commission has approved somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to 80 solar panel installation projects over the last 5 or 6 years. All of them, with the exception of one that I'm aware of, have been on flat roofs, either not visible or minimally visible. Twice they came to public hearings, and those were the types that were on the elevated canopies, sort of like on top of a pergola, and you could see some of that from a distance in those cases. Both of those were approved. So this is, in fact, the first time that the Commission's been asked to review solar panels on a freestanding house, on a pitched roof in general, but particularly on a pitched roof facing the public thoroughfare. And so I did a little bit of digging and found a couple of examples that just might help you get a little bit better sense of how this would look installed. This example is in Maryland, and you can see in this case they actually did replace the roof shingles when they installed the panels, but if you see in the photo there on the bottom and then here again, similar to what's being proposed today, the panels were the dark color and they had the dark rim around them. So that, combined with the dark asphalt shingles, helped it to recede from view a bit better.
It's also in shade.
It is in shade, but the color palette is similar there.
Yeah, no,
But that does also give you an example of the effect of the stepping that happens around a gable. And then just to get a little bit of a sense of how some of these might look from across the street if they were installed on a side of a roof or on a gable. Let's see. This example here, you can see the panels on this house in the middle. They're on the side gable.
Yeah.
And then if you're standing directly across the street, I'll try to zoom in just a little bit. You can see that the profile, when it's only 4 or 6 inches off of the roof,
Yeah, the side is
again,
really
is not something that sticks out into the sky plane as much as if it were at a different angle.
And are they manufactured in any other configurations?
Yes,
In
I'll show you.
trapezoidal, in
One other set of examples. So this is similar to the example we've seen here on a metal roof, but I'll skip ahead to a couple of other ways that we've seen these. This is the canopy example. Actually, it shows different color tones and also a newer panel type that's clear. It has a clear glass with the photocells applied to it. This is the example that Fabian showed. Other
There you
products
go.
that are being developed are
Yeah.
more shingle-like, and
That's
they
the answer.
installed as part of an asphalt shingle roof replacement. They do have the module that's similar to the asphalt shingles, but they also do reflect light in a similar way to the rectangular panels that we're seeing today. There's a couple other shots of those. Some of them are actually very tile-like and staggered. Others are just flatter panels that may work with different roof types, such as terracotta or even wood shingles. And that's the house again for today. So those are a few examples of what's out there, but I think the system that's being proposed today is by far the industry standard, while some of the other systems are more in a developmental stage, but catching up quickly.
Including the shingle?
Yeah.
Including the shingle?
It's commercially available. I'm not sure if Fabian can speak to the efficiency comparables in terms of energy that's produced and cost, but those are available today.
Yeah.
They do exist. My company does not work with solar shingles. We found lower efficiencies, a lot more labor inducive, the procurement of products. It is not something we try to stay mainstream. We do offer different types of panels for customers, different sort of inverters, but we don't move away from your standard solar modules.
I have a question.
Yes.
The, on page, well, it says page 1 of 6, where you've got the overhead view, the Google Earth view of, there appears to be a garage in the back of the property with east-west slopes that actually might afford a larger array than what you're showing on the house itself. Has anyone considered installing the panels on the garage?
We did. The issue is that we took a solar measurement tool, a solmetric device. The trees right here depicted in this aerial view cause significant shade. This is only a 1-story detached garage. Once again, we can try to do the proposal. The numbers really, depending on how this commission deems this job, everything has to really go back to the drawing board, no pun intended, because any variation from this requires a new contract. Per our contract terms, it's only a 5% allowable difference in solar production from our proposals. Any differentiation from that has to go back. So we can propose it, but from what I saw, the solar shading is specifically after 1 o'clock inhibits this roof from, even though we can get more on there, they won't be as efficient.
How far off was it?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
And would you have to redraw your contract if you took some of the panels off the high roof and put them onto the low roof, onto the awning, the entry awning?
If the
as long as it added up to
the degree of that roof would not require a contract rewriting, depending on how many we can fit.
Right. Okay.
And is that similar to if you also orient or put it on the east-west roofs? Would you have a new contract for
The east-west,
that?
it has a slightly smaller efficiency based on solar exposure hours. The south is obviously best, southwest, southeast, west, east. It goes kind of back and forth. It would be, once again, I think it's about the quantity of modules that we could fit. If we were to be able to fit all the modules, or possibly add one additional one into the western format here on this side of the roof, it may level off everything. I don't have that proposal in front of me. Once again, we're only working with the initial proposal the customer signed. Any other variations we haven't spoken about, we didn't want to open up too many options for her and overload her. We said, let's just go with this one and see what the board says, and we can always go back.
Okay. Are there any other? Yes, Jeannie?
On the original proposal, if the tiles were, the shingles were darker, and you extended the panels just aesthetically so that it almost looked like it took up the whole roof, whether or not it...
Ma'am, you're speaking of this area?
I'm also speaking of the gaps on the right side.
You're saying like fake it out with
saying
fake panels so that it's more, it follows the angle of the triangular roof.
Cut their border because of the
These
building.
areas right here, there's nothing fabricated, manufactured by a large company that would fit this, since this is a custom piece, dictated by the way the installation goes. Typically, we start 10 inches off from the gutter level. We can get these measurements, but something would have to be fabricated in-house. It's not something that we could procure from a vendor of any sort. We could probably fill it out using some kind of aluminum plastic that matches the panels. We've never done that before. My guys are talented, and I think we would be able to pull it off, but there's no way to show that in a picture. We can obviously make it in a proposal by blacking and bluing these areas out. Never have done that before. Most of the time when that area comes, we tell people, you know, this is, the panels come in 65 by 40. We try to make the best format we can with them at times. But sometimes there is going to be this stepping, blanking out of these areas would be tough because the customer can only purchase so many panels. So we're also talking about maxing out of a loan, which, you know, we didn't speak about. If the customer wanted 100%, most customers would want 100% nowadays of the electric usage. Unfortunately, finances do come into play. So, you know, procuring loans and things of that sort come into play. If we could buy another 2 or 3 and somehow not connect them and things of that sort, we would.
Okay.
Right now, we're maxed out on the loan possibility.
If we, okay, I'm going back to the contract, because this has to do with also, you know, regularizing it, these panels, you have 11 panels now. There are all kinds of options as to arranging them, breaking them up, putting on the 2 roofs, regularizing this, putting on the lower roof.
Versions.
That's not under this contract and this, so that's, I mean, we can talk about this, I'm just asking him this question.
Okay.
So I just want to know whether that is to do, for you to just explore these various options, do you have to go back, could you do that with us without renegotiating contracts with?
What sometimes occurs is with mass production and engineers trying to get 10 to 12 jobs done a day, as we are a larger company, sometimes everybody defaults to a standard. So in this situation, 11 modules at 260 watts gives it a 2.86 system. There are larger panels that we have in stock that we procure. We do purchase LG panels. They go up to a 320 watt panel, SunPower, which actually I have a shipment arriving today. They're 320 watts. That would dictate less quantity of modules would be needed up there. What that would allow for the commission is essentially possibly making elimination of 1, 2, or 3 modules in order to get a more rectangular shape. That would be usually the easiest way is buy a higher wattage panel to reduce the quantity of modules needed to be used at that site. In this situation, yes, we could. Probably, if we upgraded to the highest modules, we could probably eliminate 2. The 2 would still cause an odd configuration, but eliminating 1 at least gives us then the straight edge here, with only a small black gap perhaps to fill in there. That is a possibility that we usually can do on the contract without rewriting everything.
Okay. Diana, you had a question?
No, I have a comment.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Yes, Jeannie.
So I'm sorry, but then if you can upgrade, then what about the idea of upgrading on the peak so you can get maximum
On the east and west?
on the east and west? Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm not factoring in here is, because coming to this hearing already, and delays, if I ever have to, this is just a business practice. If I have to buy a better panel, I have to charge you for it. In this situation, because of the hold, I'm not going to for this customer because we want to, one, come to a commission's approval, and two, we want to get the ball rolling for the customer. So I would, but if I'm going to the east and west, I typically would not procure a higher wattage panel for free in order to try to get a standard because I'm dropping it. Now, if I have to, based on this commission hearing, I would. That's not a standard practice, because if we get denied south and we have to go east and west, we don't always go to LGs. It is not a good business practice. It would drive us to go broke. The LGs cost too much and they're never profitable. When we do them, it's always back to the customer. In this situation, that is an option because obviously we're in front of this hearing. It's not a normal standard business practice.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. So obviously, I mean, this is an issue that really warrants some deliberation from the commissioners. I think most of us, if not all of us, can support conceptually the idea of having energy efficiency in old buildings, and we have routinely allowed it where it hasn't been visible. This is the first time we're seeing something where it's a primary facade, and it's an issue, and I think the applicant actually mentioned about whether one can sort of establish a precedent for some of these neighborhoods. In these pitched roof, detached home neighborhoods, which are many, they're not the majority, but they're many, we'll always find situations where you have the orientation of homes and the requirement of where these panels are most optimal and effective being at odds with its visibility or in conflict. And so I think a question for us is, what does it mean to talk about the visibility of these, and how can we find ways to be creative and instructive so it allows us to allow more and more of these panels to be incorporated. So the first one obviously is going to require some discussion, some thinking, because it will in some ways give us guidance for future panels. So I think there are a few issues that I think I can call out from some of the questions, right? Which is aspects about the visibility itself, how to minimize it, how to regularize it, how to incorporate it into primary facades, the colors, the profile, and other technologies as well. So I just wanted to open this up to just your thoughts about this. Yes, Michael?
I think it's a fascinating issue, and it's something that is constantly changing. Just yesterday, Elon Musk came out with a new line of Tesla roof shingles that are supposed to be 98% as efficient as these. Up till now, I understand that these roof shingle types have been much less efficient. It's not an issue for this project, but I think that in terms of this presentation, I'm completely with Christabel in her comments. I think that the district's significance is as much cultural and historic as it is aesthetic, and therefore I think we should look at aesthetic matters like how pretty does it make the roof look, or how historic does it make the house look, with less intensity than we would in Park Slope or Fieldston or something that's, an aesthetic district as well as historic. But and second, I don't think this house is particularly evocative of the district's aesthetic of high points. So I think here I'm inclined to be relatively flexible. That said, if I were asked, and I think it's shared by judging from the comments by others, I think that we should aim for a simple, regular array on the roof that is rectangular in layout and that is more or less in the same color value as the roof. I think that in this particular case, a simple solution would be to put the three outlying panels on the lower roof, and then you'd have two simple rectangles that would be sitting simply on the roof, and call it a day.
Yes, Dana.
Okay, so I agree with Michael in many respects. I mean, first, but this particular house is not particularly one of the ones for which, would strongly the district would have been designated. But there are some outstanding houses in this district. It's not just cultural. There are some terrific properties. So it's a complicated issue a bit. I do find that if we can avoid a direct facade, having this on the primary facade, I really would like to see that. I don't have a problem with using the porch. I mean, I'd be inclined to say, if they could use the porch on the west side, could they just avoid having this full, and achieve the east and west facade, or whatever, some combination, and achieve the same energy conservation? It sounded like they could. They're not at all sure that they can't. So I'd like that to at least be explored. Could I authorize the main facade and with some maybe combination of the porch? Yes, I'd definitely be willing to do that. But I think in these circumstances, I don't want to start out by saying, let's do the front facade just to make it easier, because this particular building is not, exceptionally distinguished. I don't know, because
Right, I think it's worthwhile exploring that option and see how it looks. I think the interesting thing about where it is on the primary facade, even the roofs which are oriented east-west are on the primary facade. I think they have different levels of visibility. You perhaps maybe see it more as you walk down the street. This one may be more prominent as you come closer to the facade. So there is a little bit of give and take on what is less visible than another situation. But I do agree with Michael that I think regularizing helps. I think we'll talk about the question of color in a second, but yes, Fred.
I agree too.
Yeah, I think this is a very important and very interesting subject to be talking like this about, and I want to just elevate it even larger and say also how this is an example of how in New York City, with that word, wonderful word, appropriate, that we have to figure it out. It changes all through the eras. Preservation notions change as well. And as well the buildings that we are preserving and their attachment to cultural importance as well as physical. It's all bound up in that. Unlike the Secretary of the Interior standards, where there are dictatorial issues and you do or don't do it. So I think this is another good example of how this law can really allow us to have these conversations and to interpret things. I also want to suggest that this is a little bit like ADA. We had to kind of come to grips with the fact that it was appropriate that, and the law, that people of all ways of means and be able to get into buildings, and we had to figure it out, sometimes a little bit against aesthetic goals, and sometimes not at all against you. Sometimes they can be incorporated very well. So it's a little bit like coming to terms with this, and I think we're just hitting it now. So far it's been hidden away, it's been easy to deal with. Now we're confronting something that is in your face. I'm not sure where I exactly stand on this, but I think what Michael said earlier, regularizing it and just allowing it in this case, probably is where my vote could be on this case. But every one is a case-by-case basis now, as we all are. There are few precedents, absolutely precedents, that we face in this commission. But on the other hand, is it fair to say to some homeowner whose house happens to face the wrong way that, well, sorry, you can't be efficient, sustainable. You have to just live with it the way it is. So I think it's a real conundrum, but it's an exciting issue, and I think maybe we just have to bite the bullet, particularly on this one. Let's see it. Let's see if we can get used to seeing these things. I don't think it's fair to say, well, we'll allow it if you go back and, re-roof your house to be at the same color either. I don't think that seems fair. So there are a whole lot of difficulties here, but exciting ones. And I think maybe, therefore, we take a little step and see how it looks and come to terms with it and go along kind of slowly.
Right, and just adding to that, again, about this district, and sort of this case by case, this district has a very strong cultural history, and I agree also with the testimony that perhaps introducing a solar panel where it's visible doesn't really take away from its cultural history. However, over time, these do have a visual impact, and I think the expectations of people within a historic district is sometimes mixed as well. And while they'll recognize the cultural significance, their expectations of how the physical environment is regulated still remains. I think that, again, it's worthwhile exploring, and I'd like to go back and do an alternative, just lay it out and see what it would mean, so that we can see that even if it's on the primary facade, is there a better way it can be arranged which gives the efficiency. I would agree with Fred. I have some concerns about the impacts of when we're talking about trying to find the right match in terms of the roof material and the panels. Because it's, I think, an expensive proposition to redo the whole roof for this goal. We may find in other situations that the roof replacement may be happening tied with solar panels, where we have a lot more flexibility. Yes, you want to say something?
On that point, these guys might be lucky, but in my experience, when I've talked to solar installers, they almost always want you to have your roof to be very new, because the panels are going to last a long time and you will not be able to access that roof. So they want to have a clarity, and I think you will have a lot more synergy between the two than you think.
I know.
This one, it's not going to work out. The other thing I wanted to bring up that I think we should discuss that was kind of glossed over a little bit, I personally think that while great deference should be given to the panels, I would be a little bit firmer on the wiring, and I would ask the applicant to put the wiring on the interior of the house instead of having large quantities of exposed piping, which is shown on the sidewall.
Yes.
Further to all of this, and I don't know how this happens, but we don't do a lot of solar work at all, because most of our work is on museum quality historic preservation stuff. But we get bombarded constantly by different products. I've known about the shingles for 4 years now. I know that they're not as efficient. I don't know we're being asked to approve the product of one company. And so I don't think we have enough knowledge as a group to know everything that's actually available. So we're being asked to approve one product without a bank of knowledge of what is actually available for every case. So it's a little difficult.
Right, I agree. I understand that. I think there are certain burdens on the owner to kind of explore the full extent of possibilities. So I mean, the industry, hopefully over time, will become much more sophisticated and create panels which I think aesthetically can be incorporated into buildings in a better way. I think that, I think it's a two-step process. One is that the homeowner's working with the person who's here before us, and that's what they're working on, their own product. And that's before us. So I think one question is, for us, is that's what we have in front of us. Are there ways where using these panels makes sense and is appropriate. And I think we want them to explore that, and that we should allow them to do. I think the second question is, if we think there's a better product out there, what is our leverage in, and how important it is for us to say yes or no to this application before us and send them in a different direction.
I mean, what
think
happens-
that's a different sort of question. But, we have no ability to compel them to use shingles, especially if its efficiency is not to the extent that they have right now, and given this particular context, which is about the importance of aesthetics in this district versus some other districts. So I think those are consideration. For me, I feel that, I just want to bring a sort of, I don't know, balance, but I think a sort of practical perspective to what the application is before us. Do you want to say something?
I'm wondering, when we've seen what the kind of the arc of this, a comparable situation is, for instance, with aluminum windows, where we've moved towards asking for, let's say, thinner or sections that actually remind or conform to the wood dimensions. And so what is that arc? I mean, that's, for us to be presented with a single product and have to think about a single contract, I think is not really the issue. And yet I recognize what you're saying, that there may be an arc in this kind of the development of both efficiency and of aesthetic, profiles and dimensions and materials. But I do think we should be considering that bit of it, and what Michael's saying is correct, that we need kind of more information. And again, I don't know that it's the homeowners or the applicants' sort of burden to have the full, sort of to investigate all of that. I think that we, though, can say that on sort of shingle roofs, we'd like for there to be something that approximates the kind of the shingle unit. Now, the fact that it's not yet entirely efficient, I don't know. That's why I'm going back to this issue of the aluminum windows.
Well, there's that, and it's also whether it's in this particular district, whether it's that important as well. So there are two issues here, and so I think I don't think we're going to take any action today. I think that the applicant should go back and respond to some of the questions and sort of diagrammatically show us. I think the issue about other products, I'd like our staff to sort of explore that and work with the applicants, but I think we also have to recognize the limitations of the application before us right now.
On that
Yes.
issue, just one point, which is that we have had, in my recollection, we have had contractors come in to present a particular material, windows, for example, and we've said, no, we don't like it, which is to say we're forcing them to, we're not telling them to go to a particular alternative, but we are saying, well, there are better ways to do something, and it may not be the particular contractor that you chose.
I understand that, but I think that at least from some of the commissioners, I think that commissioners are open to this particular system at this particular location. So I think they should, continue to explore that as well. Okay, so we won't take any action, and yes, do you want to say something else? Wellington, go ahead.
Just to echo what Michael has said, I think if you were to do in this instance, rather than let it, Michael's suggestion of spreading to the other roof, my sense is from what the applicant was saying, by doing a different configuration, you can almost reduce one panel on the roof and you can just regularize it on that. And that may be something that you want to explore just to see what it looks like in addition to what the staff.
Right, which is the upgraded panel.
Just upgrade rather than have it contaminate, or spread to the other roof. I don't need to
Okay,
do
so
that.
those are two options.
Right.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, does the staff feel that they have enough sense of what the commission's direction is to now work with the applicant, or they have any further questions?
I think Meenakshi asked directly for two things: for the applicant to come back with a restudy and exploration of location and sizes, and for the staff to come back and give a small presentation on what we know about the product.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So, okay, thank you. So we'll wait for your response then.
Okay.
One caveat, with the goal of achieving the efficiency that they're trying to achieve. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
from break?
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, Commissioners, we're on to item number 8. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness. The Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 192792. This is 444 12th Street, located within the Park Slope Historic District Extension. This is an American round arch style factory building designed by Samuel Curtis Jr. and built in 1881. The application is to replace windows.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mary Service Preservation Staff. 444 12th Street is a converted factory building originally owned by the Ansonia Clock Company. It is a full-block building located mid-block on 12th Street between 7th and 8th Avenues in the Park Slope Historic District Extension. Please note that the windows throughout the building were replaced prior to designation. Staff has issued permits for window replacement at the modern 2-story rooftop addition, but has not yet issued any permits for window replacement within the historic massing. Historically, the windows were paired 6/9 and 9/9 double-hung wood windows with arched heads to fit within the arched-headed masonry openings. This application proposes to remove 5 straight-headed 1/1 windows with transom at the 5th floor of the east elevation, where the arched-headed masonry openings have been modified, and replace them with paired 1/1 double-hung aluminum-clad windows without a transom. These specific windows are minimally visible from the building's base at 12th Street at a sharp angle and further down 12th Street towards Prospect Park West due to a changing grade, but only at a great distance. I just want to point out that this historic photograph is actually of the west elevation. The windows in question are on the east elevation. The applicants are here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Frank Boscanera. My company is Dynamic Window Solutions. Douglaston Semmelhack, who's the owner here at the Ansonia in Park Slope. We are faced with a challenge where we have a building that was renovated in 2000 prior to designation. We had a developer who put probably the least expensive windows possible in the building. Installation is a disaster. And so my client is now here looking to replace the windows because there's rot issues, water issues into her dwelling. And we need to come up with a solution. Unfortunately, we are the first people in the building looking to replace windows, and we're faced with this challenge over here today. We did get approval for the stucco portion, which is a penthouse. There was existing Marvin windows in there. This was the end in my kind. So our intention was to then just follow suit on the 5th floor, because there's a duplex, a 5th and 6th floor apartment. And you're looking at the 5th floor windows here, which are the ones with the transoms. It appears that the windows were, when they were purchased, they were either too small and they sandwiched in these really small transoms that have almost no daylight opening. They're hideous. I have an interior shot, just so you can get a feel from, sorry, wrong way, from the inside of the unit, what they really look like. I mean, there's really zero historic integrity to these windows. They're all aluminum. They're like a crystal window type company. I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with crystal. They don't operate, the balances are shot. And again, the profile is all in gray. And they're set actually behind the brick rather within the brick opening. So I think that's what's leading to our water issues. So let me just go back to the elevation. As Mary noted, this is on the back side or the east side of the building.
This is within the enclosure, right?
No, it's on the back side of the building. So the historic photo shows from a 12th Avenue view looking at the courtyard where you see all those radiused openings, which do follow suit here on the 4th floor, if I may walk in front here. But the 5th floor were all, what I can tell, original rectangle openings. So I know there was a concern thinking they may have been arched at one point, but there's nothing that shows that. And also, obviously, to go back now and to demo the facade to try to put radius back would be a massive undertaking, which I think, and we felt that a full double hung window, full height, would be more appropriate to this building, since if you look at the other buildings from the original tax photo, they were all full height. So that's where we came up with the idea of going full height and eliminating that useless transom, which just creates more metal in the opening and just doesn't look good at all. And that was our goal. So unfortunately, we hit today because they weren't sure if this is going to be okay to do, since it is a landmark building. But again, looking at the masonry openings, the lintels, they are rectangle openings, they're not radiused. So that's why we were asking to put back a ultimate Marvin clad ultimate double hung 2 wide back in those openings.
And just in terms of its visibility, it's visible, but it's the rear facade, but because it's, what does it face? It doesn't face, it's a courtyard, or it faces a parking lot, or what does it face?
If you stand on
Can
the
you just
balcony
orient it?
here,
Yeah.
and you would look up towards 8th Avenue, up towards the park, which because where the building, the size of the building, if you stand anywhere along here, and there's another structure here, you can't really see. That was the best we can obtain from the 12th Street, and to see the window. This was from a neighboring property. We got permission to go on the neighboring, probably behind the building, further up 12th Street going towards 8th Avenue. And so there's another building, because you really can't see that. Again, we're on someone else's terrace here. And then obviously, as you work your way up, you really can't see the building either from... That's the front of the building.
I'm just trying to orient myself.
It faces the donut.
It faces the donut, right?
It faces the
But it's
donut.
got
You
the...
can't really see.
Okay.
I live 2 blocks from here.
Okay.
I see this building all the time.
I've just,
That
yes.
facade faces the donut, so you don't ever really see it unless you're on it.
Correct.
You really can't see it very much. Like I said, there is a very sharp angle at the base of the building through which you can see the masonry openings, but there's a slight change in grade on 12th Street, this is slightly downhill, so if you're walking up towards Prospect Park West, you do see a glimpse of some of the windows, but it's only at a very great distance.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board waives its right to comment. All right, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, are there any concerns with the shift? Okay.
Good?
Yes, good.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Michael.
The building definitely needs a master plan. I think this is a building it's a beautiful, beautiful industrial structure that was renovated abysmally and really deserves a better treatment as it goes forward and as these windows begin their inevitable failure.
Yeah. All right. Michael, you going to read it? Yes.
All right, regarding 444 12th Street, Park Slope Historic District Extension, the application is to replace windows. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Park Slope Historic District Extension. I further note that the building was the subject of an adaptive reuse conversion from factory to residential prior to designation, at which time all of the windows were replaced. I recommend approval. Finding that the windows throughout the building were replaced, the arched-headed, splayed brick lintels at the 5th floor on this facade were removed, and the associated masonry openings modified prior to designation, and that the proposed window replacement at the 5th floor will match the existing 1/1 double-hung metal windows in terms of operation, material, finish, thereby maintaining the unity of the fenestration throughout the facade. The elimination of the transoms will not remove any significant architectural features that will be minimally visible from a public thoroughfare. And the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Park Slope Historic District Extension.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, next item on the agenda is item 9. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 193191. This is 71 Spring Street, located within the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District Extension. This is a Queen Anne-style store building designed by Schneider and Herder and built in 1889 to 90. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of ground floor infill and signage.
Good morning, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application is to establish a building-wide master plan for the installation of ground floor infill and signage at 71 Spring Street, which is located on the south side of Spring Street between Lafayette and Crosby Streets in the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District Extension. So this proposal does not meet staff level rules because the proposal includes the installation of metal infill in this building constructed prior to 1900, the installation of an operable display window at a select location, and backlit illuminated signage. And the applicant is here to discuss the details of the proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. Robert Bianco of PKSB Architects, here representing the owners of 71 Spring Street, as Abby described, located in the Soho Cast Iron District Extension, directly to the east of the main district. The building, built in 1889, was originally for manufacturing use at the upper levels and had retail shops at the ground floor. Currently today, the building is commercial at the upper floors and still maintains retail, 4 separate retail shops at the ground floor. The building's current condition today, much of the building's architectural features are largely intact and in good condition. The brick and cast iron facade at the upper levels, terracotta detailing at the window spandrels, and cast iron piers and original metal cornice are intact. However, all of the infill at the ground floor, as well as the floors above, is non-historic and has been replaced. Some more photos of the existing condition at the ground floor. To point out, there are 2 elevator shafts that front the building, here and here. One is a passenger elevator for the commercial floors above, and one is a freight elevator that opens directly onto the sidewalk. More existing photos. Looking at the building in elevation with context of the other buildings on the block, you can see that the storefronts have been infilled and modified with not a lot of consistency, different colors for each storefront, varying heights of bulkheads, and different locations for all of the signage. So our proposal is to provide a more unified appearance across the extent of the building. I also do want to point out that we have made a separate application. A certificate of no effect has been issued for window replacements at the upper level to replace all non-historic infill, and those will be a consistent 2/2 double-hung window and maintaining all of the original brick molds. So just as part of a larger effort to provide more unity to the building's facade, we wanted to come forward with a master plan application for future installation of storefront. So looking a little more closely, we can see the variation in signage locations. The entrance to the commercial floors above is located in this bay, and directly adjacent to that is the passenger elevator for those floors. And the freight elevator entry that I mentioned previously is at the same bay, symmetrical on the opposite side of the building, and a building egress, secondary egress door directly adjacent to that. And so our proposal creates a consistent transom bar line, which does align with the building next door, which would establish a zone for a consistent location for signage for retail. The 2 end stores at the easternmost and westernmost storefronts would have pin-mounted backlit halo letters at the metal sign band. Where there's a conflict with fire escape brackets at the center, we're proposing a little bit more signage at the center of the storefront. Also requesting a strip of logo, 6-inch high lettering just above the bulkhead for store logo.
Okay. Are there any questions? Do you want to explain another detail? Is that about?
Just looking at the modifications in plan, to give you a better idea of the locations of the elevators. There is also an opportunity at the passenger elevator directly adjacent to the commercial entry to create a shallow display case. This elevator would have originally opened up directly onto the street and now has a just sort of flat panel infill, which is non-historic, so we are asking for a glass display case that would be operable from the sidewalk side and would be treated as part of the easternmost storefront, westernmost.
Okay. Are there any questions? We have Kelly Carroll. That's one of the speaker. Just one second.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. While the proposed storefront configuration will regularize this hodgepodge ground floor, we asked the LPC to look closely at the rendering next to the existing conditions. In the existing conditions, there's a variety of planes which give dimension to this facade, and the proposed storefront is a little bit flatter. HDC suggests pushing the glazing back within the openings for a more dramatic effect, and also choosing another material other than the bright aluminum doors, which clash with the dark painted cast iron. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends denial unless the infill, including the entry doors and their numbers, is in an historic design in wood and glass, in keeping with the style of the building, and which preserve the passenger elevator door and minimum of 18-inch bulkhead. And the signage is not illuminated and is limited to one sign per store, or either the sign band or the transom, or one sign on one of the showcase windows. All right, you had, yes, Kim, you had a question?
Yes, I think it's just a mistake, but on page 6, there's a bulkhead at the top of the building.
Yeah, if you look at page 5, it's just a rendering issue. They rendered it incorrectly. It's literally, it's there, it exists, it's all there.
No.
It's just that it's rendered weirdly. Sorry.
Okay. All right, do we have any questions for the architect? Okay, we can.
One question,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Just in reference to the testimony, the question of the depth, how far back, and if you've examined setting back the planes of glass a bit further and deeper into the building.
Again, I believe it's a rendering issue more so.
No, go to the photographs, 11 and 12.
11, yes. Right.
Go back to, yeah.
If we look at the ground floor plan and current location of storefront, the main storefront glazing, and the proposed, we're not proposing to push anything back. I think that some of the transoms are coming forward into that plane, and that could be
Your concern is about whether you can get the similar depth on that side too.
Yeah, I'm actually saying that you're making it more shallow. You're making the street face more it looks like, anyway, from this rendering, more continuously flat and coplanar with the very front face of the
right, and
piers.
that was not the intention. It's a rendering issue.
No, but if you look at where your glass pane is in the vitrine, it's in line with the storefront glass.
That looks like it's 9 inches a foot, many of the planes away from the piers.
Yeah, I was trying to, the larger scale plans. Yeah, and the larger scale, existing and proposed are, we would not be changing the plane of the glass here and here.
It's shallower. It's narrower, but it's not.
Well, I mean, does that plan really represent what's existing? So go back to page 11 just for a second. So it looks like there's maybe one glass plane, that one. And what about all the others? They seem to be set back more than the drawing represents. No? Or maybe you think it's a rendering?
I think it's a shadow and reflection issue. A reflection of
I see. So it's reflecting the depth.
Yeah.
I can't tell.
We didn't capture it accurately in the rendering.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Jeannie.
Signage question. What is the rationale behind on 69 and 71 having so many signs? Do you have the signs above and then the signs in the middle?
Simply because there was not an opportunity to use the sign band because of the fire escape brackets that are existing, so just offering a little bit more signage request for those two stores who would not be able to take advantage of the pin-mounted letters. And again, this is a maximum amount of signage.
Okay, yes, Kim.
Is there, I guess, what is your reason for using aluminum? So when the aluminum shows up and everything else is dark metal?
Oh, at the new entries, really just to differentiate the commercial, the bays that would be related to the commercial floors above from the storefronts, and to give the storefronts a little more distinction, but we're open to a more unified color palette.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, comments?
Anodized aluminum would be a better choice for some of those entries, rather than bright finish aluminum.
I agree. I think that the building entries should be, or the ones that are called out as in white here should be matching the other ones, and I think that the signage should be limited as well. I think that there's plenty of sign. I mean, the building's now more or less, except for one occupant, doing fine with the signage in the transoms. So I think maybe limit it to the signage in the transoms and kill the signage on the building. That'd be my preference.
Oh, you mean the sign above?
Yeah, in the green part or in the gray part. If you look at the building now, almost all the signage is in the windows, and it seems to not be harming anybody. Gets the job done, so I would seek to eliminate the signage on the buildings. Or in some other way that was acceptable to everybody here, limited. I think there's an awful lot of signage on this request. And yes, it is a max, but things tend to flow towards that max when given a chance.
Commissioners, it is a master plan, a cumulative effect, but if this were not illuminated at the cornice, the staff could approve not illuminated letters at the fascia.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so there's a suggestion for the anodized, what was the material you said? Okay, okay. The commissioners agree with that? Okay. And for the signage? So the signage normally could be done at staff level except for it's illuminated. Is that correct?
The community board wanted to kill the illumination, is that right?
They said not illuminated, but they went on to also limit the signs. So, I mean, I don't have an issue with the signage, but if...
I don't have an issue with the amount of signage. It's just, I think the illumination of those two is going to be a bit much. If you look at the existing versus the proposed, I think you get plenty of visibility to the signage without illumination.
Right, I'm just, and I'm just curious whether we've allowed illuminated signs elsewhere in the district. And, yeah.
Commissioners, we can approve at staff level the installation of some sort of a cove light or exterior, a separate lighting fixture that would illuminate non-illuminated letters. It's the illumination itself, this halo wash is what's at issue.
Right, so you could have illuminated signs, but the illuminated signs would have to have big fixtures showing, throwing the light on it. But this is internally illuminated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
In here that it's
so
subtle.
I agree, illuminating the sign versus letters that are illuminated. Is that what we're
Right.
saying?
And let the staff figure out how that can be done.
Yeah.
So what this is actually, just for some clarity, hopefully, in the section, it's a metal letter with some sort of LED behind it so that it creates like this halo effect. It's not an internally illuminated box. It's a solid letter with light spilling from behind it.
Yeah, so this would be a solid channel.
But we've seen that. Jared, have we allowed that in
We've authorized.
Soho?
Other places.
Yeah.
Okay. Are the commissioners okay with the signage, given all the explanations that have been given to us? Okay, and so then we'll include the anodized. Okay. Michael?
In the matter of 71 Spring Street in the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District Extension, an application to establish a master plan governing the future installation of ground floor infill and signage. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features, that the proposed infill will replicate aspects of historic ground floor infill at buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of overall proportions, level of articulation, depth within openings, predominance of transparency, and basic compositional elements, including display windows, transoms, louvers, bulkheads, paired doors, and single doors with side lights. That the proposed operable windows will maintain access to an area currently inaccessible from the interior of the building, will feature unframed glazing where the windows meet at the center of the bay, helping them to closely replicate the appearance of a single display window. That the simple design, opacity, and configuration of paired metal doors at the freight entrance will be in keeping with such aspects of utilitarian service entrances historically found at buildings of this age and type. That the proposed gray finish for the storefront infill and freight entrance will recall historic finishes found at such proportions of buildings of this type, style, and age. That the finishes and detailing of the entrances to the upper floors, including the inclusion of light gray painted mesh over the louvers and the presence of a lower transom, will recall aspects of historic entrances in a contemporary way and help to subtly differentiate these entrances from the storefronts. That the proposed signage will be typical in terms of placement, materials, and size, that the entrance to the upper floor features will be in an anodized painted finish.
Second.
And continuing, that the backlit signage at the fascia will largely conceal the source of the lighting behind the letters and provide a modest amount of subtly illuminated signage. That the total amount of allowable vinyl signage will not conceal more than 20% of the total glazing of the windows, that the cumulative amount of allowable signage in conjunction with signage which may be present on the existing flagpoles will be equivalent to the amount of signage typically found at buildings of this size throughout the historic district and will not overwhelm the storefronts, building, or streetscape. And the establishment of a master plan will help return a more unified appearance to the building base as the infill and signage is replaced over time in keeping with the character of the building.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 10 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough Manhattan, docket number 184022. This is 14 St. Luke's Place, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a row house built in 1852 to 53. The application is to construct a rooftop addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Edith Bellinghausen, Preservation Staff. 14 St. Luke's Place is located on the north side of St. Luke's, between 7th Avenue South and Hudson Street. The property, the proposal before you today is for a rooftop addition, which is being reviewed by the Commission due to visibility, particularly over a park across the street. which is shown here in this aerial view from Clarkson Street, and then also from some locations along Hudson Street. Views over the facade on St. Luke's Place itself are limited to some flue extensions and mechanicals. The applicant is here to then walk you through this proposal.
Good afternoon, members of the Commission, Chair, thank you. We are here looking at the map on the right at 14 St. Luke's Place. I'll flip quickly. We're across the street from James Walker Park, and the historic photos you've seen these recently. We were here not long ago looking at windows. It says current photo on the left. The property is under construction currently, so it's a construction site today. The tax photo from 1940 and a historical photo we found that's a little older. These are views from within the park, actually, showing that there's a pretty steep angle to the high cornice line from even within the park. Our location, again, across the street from the park is actually across, we're just a couple doors down from where St. Luke's turns into Leroy and starts to bend around the corner. The library is across the street, so it starts to become less visible to the east. The visibility increases to the west, but there are trees, and we've tried to capture some of that story today. This is a survey of other rooftop additions in the area, and ours, again, is in red down at the bottom of this image. And to the right, to the east of us, is 15 St. Luke's Place, and you will also see coming up in some of the other images, number 11, which in this photo is under construction, and 12.5 is a small bulkhead. And then there are some other examples around the block. We modeled what we found in the area. These are some images of some of those rooftop additions, including on the bottom right, 15 St. Luke's Place to the east of us. Some more views, again, of the block where we are to the right. These are some existing views from the rooftop. And here's our proposal. The existing elevation in the middle, and then to the right, the proposed addition at 14, in between 12.5 and 15. We've zoomed in with some of the materials. These are plans, existing and proposed, and on the roof there are some solar panels that are basically flat, very, very small angle and consequential, I believe. And you can see the other two rooftop additions in plan as well.
And Alan, the reason why you considered is that staircase is already existing?
This is an
internal?
extension of the existing staircase in its existing location. We're keeping a historic stair.
Okay.
The existing section and our proposed section showing, as you said, that you do not see the addition from anywhere along St. Luke's itself, and visibility wouldn't start until you get deep into the park or across the streets, all the way across Clarkson, which I'll show you in a moment. Those are the solar panels that I was mentioning. We've sloped the roof for drainage toward the front to save a few more inches on height. This is the mock-up. And here's visibility studies. So, as I said, not on St. Luke's, but from within the park or across the street, across Clarkson, and perhaps, partway down Hudson. However, those trees, even in winter, I would propose offer a lot of screening, not to mention the distance you get by the time you get all the way out here to some of these other numbers on this map that I'm showing. I'll walk you through. This is St. Luke's showing no visibility of the addition. And then here is the addition, probably from the most visible spot in the pool area or to the other side of Clarkson. Again, to locate you between 15 St. Luke's Place on the right to the east and 12.5, the bulkhead to the west.
Well, you do see the flues or the chimneys extending extensions, right?
Yes, that would be the visibility on St. Luke's, and those are on the neighboring property that need to be raised for compliance.
Because of this work?
Yeah, but also to put them in compliance with their own addition.
Could those be integrated into your structure?
We have, well, we're showing you a worst-case scenario. We're hoping that we might not need to do nearly as many of them, if any. We are still figuring out whether they're being used for active fireplaces. I think we should show you the worst-case scenario in case someone renovates that building and puts in active fireplaces in the future. And we have thought about maybe angling them back, which we've done before successfully, which I think would alleviate some of this particular
Right, that's
visibility.
what I'm asking is could you angle them back such that in the worst case they would be integrated into your new structure?
Yes, I believe we could.
Great.
So again, the most visible case is this one to the south, but just to flip through the other images for you, we're trying to show, the reason we did the model is because our photographs are in the summer with trees, and we wanted to show a sense of if one could kind of see through in winter what might be visible. So I'm moving around.
Could you explain exactly what we're seeing in that last one?
Sure, sure.
I mean, what's the gray box, the big gray box?
That's the building behind on 7th Avenue.
So what is your what are you
And in front of that,
yellow? Where?
in front of that, the middle yellow is our structure, and to the right, the yellow is 15 St. Luke's existing addition.
Okay.
And the green bulkhead is on 12 and a half.
And the gray.
And the gray is
behind
the,
us?
yeah, I believe
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
the building on 7th Avenue.
Yeah.
This is as I'm coming up Hudson. And there is a very tiny window, if you can see past that. This is the building you were just asking about that you can see in the foreground here. And there is a little bit of a kind of almost alley view with a tiny little yellow dot there, mostly obscured by trees. Just want to be safe. And then the remaining images are just showing that it's not visible from everywhere. So.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Where's your HVAC unit?
It's the box on the top. It is protruding at the top. What you're looking at here are the flues. I'm not sure if I know how to aim this, but can anyone see that?
You mean the boxes on the top are the HVAC units?
It was working.
Yeah, that's working.
Maybe oh, there it is. So these are the flues that we were just discussing, and then that's the condenser for the air conditioning.
I see.
All of these boxes or just that narrow
This
one?
is the skylight that is a existing historic skylight that we're raising to the new roof position.
I have a critical question.
Yes.
Is this the Wait Until Dark house where Audrey Hepburn?
No, it does have some history, but not that one.
Sure. That's the scariest movie I ever
It's really, it's quite terrifying. It's a must-see for everyone.
It is a must-see.
Okay.
If you're up to it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Alan. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. This property came before LPC in 2012 for rear and rooftop additions. It is unclear why the rooftop component was never constructed, but LPC staff comments from that time acknowledged that the obvious visibility of the then proposed bulk from the park across the street. The same circumstances remain true in this current iteration. The tall ceiling height and overall height of this addition inform HDC that this proposal has not been configured in its current condition to be minimally visibly impactful. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 2 recommends approval. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant?
Can I
Yes.
respond to that comment about the
Yes.
height of the addition?
Oh, yes, well, the previous application was a different owner, and...
No, my question's about the
Yes.
height. In other words, I think they're saying that it could be slightly shorter.
Yes, we are in fact shorter than the building to the east, and I think our position is that today there is a bit of a kind of missing tooth in some ways if you look at the picture in the bottom left and some other images of existing conditions. There's perhaps, one could argue, even more visibility of things sticking out on the rooftops in its current configuration, where there will be a number, and there already are a number of additions that are kind of just dotting the skyline, and we believe that by being shorter than the building on the right and not visible from the street, but when you get to be 200 to 300 feet away, if anything, we might actually be kind of blending into more of a not as visible, not as glaring kind of addition assembly.
The question is, can yours be shorter?
Like I said, we've angled the roof a bit, so I suppose, you know, there's a ceiling height. I mean, we are below the height limit of 55 feet. I suppose it could be a little bit shorter, sure.
Another question. On page 12, you show we get a pretty clear view of the HVAC unit, and it seems like it's shaped in a way to be maximally visible. And is there, and I truly don't know the answer to this, is there another shape that unit could be that would bring it down?
The unit size and orientation, if you look in the plan, sorry, we've turned it so that it would be less, you see it in the lowest roof plan here. We've oriented it north-south so that we think it would be a little bit less visible from across the street, as opposed to orienting in any other direction. We've also pushed it to the far back corner. And again, you know, by the time you get to that position, this is an elevation, of course, so in perspective, I think you really are going to see a lot less of that. Certainly than if it was oriented 90 degrees to where we had it.
Right, but does it have to be that tall, or can it take like a more horizontal shape? Or is that's...
I myself was dreaming of a unit that could sit flat, of course.
Right.
But that doesn't exist, and for access service purposes and for ventilation purposes, this is a standard configuration. It's actually a very slim unit. And we're trying to push it back into that northeast corner. I believe, you know, this was an improvement having only one also, and that partly led to the size of the unit that we have.
Okay, yes.
So am I to understand during the discussion with the staff, you have already pushed back the HVAC unit to the rear already?
That's right. During that discussion, we decided to push it to that rear corner, yes.
So this came as a result of that discussion, that the HVAC is further back than, okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Michael.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be made lower. 9'4" interior ceiling is not anywhere near the lowest we've seen on small utilitarian structures of this kind. And I think that the applicant's use of the neighboring addition as kind of the hook to hang his hat on is questionable, because I don't think we would have approved that. I don't think, you know, it's a pre-existing thing. I don't think that would be the justification for having this structure to be the size that it is. And I think that one of the most remarkable things about this row is its uniformity, and its visibility across a great distance. So I would seek to try to minimize the visibility of that rooftop bulkhead as much as possible. They can do that with staff.
Okay, other comments?
Agree with that.
All right, I just have a question. Is that the adjacent building, that wasn't a staff level approval, is that correct?
The adjacent rooftop addition was not.
That was, it pre-existed, is that right?
Yeah, that was actually a committee that was issued in 1987.
So it is.
Was a staff level.
But it came here.
It was 1987, it was approved by staff.
So it's, okay,
Yeah.
so, all right. All right, so I think there are a couple of things. I think they can work with staff to see if they can reduce it. Honestly, I actually don't think the height is so problematic, but since other commissioners want to, I think they can. And we can ask them to work with staff on the flues as well, the chimneys, and to see if we can angle that back. Okay, Ellington?
In the matter of 14 St. Luke's Place, Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to construct a rooftop addition, noting that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features of the building, that the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the front and rear facades, and therefore the work will retain a sense of the building's original scale and massing, that the proposed rooftop addition and railings will only be visible over the front facade when viewed from a distance from Clarkson Street and Hudson Street through a park, and will be seen in the context of other rooftop accretions on this block, including the existing adjacent penthouse to the east, that the simple fenestration and neutral stucco finish of the proposed rooftop addition will help it to blend with the background and will not detract from the streetscape, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special character of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District. However, recommend the applicant work with the staff to lower the rooftop addition as well as modify the visibility of the chimney and the flue extensions.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 11 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 19-1549. This is 22 Little West 12th Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. It's a neo-Georgian style stables building designed by John M. Baker and built in 1908-09. The application is to establish a master plan governing the installation of painted wall signs at the eastern facade.
Good afternoon, Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 22, is this working? Pointer does not seem to be working, sorry. 22 Little West 12th Street is located on the south side of Little West 12th Street between Washington Street and 9th Avenue within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. The application is to establish a master plan for painted advertising wall signs at the eastern secondary facade. A previous master plan for painted advertising wall signs was approved at this same location in 2012 under Certificate of Appropriateness 130742. This master plan, like similar approvals at that time, was valid for only 3 years and thus expired last year. Additionally, the previous master plan included some limitations on the content of the signs, including that signage content was limited to logos or text only, and painted interpretations of photographs specifically was not allowed, that logos and/or text could not exceed 50% of the area of the sign, and that logos, text, and background could use only one color in addition to black and white. The current proposal is for the same size sign in the same location but with expanded criteria, including that the signage content can include photorealistic images with more colors, that logos and text cannot exceed either 60% or 40% of the sign space depending on the number of colors used, and that the signage can use unlimited palette of colors with the aforementioned limitation of coverage depending on the number of colors. Additionally, the master plan would have an expiration date after 10 years. These changes and criteria are similar to recent approvals for advertising signage found in other historic districts. Also, just note, you'll see a rooftop addition there. That was part of another separate LPC approval that has since been constructed. Stuart Beckerman of Slater and Beckerman will present the proposal in further detail.
It's pretty straightforward, so it can be very brief.
Yeah, very brief.
Okay.
I'm Stuart Beckerman from the law office of Slater and Beckerman. I'm here representing the sign lessee. I mean, I don't have much to add, other than we're asking that, we're asking that for a new master plan, this time incorporating criteria that have been approved for other locations. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Beckerman? Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? There are no speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval, provided that each image is reviewed by commission staff. That is the case for all our master plans. All right, if we don't have any questions, we can close the hearing. Any comments on this? I think we've seen these master plans before. Very straightforward. Okay, Fred?
Matter of 22 Little West 12th Street, in the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is an application to establish a master plan governing the installation of painted wall signs at the eastern facade. I note that the building's style, scale, and materials and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Gansevoort Market Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the painted wall signs are a traditional method of advertising that was historically found in this historic district, typically on plain secondary facades with exposed common brick masonry. That there is a history of painted wall signs on this building, that the proposed master plan will prescribe the placement of the wall sign on the eastern secondary facade, pulled back at least 5 feet from both the edge of the primary facade and the roof, which will be in keeping with the location of painted signs traditionally found on secondary facades on commercial buildings within this historic district, and that the sign will not obscure or cause damage to any significant architectural features of the building, that the size of the sign will not cover more than 20% of the exposed wall area and is modestly scaled on the wall and therefore will not overwhelm the facade, that the limited color palette is consistent with previously approved signage master plans and will give images a graphic quality that recall the images found in historic painted wall signs, that the proposed sign will have a painted border with a simple color palette and will not call undue attention to itself or detract from the character of the streetscape, and that the master plan will be reviewed again after a period of 10 years.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 12 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan docket number 192790. This is 137 Bank Street, the Bell Telephone Laboratories complex, an individual landmark, also known as Westbeth. It's a complex of buildings, including a neoclassical style office and factory building designed by Cyrus L.W. Eidlitz and built in 1896 to 1899 at 455-465 West Street, aka 57-77 Bethune Street, and a neoclassical style building designed by Cyrus L.W. Eidlitz and built in 1899 and altered in 1931 through 34 by Voorhees, Mellon, and Walker for the New York Central Railroad Elevated Freight Railway. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp at the Bethune Street entrance.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danner and Preservation Department staff. The Bell Telephone Laboratory Complex individual landmark is located on one city block facing Bethune, Washington, Bank, and West Street. In July of 2015, a temporary permit was issued for the installation of an existing barrier-free access ramp. This permit has since expired, and the applicants are proposing to make the existing barrier-free access ramp a permanent installation. The applicants are here to present this application. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Neal. I'm the Executive Director of West Beth, and I'm here just briefly to introduce both West Beth and the project before you. West Beth is very much aware of the legacy that it safeguards. If you happen not to know, the building on West Beth is really an agglomeration of many buildings built over many years. We have one building that predates the Civil War. We have another building that was built in the 1920s as the first sound stage ever built. We have another building through which the High Line runs. We are very much aware of that legacy that we are the stewards of. In the 1960s, the building was converted, acquired by West Beth Corporation and converted to its present use. You may have heard of the architect who oversaw that. It's a guy named Richard Meyer. It's his first project, his first major project. I recite this only to emphasize that we are aware of what we have and the need to safeguard it. West Beth has been a success over the last almost 50 years, and so much so that we have a number of tenants who moved in 30, 40, 50 years ago. We have about 750 residential tenants. And the population, as so much is true elsewhere in New York City, is aging, and we are faced with the dilemma of having to accommodate our aging population as we should. Hence, the application today. I will leave further word to our architect. Mr. Stein will speak next, but I do want you to all know that we are aware of our responsibility, our legacy, what we have as a physical asset, and West Beth very much seeks to protect and preserve it. Thank you.
I'll try to be even briefer than Steve. What we have is a ramp, actually technically not a ramp. It's a sloped walking surface with a pitch of under 5% and a stair that has been shoehorned in between the face of the building and the structures around the trees. It required getting a special review and approval from the building department, which has been obtained. And as was mentioned, a temporary approval was granted by the commission. What we're asking for simply is that the approval not require annual renewal and not expire after the 3 years. I would point out, though, that as an installation that was put in as under a temporary approval, none of the historic fabric of the building has been touched. All of the masonry, including the original stone stairs, remain in place under the structure. And the only things that were removed were handrails, which were completely non-code compliant, and they're preserved in storage within the building. So I think rather than going on and talking about the design criteria that we used and all of that, I would simply say that if there are any questions, please ask them. And what we're asking for is simply that the temporary approval be made permanent. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right. Are there any speakers? No speakers. And then Community Board 2 recommends approval as long as it conforms to ADA regulations. So presumably it follows the code requirements, yes? Okay. All right. We can close the hearing.
So moved.
Okay. I think it's appropriate. Okay. Good. Jean?
In the matter of docket 19-2790, 137 Bank Street, Bell Telephone Laboratories Complex, individual landmark. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp at the Bethune Street entrance. I recommend approval, finding that the previously constructed ramp provides an accessible entrance to the Bethune Street entrance, and its installation did not result in loss or damage to any significant architectural features of the building. That the simple design and materiality of the ramp, featuring untinted concrete with black metal cheek walls and railings, is in keeping with the industrial character of the building. That the ramp is modest in length and does not overwhelm or detract from the composition of the building, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The application is approved, and we will break for lunch and be back at 1:15. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, this is item 13 on the agenda. It's an application for a modification of use in bulk, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 190354. This is 62 Greene Street, located within the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District. This is a stylized classical style store building designed by Henry Fernbach and built in 1881 to 82. And the application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for modification of use in bulk pursuant to section 74711 of the zoning resolution.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 62 Greene Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The building is located mid-block on the east side of the street here, between Spring and Broome Streets. This application is being filed for a modification of use with City Planning. This application is only for a change in use, which the attorney for the applicant will explain. Along with the MOU, the applicant is filing for restorative work at the front and rear facades and roof. Restorative campaigns were undertaken in the early 2000s, and this work takes off from that point. The ground floor infill matches the configuration shown in early 20th century photographs and is either original or early historic alterations except for the northernmost bay, which is this bay over here on the left, which is known to have been previously replaced with an LPC permit. The applicant is planning to restore these bays, maintaining the existing composition and replacing damaged units as needed. The windows at the upper floors are a mix of historic and replacement windows. The applicant has documented that the historic windows are severely deteriorated and is proposing to replace the historic and replacement windows, as well as some plywood infill, which is located in this upper corner here, with new sashes matching the historic sashes. The metal facade will also be repaired where required and repainted. The applicant will be providing documentation of of a finish analysis. However, it appears that the cast iron may have been stripped at some point. So if there's no evidence of the historic finish, they will propose a color in keeping with buildings of this type, style, and age. Otherwise, it will be repainted to match the historic. Throughout the front, rear facades, and roof, the applicant will be doing needed maintenance repairs, including cleaning, repointing, patching, replacing damaged masonry units, and repairing the remaining fire shutters and pintles. The project team is here to further explain their proposal and answer your questions.
Thank you, Emma.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Ariel Holzer. I'm an attorney for Goldman Harris, and we represent the applicant. This application is being made in connection with an application for a special permit pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution to modify use regulations allowing Use Group 6 commercial use on the ground floor and cellar, and Use Group 2 residential use on floors 2 through 5. There is no request for a change in bulk. While the owner has maintained the building in relatively good condition, the owner has committed to making substantial and significant improvements to restore and maintain the building's historic conditions and features. Such improvements include improvements and restoration of both the building's facades, cast iron and masonry features, replacement of the windows, restoration of the storefront, repair of the roof metal structures, railing and stair bulkhead, restoration and cleaning of sidewalk iron plate and stone flags, restoration of the masonry party walls, and cleaning of the rear yard. We respectfully request that the Commission issue a report supporting the request for a modification use. I'm available for any questions in terms of the legal side that the Commission may have.
Okay, are there any questions?
Otherwise, I will turn it over to my architects to explain the proposal in more detail.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Gustavo Luxinger from Bone Levine Architects. Joe Levine is here as well from Bone Levine Architects. As explained by Emma and by Ariel, we're here for a modification of use. I'm going to give you a quick walkthrough of the existing conditions of the building and what the proposed work entails. The building was built on 1872, is one of 9 buildings by Henry Fernbach in the block. Here's a block elevation showing the building here in the center between Broome and Spring Street. The present condition of the building in the front facade, as Emma said, these will be the original windows. This one right here is being blocked with plywood. These were replaced in kind, and these 2 columns of windows were brought in presumably when the fire escape was retrofitted in the building, and they're opening protectives, they're fire-rated windows. And the storefronts, essentially these first 5 infills are original, and this one was replaced last year to address a notice of violation from landmarks. Essentially, the current state of the facade is characterized by rusting of the paint, peeling over the cast iron. There are no missing historic components on the cast iron facade. The top sheet metal pediment and cornice is in fair condition. It needs repainting. The connections of the fire escape to the cast iron facade are rusted and need maintenance, and the fire escape as a whole needs also repainting and maintenance. And there will be a comprehensive restoration of the storefront as well, releveling doors, changing hardware, restoring paint and glazing. The sidewalk is essentially cleaning of the stone flags, recalking, and repainting the diamond plate to match the existing. The rear facade, it's in great state of disrepair. The masonry wall, the face rig is delaminating, and the mortar joints are soft and crumbling. So there will be an overall and comprehensive 100% face rig reconstruction and repointing. The windows are pretty much as you can see. There were 2 identical windows here, which were replaced for fire rating requirements. Those, lead to the egress stair of the building. And more recently, these row of windows were also replaced with insulated glass units. The other windows have been replaced haphazardly, and we essentially intend to unify those windows, matching the ones on the top. The setback skylight was replaced on 2008. It's in fair condition, and the rear facade is, the rear yard is, pretty much needs cleaning, some masonry wall reconstruction, and some abandoned AC equipment needs to be removed as well. So here's a summary of the proposed work. Please disregard the color coding. It's just essentially just to identify the type of work that's proposed. Yellow being the cast iron facade and appurtenance being restored. High-level comprehensive restoration. The field red is the windows that are being replaced. The approach is to unify the windows to match the 2/2 historic configuration. The outline red is the storefronts being comprehensively restored. When we go to the non-visible rear facade, we're essentially also performing a comprehensive masonry restoration and appurtenance, including the bluestone lintel and seals, including the pintils that used to hold the shutter hinges in place. At the bottom over here, we intend to replace that with a full height unit that fills that transom, and cleaning that rear yard area, as well as reconstructing the party walls. It's going to go through very briefly and to point out the existing conditions. On the left side, you see the sheet metal pediment and the cornice. It's in fair condition. It needs repainting and cleaning. Some of the typical cast iron present conditions involve rusting at the north bay. There's some, delamination of the paint, and we intend to leave the ledges and investigate what's going on with the water tables and essentially perform a comprehensive restoration. Some other typical conditions here, some splitting of cast iron components due to water infiltration. The fire escape rusting areas. The original windows on the fourth and fifth floor essentially collapsed in some of the areas. There's not really enough material that we can find that warrants restoring those windows. Here are the windows that lead to the fire escape. They're essentially just calamine windows that are in pretty bad shape. They're leaky, don't perform well. The back facade, here are some signs of old coatings that were left in place. The state of delamination of the face rig and the mortar joints essentially needing some attention. These are the shutters that will be restored. Some of the abandoned in place AC systems, some of the haphazardly installed air intakes and whatnot. The rear yard conditions show the AC systems that are abandoned in place, which will be removed. Here are typical pinto that will be restored, and the fire shutters also being restored. This is the condition of the rear yard. The basin needs cleaning. This is the collapsing party wall. This is the window leading to the rear yard that will be replaced with a full height unit. The roofing is essentially in fair condition. We will bring the manufacturing company with a warranty to look at some splitting seams and some perforations on the roof, but it's in pretty much good shape. The overall scope of work for restoration of the of roof components will be the iron work, the steel, the dunnage, and the handrails, spray painted. And the sidewalk is in fair condition as well. As mentioned before, we will clean the stone flags, recaulk the joints, scrape, clean, and repaint the diamond plate to match the existing. Here's just a summary of what I just went through. So existing condition on this side, we're essentially proposing to unify the windows, and that's the outcome result of saying. On the back facade, again, it's the existing condition on the left side, the proposed condition on the right side. What we propose at the roof, we're highlighting the dunnage and the handrails being maintained, and some areas of concern where seams and perforations exist around the bulkhead mostly. These are just typical details of, the stone window lintel repairs, the typical face brick reconstruction. We're proposing two kinds, the typical face brick and then one with a through header. Some of the stone seal reconstruction and replacement details, stone patching, and just the typical detail of what the cast iron.
Right, so the package of sort of restoration work that they're doing is being approved at staff level. But it's a part of the preservation purpose, which is the finding for the 74-711. Okay.
This is the overall approach of the windows in the front facade. We're just unifying the typical window. This is a condition assessment done of the original windows.
Would you like does the commission want the applicant to go through all this package? Okay, why don't we take some questions? Are there any?
I have a few.
Yes.
On page 8, photo 4, on that modillion, there's a missing button. There are several missing, it appears there are missing capital elements. Can we assume that all these are going to be replaced in cast iron? I mean, they're shown on the photographs as missing, they're shown on the drawings as actually being extant. I just want to be sure that anything that's being replaced is being replaced in cast iron. Okay. The other question I have, there are a couple of images of the washes, the cast iron washes, that are extremely corroded. Have you done any probes to assure yourselves that the backup iron is not corroded?
We intend to do that during the...
Oh, okay.
We intend to do that during the course of the... So
Beautiful.
we'll open up some water tables that are the most suspect.
Yeah.
They're mostly level, but
Okay.
we'll open them up and want to know at that time.
Thank you. Excellent.
Are there any other questions? We'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. While reviewing this application, HDC noted typical decay on cast iron in areas that have been neglected because of the fire escape, which obstructed proper maintenance and subsequently led to water infiltration in these areas. We feel strongly that this deterioration should be holistically remedied as part of the 74-711, and also that the applicant consider investigating the presence and possible restoration of vault lights on the ground floor. Regarding the rear facade, retaining a few 6/6 original wooden windows is futile if the rest of the windows will be replaced with the less durable 1/1 aluminum. And we feel that these windows, while on a secondary facade, should match the originals in material and configuration. This solution is more in the scope of what constitutes a first-class restoration in exchange for the change of use. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other speakers on this item? There are no other speakers. Community Board 2 recommends, well, they waive their right to review. Do you want to speak on the issue of the vault lights? Is that something that's a part of what you've been pursuing, or?
Yes, we were able to visually identify a remaining one, which is at the point where the hatch, the sidewalk hatch exists, which is over here, right here. That's that light there, which will be over here. We were able to identify from below. The remaining bays, I think they don't exist there anymore because there was a comprehensive sidewalk repair program that took place.
It's just a step, it's not a hole.
All right, it's just the step over here.
So
it's not, we went underneath with the applicant and we walked the entire length of it. You can see the new decking everywhere else. It's all the remaining step. But to reveal that, it would be in conjunction with the other modern infill around it.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant, their team? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? So again, just to clarify, so this application is just the 74-711. I think we've often seen 74-711s along with Cs of A, but this is not one of those. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. Comments?
I mean, so the real question here is there enough preservation
Purpose
happening here to warrant the change of use or to trade the change of use? It seems like there is. I mean, a lot of this, well, all of it will be approved by staff, but it's a big package, it seems.
I agree. I think it's a good package, and it's both the front facade as well as the rear, and even if the rear is not going back to, I think, some of the window configuration, it's still hard to say that overall the package does not meet the preservation purpose. And they will also have the continuing maintenance plan and program, which is required under the 74-711 and is an agreement that is between the owner of the building and the commission.
It's one of the more unusual ones in that I've seen anyway, in that it didn't involve a bulk increase.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes, John.
In the matter of docket number 19-0354, 62 Greene Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The application is a request for LPC to issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of use in bulk pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the restorative work to be approved pursuant to LPC docket number 19-0785, including repairing deteriorated masonry and metalwork, repointing masonry, repainting metal and wood elements, replacing deteriorated and missing windows, and cleaning, will return the building closer to its historic appearance, that the restorative work will reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building and the historic district, that the restorative work will bring the building up to a sound, first-class condition and aid in its long-term preservation, that the implementation of a cyclical maintenance plan will ensure the continued maintenance of the building in a sound, first-class condition, and that the owners of the designated building have committed themselves to establish a cyclical maintenance plan that will be legally enforceable by the Landmarks Preservation Commission under the provisions of a restrictive declaration which will bind all heirs, successors, and assigns, and which will be recorded at the New York County Registrar's Office.
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, item 14 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 19-0398. This is 114-116 Greene Street, a.k.a. 114-120 Greene Street, Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a stylized classical style building designed by Henry Fernbach and built in 1881 to 82, and the application is to install a blade sign and flagpole.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Service, Preservation Staff. 114-116 Greene Street is located mid-block between Spring Street and Prince Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The building is 10 bays wide and reads as 2 buildings. The tenant is currently utilizing 2 flagpoles at the southernmost storefront, and this application is to install a bracket sign at the northernmost storefront. The utilization of existing flag poles precludes staff from issuing a permit for the installation of this signage. The applicants are here to take you through the proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Sterling Plennert with Callison Artigale. We're the architects for this project. So a little history. Louis Vuitton opened in 2006 on the southern part of this building. 4 years ago, they took over an adjacent property, and then 2 years ago, the final piece of the property to take this entire two-building complex over. At that point, the facade had 4 flags, 2 banners, a bracket sign, as well as exterior lighting on the flags. In the time since we've taken over, we've reduced that down to what is currently 2 existing flagpoles, and there's 1 bracket, which is currently not in use. What we're asking to do is take the existing bracket off, which is on the right-hand side of the bay just to the north of the double column there, and shift it to the left-hand side of that same window frame next to the door that's going to be an entrance, and use it for a bracket sign. The bracket sign will be of the standards set forth by landmarks.
Okay. Are there any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. All right, if there's no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, I think the addition of the sign is appropriate. If you look at this particular frontage, it's actually fairly large, and it's almost like 2 buildings. So even though we have allowed, or were grandfathered, I think we allowed one of the flags, I think this particular addition, which is just one discrete blade sign, doesn't seem to overwhelm its historic character. Okay. Adi?
Yes. In the matter of 116 Greene Street, the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, a stylized classical style building designed by Henry Fernbach and built in 1881-82. The application is to install a blade sign and flagpole. I noted that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, and further note that there are 2 existing flagpoles on the building which this tenant is utilizing, which precludes the approval of this bracket sign at staff level pursuant to LPC rules. I recommend approval, finding that the ground floor reads as 2 storefronts due to the presence of a central cast iron pier, and that the proposed bracket sign will be the only projecting signage on the northernmost storefront. That the bracket sign will be attached to the building at a window frame and will not damage the decorative cast iron piers. That the bracket sign, consisting of a metal panel with a black painted finish and a metal applied logo, is in keeping with the types of signage found elsewhere in the district. That given the large size of the building, which reads as a pair of buildings, the cumulative amount of signage will not overwhelm the facade, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, next item on the agenda is item 15. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough Manhattan, docket number 184426, 16 West 9th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a row house originally designed as an Italian age-style house by Isaac Greene Pearson and built in 1859 and later altered in the early 20th century. The application is to install an areaway fence, gate, planters, and trash enclosure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application is for work of the sidewalk at 16 West 9th Street, which is located on the south side of West 9th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This application is to install bluestone paving and a black painted metal fence on a concrete curbing to create an areaway in front of the building, which features a basement entrance. And I'm just going to go through this really quickly to show you the existing and the proposed. And if you have any specific questions, the applicant is here to answer them for you. This is an example of all of the conditions on the block and the conditions here again. So I'll bring it back to here. And if you have any questions, they're here to answer them for you.
Are there any questions for Abby or the applicants?
The bluestone exists? Sorry, about the bluestone, where?
No, concrete currently exists, and they're proposing to install bluestone paving in the areaway, but not at the sidewalk level.
Okay. We have one speaker, Mark Larrabee.
Larissy.
Sorry, Larissy.
Oh,
You'll be given 3 minutes.
yeah, we own the brownstone next door at 18 West 9th Street, and my neighbor, Peter Hollier, owns number 20, and we asked the people who own number 16 to delete the black metal garbage bin. The plans indicate that's been accomplished, so we have a happy resolution there, and we support the whole program at this point.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends denial. The areaway is not depressed below sidewalk level and therefore not properly historical. And then they talked about the rubbish bin enclosure, but I think that's been already addressed. Okay, do we have any other questions or would like the applicants to respond to anything? Okay, so, yes.
Silly, but, so the little lip that the rail is, that the fence is in, so it's level in section on both sides, it's same elevation, so there's no depression at all, it's not depressed at all. And the reason for the little lip?
Sure. Jason Gold from Richard Lewis Architect. The reason for the curb is that that's a typical detail in other similar areaways on the block. Although there's no single typical condition on the block, it's quite a mixture of different styles.
Yeah, if you look at the photographs, some of them have it, some of them
and
don't. Page 10.
And some are taller.
It's also helpful when they're solving the sidewalks to have where the
Mhm.
iron enters the curb
Yeah.
be elevated so it doesn't get
Rust.
So it doesn't get what?
Corroded.
Yeah. Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah, rust out.
All right, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Okay, it seems that this fence is within the area was actually appropriate. If you look at the block, you have similar conditions. Okay, and also ring bluestone would be a nice touch. Okay, yes, Diana. Thank you.
The matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, number 184426, 16 West 9th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. Application is to install an areaway fence, a gate, planters, and trash enclosure. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or conceal any significant architectural features of the building or site. That the presence of a simply designed fence will be compatible with the early 20th century alterations to the front facade. That the proposed placement, materials, finishes, and height of the proposed fence, paving, and curb, aligning with a nearby stoop and areaway fencing and curbing, will be typical of similar installations found throughout the streetscape and at other buildings of this type and age within this historic district. And that the simple design of the fence and curb will help to identify the installation as a modern installation, while also helping it to remain a secondary presence in relation to the building and streetscape.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda, item 16, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 192806. This is 97-99 7th Avenue South, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. It's an Art Deco-style garage building built in 1919. The application is to install storefront infill, awnings, lighting, and signage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Rusiello, Preservation Staff. The item before you is 9799 7th Avenue South in Greenwich Village Historic District. The former garage building is located on the east side of 7th Avenue, just south of Christopher Street Park.
The application is to install storefront infill, awnings, and signage panel. Lighting is being reviewed at a staff level. Project architect Yakov Sarge is here to answer further questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Yakov Sarge. I'm the architect of the record for this project. We would like to present several items here that we need your approval on. The one being the sign, the boucherie sign that you see in the center of the facade. That sign actually is going to be placed over a historic garage sign, which is a mosaic tile sign. You can see that sign located on page 4 of LPC. This is a part of a historical fabric that in our proposal we are placing our sign over the existing sign. This, the fashion in which we're going to do so is that we are going to create a steel subframe that is going to receive a new sign, similar in appearance and texture. We're going to use a marble tiles with a different color that is going to be adhered on a cement board, which is going to be attached mechanically into the joints in between the bricks, so it does not damage the fabric of the sign itself and the adjacent, soldier and brick ornamentation around. The second item for which we need your approval is a full length of the awning that we are proposing in order to cover our existing sidewalk. Okay, so the full length versus just having the awning in the storefront infill. We do have the existing sidewalk cafe that is approved and that it's present right now, and we would ask respectfully that Commission considers the full-length awning just for the sake of having a protection against the elements, rain and sun, just to better utilize the existing sidewalk cafe. The third item is that the infill itself. While the infill, we are proposing 3 infills in an existing opening. We are not changing dimensionally the existing openings. The infill itself is slightly different from what you would encounter in a typical garage doors, because we are not garage. We are, after all, trying to become a restaurant. So the top section of the door is arched, and it arches throughout the full section of the infill. It's not that every swing is arched, but the full section of the doors is pretty much arched. And these are the 3 items that we need Commissioners' approval on.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, it also appears that you're changing, there's like a circular pattern on either side of the sign that shows in the existing. There's a picture of the existing. You see how there's a circular pattern around the diamond?
Yes, this is the original historical sign that was present since the building was built. We are not doing anything with this sign. This sign is present.
I'm not talking about
Yes.
the garage sign. I understand you're going over that.
Correct.
You see the detail that's around the, I assume it's concrete, but around that diamond, it's
Like a
circular.
square.
And then in your presentation, it's now square.
The bigger diamond, let's go look at the.
Oh, is that a mistake, or are you planning to change it?
I am not really.
Is it the-
It's really clear that it's different. See?
No, all the ornaments covering that.
Yeah.
But what was it?
Go back to the other page.
Definitely
What, the
changed.
diamond is,
This.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, John.
Two are
So-
hidden, the bottom 2 are hidden.
It's we are not touching that whatsoever.
but it's just, Yeah.
It looks like it's actually changed. That's why I was trying to determine if you're just covering it.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to show you a detail how we.
So it's under the awning, is
It's under the awning.
Okay, so the awning, this large awning is going to be attached through the wall itself, through the masonry joints
Okay,
with
so
the
it's
fish
just
plates
covering
and feathered rods, so that we are going to go right above the soldier course. So this brick here represents the existing soldier course that we are not going to interfere with. This is like a part of the ornamentation of the existing facade. And you're going to see that here on the rendering on the first page, and the better you're going to see here in the, yes. So this is the existing soldier coursing right here that we are not interfering with when we are touching.
It just looks so
there is
rounded that it
three like courses of the brick between the boucherie sign or the historic garage sign and the ornamentation underneath and the soldier course right there. And we are planning to install the awning right in that space so that we can utilize this type of approach so that we can, go right underneath the ornamentation under the existing sign and right above the soldier course and go through the wall into the masonry joints so that we don't affect the historical fabric.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for now? We have some speakers. Sarah Bean Appman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sarah Bean Appman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP has issue with a couple of the components of the proposal at this location. 97 to 99 7th Avenue South is an excellent example of a building which has enjoyed a variety of uses over its nearly 100 years as part of Greenwich Village. Located prominently on the then newly extended 7th Avenue, it began as a garage when the automobile was starting to leave its indelible mark on the urban landscape. During the 1930s, this building was home to the Nut Club, a tourist nightclub that played up its village location and featured zany acts, including cockroach races. In 1958, it became the Sheridan Square Playhouse, the long-running off-Broadway theater, and eventually housed the Circle Repertory Company through the 1990s. And through all of those uses, it has maintained its original austere Art Deco vocabulary and amazingly the original garage mosaic sign. And while we appreciate the applicant's proposed plaque honoring part of the building's history, we don't think that another part of the building's history and a part of its original ornament should be obscured. Therefore, the garage mosaic should be left uncovered. We also recommend the arched glazing at the French doors should be straight, which would be more in keeping with the exterior architectural elements and vocabulary. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council.
HDC prefers that the original decorative tile work that reads garage be left exposed.
As there is no need to conceal original features. Alternatively, the name of the business can be printed on the sign
instead of on the building itself. Thanks.
Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, the community board. Recommends, excuse me. Yes, one, I know, I had it here somewhere. I'll find it. What is it? In the meantime, okay, I'll figure that out in a few seconds. But we did receive 2 letters also in opposition. And do we have any other questions? I'm looking for the community board. You're all waiting for me. All right. So the community board recommends approval of lighting fixtures and plaque, but denial of covering the sign, awning, and door design. Okay. All right. Do we have other questions for the applicant? All right. You can close the hearing. All right, I don't have an issue with them putting a plaque over the garage sign, and because I think, that's the historic sign. Interestingly, at some point, this establishment was called Garage, and I think it sort of actually spoke to the establishment. The problem, one of the sort of issues is that if you don't provide the sign over here, where would you provide the sign? And if you're talking about awnings provide signs for a good portion of the year, but not for the entire portion of the year. So they're not proposing any signage except the one sign, and on the awnings where otherwise would be rolling up, and in fact, it'll just then be one sign. So since it's reversible, it's not going to actually take away any of the historic fabric. Yes, it will obscure it, but I think given those factors, and they're not adding any additional signage, I think this would be appropriate. Okay.
Can we talk about the plaque?
Yes. Okay.
The plaque.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. We're talking about the plaque.
No, I thought you were talking about the garage sign.
Yes, that's what, yes. It's covered by a plaque.
There's a
Covered by sign.
plaque, there's a plaque,
The
the
plaque-
historic sign.
No, not this.
What do we,
There's another sign,
there's another sign. Where's the plaque?
the history, this.
Historic.
Oh, this one, okay. Now, where is that? Oh, this over here.
And let me just set it up, because
Yeah,
I
okay.
think, I know that plaques can be controversial, and if every building had a plaque on it, many buildings have interesting histories, that would be too many plaques. But my own tendency is to think that when I see a plaque, I usually stop and read it. And yes, you can get the history if you want, and dig it out of different books or online or anything. But I don't know, when you're walking and I rather like plaques until we see more of them, and there are too many of them. I just think it's great to see a plaque. Now, whether it should, as testimony was suggesting, include more of the history of the building, I think maybe we should think about that. But this is an important piece of the history. So anyway, those are my thoughts, but others may have other thoughts.
Okay, other thoughts? Oh, just clarify that. Slight digression. So just a clarification, but okay, any other comments? Yes.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of covering up the garage sign. I think that there are other places to put signage. I think you could put them in the doors, which are 12 feet tall. They don't have to be, they could have a transom and then the signage in the doors. They could be on the panels to the left and right. I think that a lot of the character of the building is in that signage, and the examples that I can recall of similar things, I think it's okay to cover the signage when it's like a religious institution that's being used for a non-religious use or something like that. But I think that tension between the sign, which I think is an integral decorative element of the building, I don't think it's just
I just walk up and down, walk up and down 7th Avenue, and you have these old small buildings, and they all have these central signs over there. So I think no, but there are a lot of them are modern signs.
But I think that they're integral to the historic quality.
Right, but they represent a whole series of different establishments that are actually in the building. So if you look at the photographs, that's why I think you could have it, a garage is a little complicated.
If I could offer up two examples that I can think of in historic districts. The Long Island Historical Society, one of the great buildings of our city, by the way, now known as the Brooklyn Historical Society, has a sign way up at the top, Long Island Historical Society. In 1980 and 1983, when it changed its name, the commission said, but don't change that name.
Right.
So it's still up there. And everybody knows what it is, because it's another sign down lower. Secondly, a project that we did many years ago, 830 something or other, Fifth Avenue. It was a building owned by the Temple Emmanuel, and it was sold to develop for very expensive condominiums, and it had a big sign across the door, "Love thy neighbor." And of course, the developers wanted to eliminate that sign from these potentially greedy and wealthy owners of the condominiums. But no, the commission said, no, let's leave the sign up. So those very same wealthy people have to walk under the sign that says, "Love thy neighbor," every time as they're coming home from...
The one I think about as a kind of negative example, and I know that the commission approved it, but I think it was I was not a fan of that. It was the bank on 96th in Amsterdam. Beautiful, beautiful bank that now has like CVS signs stuck over the text of the bank. It's just so sad. I mean, I think that when they're built into the architecture like this is, and when it's really one of the main decorative elements of the facade, I think that I'd be much more open to finding other ways to accommodate their signage needs than that. I also think that the continuity of the canopy harms again, it kind of cuts the top of the building off from what's below it. I think that the individual canopies are better in kind of allowing you to recall the garage use of the building without in any way impeding the functionality. There's been a restaurant there for tons of years. People generally don't eat outside when it's raining. So. And I think that there could be maybe solutions that would allow for the reading of the garage doors. I have no problem with the plaque.
Okay, yeah, I came in then, Michael, please.
On page 2 of their presentation, it shows the previous use, and they have the garage sign there. Do they have the sign underneath?
The name of the
And they
establishment.
have the name of the establishment?
The garage.
Which is garage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, but
The upper one. And upper right.
Right, they have a transom, and it's
And they have,
transom.
they have signage all over the one.
I understand that. I think if the commission wants that sign to remain, that's fine, and I think...
Not just saying traditionally, it seems to have remained. And it's one.
Yeah, it's been there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It hasn't been covered.
And the other, this isn't a big building with a lot of, opportunity to have a sign at the top and then a sign in another place. This is a very small area. And I think it would, if, let's say hypothetically, we exposed garage, what are the options? Then they would have to put boucherie on both sides. They're running a business, and they are respecting the integrity of the building. They're covering it, they're preserving it.
And it's reversible.
And it's reversible. I think they did a nice job.
I think they could very easily move the boucherie sign, that label down onto the front edge of the awning where it would have more impact rather than the two boucheries that are the same color as all of the other lettering on the awning. And it would have more impact. It's closer to the sidewalk level where people are much more likely to see it.
I don't agree to that, but I just see it, if you look at the sort of vocabulary of signs along 7th Avenue and these smaller buildings, these are the locations where you have the signs. So part of, I think, the character of this, besides these smaller buildings, I think in terms of the awning and the extent of it, the sidewalk cafes are a great part of it. I live there, they're nice. It's nice to have them covered. I think that the frontage is sort of longer than some of these others, but maybe if they expose the piers at the ends, I think that would be okay. But I do raise the issue of adding another sign, where to put the sign, and if the sign is going to detract from the garage sign. So,
this
I actually think
modeled after the Morandi, which is 3 blocks up, 2
Right.
blocks up, and Morandi's the only name happens on the awning 3 times.
all right. So what am I hearing? Okay, let me just ask, who are okay with the sign as is?
Keeping this, or which sign?
Covering garage with
No.
No, what they're proposing. I'm okay with it. All right, okay, so the rest of the commissioners are not? Okay, all right. The awning? All right. What else was there? What was the plaque? The windows? All right, so I guess the question is, and just on the issue about Morandi, it's true, different establishments may do it. I think it's odd if you look at some of the pictures of this building with their awnings retracted, there is no signage. So I think they have to find a place for a sign, or probably would want to find a place.
In fairness, they got their fascia, but they're using a sign. And that fascia will always and forever be visible.
Even when it's retracted?
Even retracted.
Okay, because some of these pictures show that it's rolled up.
I mean, they're not, that front plaque.
That front piece will always be there, even when it's retracted.
Okay, yes, you want to say something? Yes, okay, we'll reopen because this is... Yeah, very quickly, just respond and we can move on.
Thank you for giving me a word. I really appreciate what you said before, and I'm the one who is opening the restaurant. I don't, in this business, I don't have partners, I don't have investors, it's only me. I literally pour my life into this project. For 20 years, there was a restaurant there, which was called Garage, and we just cannot continue with that huge sign on us describing us the previous restaurant. We are literally paying $45,000 rent a month there, and we need to build our own identity there, just like everybody else around. So it's of huge, huge importance that we don't interfere with the previous business there. It was a garage there, I agree, and I truly appreciate the historic value of the building, and we do everything to preserve it. But we, as a business, to sustain there, we need to have our own identity, and I believe that our proposal provides guarantees for the historical sign, for the facade, for everything.
Okay. Is that a flagpole? What is that pole that's coming out of there?
That's a banner.
It's a banner, and it's a banner that's...
That's existing, the
I
pole is there.
understand, though, I'm just saying, it's a banner post and can have a banner.
We don't intend to do anything.
And what about putting a banner on it that says Boucherie? That flutters in front of the word garage and obscures it on any given windy day.
We don't want to do that. We don't want to put a flag there. There is the pool there, which exists I don't know how long. We are not touching it. It stays there, but we do not intend to put a flag or a banner.
All right, thank you. We'll close the hearing.
I can now support covering the name garage. I get it. There was a long time a business there, name the garage. There's a new business there, not name the garage. It could be confusing for him and for the other former, and since this is reversible, only because it's reversible, would I accept this now. So, I mean, I'm still maybe only 3, but.
I agree. I mean, I think in the restaurant business in New York, it is extremely important to be able to differentiate yourself. And when, there is this whole folklore about restaurants that go out of business, and once they leave, you don't want their brand or image to follow you, and this, I think, would do that. And I just pulled Morandi up, and it's a different kind of building. It's a post-war building. There is no place to put a sign. That's why their banner is their sign. So I really don't think it's a fair comparison to this. So I really I'm very supportive of this.
Okay, I'm polling once again. Any changes of mine?
But you still don't have the votes.
Will you support what they're proposing, the Boucherie sign? Okay, so we're 5, but it seems others are not coming along. We're going to hold them up for this reason. It's reversible. It's one sign. Okay, well, all right, so the commission is not willing to give you the sign. So we can approve the other aspects. And if you come up with a sort of new sign, then we can bring it back to the commission. Okay. Will the president do this?
I don't know whether, I was going to say, they haven't applied for the use of a banner, and they said they didn't want to do a banner, but I was wondering if we could include permission for them to have a banner, so anyway.
Yes, they could, at staff level,
need it,
utilize the existing flagpole. They can hang it without a permit from us.
That's grandfather.
No, they could apply, yes, at staff level.
All right, so I've forgotten who's reading this. Oh, it was Kim. Okay.
And I'm in the one. Okay. 7th Avenue South, 900. Okay.
So just eliminate that one right there, the last one. And then that's fine. Then the plan needed for the proposal.
You taking this out?
No, keep that there. This one's approval with modifications, finding. All of these are fine, except for that last one you're taking out. That one's fine. However, if you want to start.
Okay. In the matter of 97 to 99 7th Avenue South, Greenwich Village Historic District, an Art Deco style garage building built 1919. Application is to install storefront infill, awnings, lighting, and signage. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I further note that the lighting is being reviewed at a staff level. I further note that 7th Avenue South is lined with buildings of various types, sizes, and shapes with a variety of storefronts and styles and designs that contribute to the commercial context of the streetscape and the historic district. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the replacement of the modern storefront infill will not eliminate any significant historic fabric, that the proposed full-height French door assemblies featuring segmented arch-headed framing, paneled bases, and profiled wood framing will be consistent with the commercial character of 7th Avenue South, that although the proposed awnings will be installed higher than the current awnings at the top of the openings, the decorative brickwork panels above will remain unobscured. However, I find that the proposed awnings, which stretch the entire length of the building.
Sorry, not that. I was mistaken. So that's sorry, it's hard.
Okay.
So we're not doing that.
Okay.
The signage is a significant feature, therefore it should not be.
However, I find that the signage is, the existing signage garage is a significant feature that should not be obscured and should remain. Therefore, I recommend that the awnings are approved and the signage is not approved.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 17 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, docket number 192876. This is 34 West 21st Street, located within the Ladies Mile Historic District. This is a garage built circa 1950. The application is to demolish the garage and construct a new building.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application is to construct a new building right here, a new 6-story building with a penthouse featuring a limestone and brick facade with metal double-hung windows and spandrels on the empty lot at 34 West 21st Street, which is located on the south side of West 21st between 5th and 6th Avenues in the Ladies Mile Historic District. Now, the proposal for the new building is very similar to what was approved by the Commission in 2007 and subsequent amendments. The permit and the approvals have since expired. Therefore, the applicants are requesting a new approval for the construction of the new building. The applicant is here to discuss the details of the proposal.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Cruz. I'm from Carl Fisher Architect. So basically, we have a 6-story building with a penthouse. We basically tried to relate to the historic Ladies Mile District. We also try to relate to the building to the left-hand side next door to line up the floor plates and also to match the materials of the adjacent building. So the materials on the facade will be limestone and black painted metal. Let me forward. These are a couple of historic photos, what existed before. So down in the ground level, there's an entrance on the left-hand side to the building. It's a 6-story plus penthouse single-family residence. So there's one door, which is an entrance. The 2 doors to the right are a garage. And we basically try to relate to the other storefronts within the district for that portion. Then we have a small cornice, and the building just goes up. Here is another view. And then on the side of the building, we try to match the brick of the adjacent building to the left as well. It's kind of an orangish brick. What is it? Oh, got it. Yeah. So it's this orange here. Okay, so here on the left, we have our front facade. On the right, we have our rear facade. So you can see how everything sort of aligns towards the building to the left on the front facade. Then we have a blow-up here of the entrance to the front facade. So we have some louvers over clear glass doors with panels on the bottom which kind of resemble a bulkhead, which is generally what's going on in the neighborhood. And I think, we have some basic details just, to show exactly how it's made, but I think that's sufficient to explain. This is also a drawing of the rear facade in context with the adjacent buildings. So the one that's labeled 34 West 21st Street is our building. On the left is a blow-up of it, on the right is a reduced version of it. This is our side elevation. The larger building is the building that was to our left, and in front of that is our building, and the smaller grayed-out building is what's blocking us. Most of the side elevation will not be visible, though, only on a certain angle, maybe just a piece of it. Section through what's going on in the building. Like I said, it was a single-family residence. And then we have floor plans. I don't know what else I need to show. If you have any questions, let me know.
Commissioners, I just want, to note that the garage was already been demolished as part of the previous application. When this came forward several years ago and approved, the garage was demolished, so now it's a vacant lot and there is a fence just at the property line.
Okay, are there, yes?
I think we go back to the rendering of the building in the front. That's great. I just was wondering about your choice to kind of continue both the limestone and the rustication above the cornice line. Is that something that you have noticed as a kind of feature of the district or something? Because my recollection of the district is usually what happens at the bottom is kind of different from what happens above the bottom. And it looks like you're kind of doing the same thing below and above.
Right. I don't think all of the buildings have something different going on top that is drastic as what's going on to the building on the left. So we were just trying to fit in with the ladies' mile district, not necessarily exactly, replicate what's going on with the building next door. So, but try to, work with the floor plates and the window sizes and things like that to kind of work with the building, but not exactly do with exactly what's going on with it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Christabel Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. This is an unusual item, which is a sort of dumb witness to the evolution of social conventions in New York. At the time when this part of the district was built, acres of luxurious residences were shunning streets that were becoming commercial, and it would have caused consternation for a prominent family to make their home on top of a stable or a garage. And I just would like to emphasize that when we reviewed the drawings, the garage on the ground floor illustrated with a car in it, those doors are garage doors, and there's a curb cut. Okay, for a prominent family to make their home on top of a stable or garage, a space reserved for chauffeurs or stable boys or bales of hay, or to wedge their tall new dwelling in between shops and stores, well, it would have been quite unusual. Apart from any reference to social history, a ground floor private garage with its curb cut taking up most of the frontage on a narrow lot in Ladies' Mile is certainly an anomaly in visual terms. Equally, a commercial space, as shown on the plans, with no separate entrance or presence on the street, would present an enigma to those often invoked ladies who used to shop here and now do so again. Seemingly conceived as an investment project, as you can see a curbed report about it entitled Bonker's New Flatiron McMansion will have 2 hot tubs. The architectural program here is at war with the norms of other designated facades in the district. Extensive revision at the ground floor is called for if this project is to meet any kind of appropriateness standard.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. While HDC found the proposed design to blend into the background, we were disappointed about the lack of some semblance of a ground floor storefront. First, having a storefront would help this building better conceal its unusual identity as a single-family mansion on a street and district characterized by store and loft buildings with ground floor retail. HDC feels strongly about this, as single-family homes are unprecedented in Ladies' Mile, and the presence of a ground floor drive-in garage is inappropriate. Further, it seems that the purported commercial space will actually be a private, as it is located in the rear of the building, has no street presence, and they would need a commercial zoning to extend that far into the rear yard. We asked the LPC to explore what this space actually is and to think about the storefront issue HDC has raised. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers here? All right. Community Board 5 recommends approval. Do we have questions for the applicant? Any questions? Yes.
Is there a curb cut now, and is it aligning with the proposed garage door?
There is currently a curb cut. I think the applicant will further explain that.
Should you repeat that again?
Is there a curb cut now, and does it align with the proposed garage?
Yes, it does. It's a it's a curb cut. It's been there for a long time. It was a garage originally, so it's the same curb cut that's always been there.
Just check. Thanks.
So in other words, it's the full width of the building, not the width of the current garage. What? The existing?
Well, no, the garage is 2.
I know, I'm asking about the curb cut. The curb cut probably is the full width of the building, not the width of the garage doors.
I can check. It's right there.
Okay.
On the top right-hand side, yes, it's pretty much the full length of the building.
Right.
Not exactly, but almost.
Okay,
We're
are
not
there,
changing the length of it, it's the same.
Right, but just to answer the Commissioner's question, it does not align with the current opening of the garage. It's centered, right, no, I'm just asking, he asked a question.
okay, any other questions? All right, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
So it's now a single-family house, into the future, and it can be. It's permitted to be, right, by zoning.
Yes.
Which means, and a garage is permitted there for a single-family house, right? I mean,
Because it was already there.
exactly. I mean, so both those things are true. That there was once a garage there, and that there is now going to be a residence there, single-family. And so I don't really have problems with this as proposed.
Okay, yes.
Testimony from two people I respect a lot suggested that this is an anomaly, and I think I'm continuing your line of thought, perhaps. Well, New York is an anomaly. Every place you look, there's an anomaly, and that's kind of the wonder of it all. But in this case, the anomaly of a wealthy person, presumably his private large house, is disguised in a way that makes it, in my judgment, look at that picture, very, very compatible and therefore appropriate on this streetscape. So it really doesn't matter to me what's happening behind the walls. It's okay. Even the fact that a car would never have been there normally, except that it has been there for years before. So I guess that is what makes it appropriate, and the curb could never be allowed to be cut now, but it's been there for a long time. So I think all of these things are an anomaly perhaps, but okay. The question is, can it be designed in a way that makes it fit in with the streetscape of this street, on this particular street? And I think it does do a good job at doing that.
Yes.
I share the kind of bemusement about the functional type and its kind of dissonance with the district and the building type. But, you know, when you think about it, we've seen single-family houses masquerading as tenements, single-family houses masquerading as 4 different townhouses, single-family townhouses masquerading as hospitals, or, pardon? Church, plenty of churches. You know, it's like, you know, on a sociological level, I'm sure there's lots to be written about it, but from a historic preservation point of view, I think that it's just, you know, weird, but it's okay. It's not inappropriate. I think that when I look at this, I think that generally speaking, they've done an okay job in terms of squinting and hitting the building type for the district. I would ask them, and they could do this with staff, to unsquint a little bit and look a little more carefully at the building types of the neighborhood. And I think that they've got them right around them. I think that the use of coins going all the way up in the same material is rather anomalous and looks to me a bit strange. Also, I think that the thickness of the flanking walls for a building that's using a kind of rusticated, heavy Beaux-Art kind of detail like that is peculiar. You'd usually see it to be heavier with thicker dimension. It just looks odd to me. The building to the right, which has about the same dimension, is a much more contemporary design and a much more contemporary style. I think it's odd. I also think it's odd. The storefront is an unusual storefront, irrespective of what's going on behind it, for the district. I think most storefronts that I know of, especially on the side streets, have kind of ins and outs, like they have a setback for the entry, or and the storefront comes out, or it's like a little regress. There's some dimensionality to it. Here, the whole thing is just sucked back, and I just think it could use a little bit more elaboration and detail. That it could be done with staff, but I think that it's just a little undercooked.
All right. Others, yes.
Yeah, I basically agree with Michael. I felt this is a sort of awkwardness to the building. Maybe it's just the rendering in part, but the verticality and I think that some of the things he's suggesting could assist in making it a little more compatible with the district. I don't have a problem with the use. That's not an issue as far as I'm concerned. Oh, I don't think it should be, but it isn't for me. And I do think it could be made a little more contextual with a few things working with the staff.
Okay, I think comments like it can be made more contextual, they could do some design changes. I don't think we can defer to staff on that because it's not clear what we're asking them to do. So I think we have to articulate a little bit more. So if we're talking about the ground floor, the garage / storefront, do we want it? I mean, the ins and outs of it, I don't know.
You're asking me, I'd say.
Well, I'm just trying to
push one of the storefront elements to the front and leave one back. Let's say the garage door's at the front, the entrance door at the back. I would say change the upper floors to brick or change the upper floors to smooth, or eliminate the rustication. I mean, those are, I'm uncomfortable being prescriptive about it because in the past we've tried to avoid that.
Right, but I think that the comments are not allowed, doesn't really give guidance to, I mean, I don't know. Those kind of comments, I don't know what staff would be really working with them.
Right, I mean, I think that it is too broad, but I also think the question is whether, and that's Commissioner Goldblum's view, whether it's shared by everyone,
Right,
it's a different question.
I understand that. So let's just, let's talk about the design in front of us and whether the commission supports that. And
I just wanted to make one comment
yes.
about the doors. We found from the applicants in terms of the placement of the doors, that has to do with the fact that they need to open out. So the reason all 3 doors are set back is they need to open out. So they wouldn't be able to move them to a line further up.
So they have to be in the same plane.
They don't have to be the same plane, but it would be going further in, which would be atypical of district at very deep.
So the 2 larger ones are the garage doors, so if they move back, then they could actually open them and they wouldn't project beyond the facade of the building. So that's a possibility.
So a single-family house, why does the front door have to open out? It's a single-family house, it doesn't open in, not completely secure.
Right. I don't think that variation is necessary.
I don't either. And don't forget, the curb cut is centered on the lot. So it doesn't actually distinguish 2, 1,
Okay.
I do agree with Michael about the articulation of the facade above the base. I think they could very easily modify that so that we have a real base and then it's not so uniform all the way up to the cars.
All right. Which commissioners are okay to support it as is? Okay, I think we can then move to decision. Okay. Wellington, you want to read that?
In the matter of 34 West 21st Street, Ladies Miles Historic District, the application is to demolish the garage and construct a new building. Noting that the garage, which existed at the time of the designation of the Ladies Mile Historic District, was not a building for which the district was designated, and its demolition did not diminish the special architectural or historic character of the historic district. Further noting that the neighboring buildings on West 21st Street consists primarily of vertically oriented store, loft, and office buildings built in the early 20th century, featuring 10 or more floors, light color masonry facades, and painted metal and glass infill, as well as smaller masonry building built during the mid and late 19th century and later altered, situated primarily in the middle of the block. I recommend approval with, do we want modifications? No, okay. I recommend approval finding that the commission previously approved this design of the new building and the demolition of the garage structure, and that the construction of a new building on this largely vacant lot will help maintain continuity in the street wall, a significant and consistent feature of the streetscape and historic district, that the height and overall proportions of the building will be consistent with loft buildings of similar footprint within the historic district, that the front facade will utilize the vocabulary of base, shaft, and capital, recalling the typical facade composition of early 20th century commercial buildings located throughout the historic district, that the horizontal banding elements and floor-to-ceiling heights will be approximate the scale of neighboring buildings, helping to maintain a harmonious relationship with the surrounding properties. That the front facade's masonry framing, horizontal bands of double-hung windows and metal spandrel panels, ratio of solid to void, depth of the infill, and finished palette will be in keeping with similar features at the front facade of historic buildings throughout the streetscape, thereby helping the new building to be well integrated with its context, that the profiles of the metalwork, spandrels, and infill GFRC corners and rusticated masonry will maintain a level articulation in keeping with the level of ornamentation typically found at loft buildings in this historic district. That the ground floor infill will feature elements including panel, wood, and glass doors, transoms, louvers, and framing, which will be consistent with typical ground floor infill components found throughout the district. That although vehicular entrances at the base of the buildings of this size and character are atypical for this historic district, this ground floor infill will be simply designed and maintain a predominance of glazing and proportional relationships, which will recall characteristics of historic storefronts found throughout the historic district. That the materials, finishes, and simple pattern of the brickwork cladding of the lot line facade will be in keeping with such aspects of lot line facades throughout the historic district. That although a small portion of the vertical bands of windows at the lot line facade will be visible from a public thoroughfare, the step form would not be perceptible from such locations or detract from any nearby significant architectural features, and that the rear facade will not be visible from a public thoroughfare or detract from utilitarian secondary, rear, and side facades of adjoining properties, which feature little or no rear yards.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 2 opposed? Oh, 3. Okay. This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 18. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Manhattan, docket number 192360. This is 1501 Broadway, the Paramount Building, an individual landmark. This is a French Beaux-Arts style inspired skyscraper designed by Rapp and Rapp and built in 1926 to 27. The application is to install light emitting diode LED signage behind the windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Rusciello, Preservation Staff. The Paramount Building individual landmark is located on the west side of Broadway between West 43rd and West 44th Street. The proposal is to install LED screens for active signage behind the windows at the 2nd and 3rd floors at the Broadway, 43rd, and 44th Street facades. Project architect Bob Parnes is here to answer your further questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robert Parnes, and I've been here probably too many times for you, but we have another project that we want to do for the building. The building is repositioning itself, and the 2nd and 3rd floors will be converted to retail use. And in order to emphasize the retail, they would like to put some signage in the windows so that people in Times Square can see what's there. We're putting the signage behind the windows. It will be 18 inches behind the windows. Not every window will have signage behind it because there are restaurants on the 1st and 2nd floor, and some may move to the 3rd. So where the restaurants are, they're probably not going to put signage in so that people can see the street, and certainly on Times Square on New Year's Eve, it's a great space to be in. But we wanted to make sure that if every window gets covered, that you saw it. Now, we've been very respectful of this building for many, many years, and we've done the marquee, the arch, we put back all of the historic detail that we could. We feel that the signage doesn't really, doesn't interfere with any of the historic fabric. These are pictures of history of the marquee, and you could see as time progressed and technology changed, they started to change the signage even on the marquee. So over time, there probably would have been a lot more signage on the building had it not been landmarked. Now, here's some pictures from Times Square, and you can see on the glass right now all the reflections from all of the signage that's in Times Square. So the signage is basically to look just like what is there now, and it's, especially at night, it gets much darker. So these are close-ups. You can see that, again, the reflections are there, and we don't think the signage is going to disturb the historic nature of the building. We don't think anybody's going to really be confused or disturbed by this. Just as a reference, this is the I. Miller Shoe Building. That facade on the right is just overwhelmed, from my perspective, of all the signage that's on top of that building. So what we're doing is not doing that. This is also a picture of the Brill Building. Now, the Brill Building is also a historic building, and apparently they're going to be putting signage on the outside of the building. So again, they're covering up historic fabric. We're not. So I just feel that from a signage perspective and from a perspective that we're in the center of Times Square with all the signage, that we would like to do the signage in the windows, and we think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? All right, we'll take, are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Okay, there are no speakers, and Community Board 5 recommends approval. Any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Yes. I think in any other situation where you have an individual landmark, I would say that this commission would never support something, this amount of signage. But one thing about Times Square is it's very, very unique, and the bow tie in particular is even more unique. There's been traditionally, all the way from way back when, the 20s and 30s, a lot of signage on buildings. There have been changes over time, including the redevelopment of older buildings to what we understand the buildings from the 70s and really 70s and 80s and 90s. With this continuing policy to, in fact, put as much signage as you can, and especially at the lower floors. So the entire zoning policy for the area is about encouraging signage up to a height of, I think, 40 to 45 feet, and then there's another tier, and as bright LED signage, etc. So if you look at this in this designated landmark within the bow tie, it's actually, without signage, it's kind of dark and hidden. So I think the fact that the applicant has really sort of worked to integrate the signage within the window frames does not take away from any of the historic features. I think allows this building to be lit like others, but doesn't detract from its historic character. Yeah.
I wouldn't disagree, and I won't vote against it, but I also look at that picture and then compare it with the next ones, particularly on the right and left on the next.
This one?
And, yeah.
Right.
What a tepid world we're living in today. Look at the excitement.
Right, that's definitely the marquee.
I mean, this was exciting and wild.
And they're all wearing ties and jackets.
And I was going to even say the people look more interesting, but maybe that was getting too far away.
You should love thy neighbor sign there.
Yeah. So I wouldn't vote against what you're doing. I think it's an improvement of where we've been. But in Times Square, for goodness sake, we've allowed, and history has shown it's always been that way, where we cover over all sorts of things in a reversible way to allow things to change. But again, I'm just expressing another kind of excitement that I still don't see in this scheme, but it's not inappropriate to do it.
Listen, the Naked Cowboy came over while I was taking pictures, and he agrees that this is a wonderful thing to do for the building.
All right. Are there any further comments on this? Okay, Michael, do you want to read that? Yeah.
In the matter of 1501 Broadway, the Paramount Building, an individual landmark, an application to install light-emitting diode signage behind the windows. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed signs will be in keeping with the historic tradition of illuminated signage in Times Square location of this individual landmark and will help reinforce the relationship of this building to the site. That the proposed work will occur on the interior of the building and therefore will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any historic fabric. That the placement of the LED signs at the interior side of the second and third floor windows will help these installations to be subordinate to the exterior architecture of the building, and the installation of the proposed signs will not detract from the landmark.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Very appreciated.
Okay. Commissioners, the next item is item 19 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 192549. This is 144 West 88th Street, located within the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house built in 1893 to 94 by Neville and Bagg. The application is to modify the front entrance and areaway.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kate Forrest, Preservation Staff. The application is for 144 West 88th Street, a Renaissance Revival-style row house on the south side of the street between Amsterdam and Columbus Avenues in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The removal of the stoop and the installation of the existing entrance surround took place prior to the designation of the district. The proposal is to replace the front entrance surround and infill with a new surround and infill and related changes to the areaway, including installing areaway walls and changing the location of the steps and paving. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Hello, everybody. I'm Alan Berman from Architect LLC. Thanks for hearing us today. So here is the historical, actually the 1940s census view of the south side of the street. Beautiful brownstone structures, and unfortunately, as we all would agree, many of them, including the property we're working on, lost its stoop. We're not sure when, 50s, 60s, it was prior to the current owner. So what you see now is sort of the painted over brownstone over the rusticated base and over the smooth brownstone, and some 60s looking stone design with an aluminum door as you enter. There's to the left is a picture showing the newel posts of a stoop that was put back a few years ago, and to the right of us there's also a stoop further to the west. This is the current condition of the plantering of the stairs and the painted over rustication. And what you're seeing on the left is the current condition. What you're seeing on the right here is we're proposing to restore the brownstone, the rustication, and everything on this left-hand side of the facade. And we actually wanted to restore and put back the stoop, but we have a rent-controlled tenant, so we can't. So we'd like to do everything possible to at least do some sort of an entry portico that is somehow acknowledging the historic value of this building and of the block. We are also suggesting, instead of this sort of amorphous wave of the stairway and planter, something more classical and simple in design, as you see here on the right, with some rails as well. We're suggesting to replace the concrete floor with bluestone. We are suggesting this is looking from the house back onto the street. We also have dirty and ugly garbage there. We have rats. We'd like to conceal it in locked containers underneath this new planter. And the new planter we're showing matches the level of the base of the newel post next door. There were a number of changes. We met at the community board meeting. They were unanimously in favor of this. They gave us 4 or 5 sort of design things they wanted us to change. And they wanted us to, there was fluting on the pilasters they asked us to remove. Actually, Anna, we didn't change this one here. I'm going to switch 1 second here. I'm going to go back. Yeah, this is actually how we'd like to, ask that the glass panel in the door be larger with a smaller wood panel on the base, dark oak finish to match many of the doors, historic doors on the street. And they also asked us to lower our planter, which we had a little bit of a higher level. It's now 17 inches, and it matches the base of the newel post next door. So that's where, so this door is incorrect on this drawing, but this is correct where we lowered the wall to match the base of this newel post next door. So it was that, it was the glass panel, remove the flutes, and also the base of the pilasters they wanted lower than the wall, within 1 foot or 14 inches. So those were the changes that we made. From the street, existing is here. We're about the same height. Actually, we're tying in to match the design, again, of the newel post next door. We're hiding the garbage underneath. We are putting in a decorative rail on both sides of the stairs. There's no rail now. For safety, this rail is actually the neighbor next door. It is existing. And these are just some other houses on the block that have similar entrance porticos that are ground floor, original ground floor entries, some with a step or two, some with not. And we looked at these as examples to make a simple entrance into our building. And these are some of the stained oak colors, the glass, railing colors, and some bluestone. And that's really it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Well,
yes, Fred?
I think you described there was fluting.
Yes.
On some of the surrounds around the new door.
Yeah,
but that the community board suggested removing them, so you did.
Yes.
Do you have any blow-ups or more detail of what you are providing there?
Anna? Can you join me for a sec? Thanks. They pretty much just wanted a flat with one recessed panel. I could provide a detail if you'd like, but basically they just wanted a flat pilaster with one central recessed area.
Well, I would just suggest you work with staff, but
Sure.
You haven't detailed it more than what we see right there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Any other questions? All right, Sean Crisandi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sandy for Landmark West. With the original stoop and areaway long absent or heavily altered, Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee recognizes that any work at this address is a compromise. In regards to the proposed door and enframement, our C of A committee would prefer that the vocabulary of the knee walls or column bases flanking the entry be in conversation with the piers punctuating the areaway on the public sidewalk. While these are new creations, combined with the opportunity to unify the current set of interventions. So physically adjacent to this work, the committee is pleased to see the removal of paint at the rusticated base, but is curious how the new stack of rusticated stone alongside the new basement entry will match the existing original stone once the paint is removed. Our fear is that the new row of rusticated block just west of the door will be toothed into the existing and unintentionally appears corner pointing due to the difference in colors. Lastly, we would ask for great attention to be paid along the street between the proposed trash recycling enclosure planter and the neighbor due west. While executing this utilitarian intervention, our committee would like to ensure that no damage is rendered to the adjacent masonry newel post.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, we got Community Board 7's recommendation, and it does say approval with modifications, but those are the modifications you were talking about. Right? Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes. Oh, Oh, I think it's an improvement, and I would only recommend that they just work with staff on some of the details around the surround. I think that was in the column. Okay. All right, Fred?
In the matter of 144 West 88th Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is an application to modify the front entrance and the areaway. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the work will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building or site or preclude the restoration of the parlor, floor entrance, and stoop in the future, that the design of the entrance, surround, and infill will be consistent with a common early 20th century alteration to row houses of this age and style, when a stoop was removed, including the replicating typical parlor floor, entrance surrounds, and infill, often with a more simplified design, that the surround and wood infill will be well scaled to the entrance and feature materials and finishes in keeping with the historic material and finish palette of the facade, and profiles and details consistent with the design of the building, that the organization of the areaway with a new stair aligning in width and placement with the entrance will help support the prominence of the entrance in keeping with the historical hierarchy of the facade, that the placement, size, materials, finish, and details of the proposed areaway wall will help the wall to recall the historic wall, which was present at the areaway and will harmonize with the historic areaway walls, which remain throughout this row. That the proposed trash enclosure will be simply designed, well scaled to the areaway, typical in placement, finished in a color which will help it blend with the context and build into the areaway wall, helping it remain a discrete presence, and that none of the proposed work will overwhelm the building or site or detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building, site, or historic district. Furthermore, the applicant will work with staff to define the details on the door surround.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 20. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness to Borough of Manhattan, docket number 183214. This is 840 West End Avenue, located within the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2. This is a Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by George F. Pelham and built in 1904. The application is to construct a rooftop addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Denner, Preservation Department staff. 840 West End Avenue is located on the northeast corner in the intersection of West End Avenue and West 101st Street in the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2. The applicants are proposing to construct a one-story penthouse addition, elevator bulkhead, and modify the location of cell phone antennas installed prior to designation. They will all be visible from various vantage points around the site. In addition, the applicants are proposing to construct a missing balustrade as shown through historic photographs. The applicants are here to present this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's always good to be back before you to present. I'm pleased to show you this proposal for 840 West End Avenue. As you know, this area was recently extended. The designation was extended. So while we were in the process of actually making renovations to the building, and we were aware it was calendared, but the actual designation occurred as a contributing building to the district during the work that we've been doing to help restore this building. These were the photos that you just saw before. Again, we're on West End Avenue and 101st Street on the Upper West Side. And really, the gist of this application is for a penthouse addition to add one level of residential space above. In the course of doing the work, we were already actually in the process of restoring this significant cornice, which is referenced in the designation, and that work was approved and is proceeding already. But in the course of it, we also discovered that there was another element that was not in the designation report or in any photos, and that was a missing balustrade that was a historically significant element. As a matter of fact, we were partway through our application with you when the balustrade was discovered. One of our staff, Gordon Wilhelm, literally found a digitized photograph that became available that wasn't available at the start of the design, that just appeared, and we'll show that to you, and that has influenced and changed our presentation to you. This is the photograph here. It appears to have been, the building was originally in 1904. It was George Pelham as an architect. But this balustrade, which is referenced verbally in the designation but never shown, kind of emerged in this photo, which seems like it cropped up from a digitized library literally while we were doing the project. It was apparently a magazine that was advertising the building and showing it as a residential building. So when we saw that, which we never had a photo of it before, we went to our client and we asked them if they would consider replacing it and restoring it to its original color and profiles and shape as part of our application, and the client has agreed to do that. Of course, it helps because it minimizes the visibility of the addition naturally, but also it does restore this historically significant element. The building itself, as you can see, is simple but nice. It has kind of classic Italian kind of palazzo type details. It has a base with kind of rusticated base. It's primarily made of a kind of buff, creamy brick and some terracotta elements and cast stone elements, including pronounced kind of keystones and expression of the keystone and voussoirs. It does have kind of coining details at the edge, which repeat as sort of an exaggerated greater order, and then a string course here, which designates this top element, which repeats some of that same horizontal striation. But I believe the most significant element I would put to the Commission for your consideration is the top of the building. Again, it's a contributing building, not an individual landmark, but it does have this very nice cornice, and the balustrade really created a significant top, if you will, as it met the sky. This is a view of the building as it is today, and so today it has a scaffold around it, but this is prior to the scaffold. And you can see some of those elements I referred to, including this kind of buff-colored brick and the sort of slight contrast of the keystone and voussoir elements and the coining details and so forth. So the building has this kind of creamy and kind of buff color. The cornice itself is shown as black, and in our original work to restore it, we were actually going to replicate it in kind with this dark black color. Upon further investigation, and we've commissioned a paint study from Mary Jablonski, I don't have it back yet, and in consultation with staff, we speculate that the cornice, and we looked at many examples around the neighborhood with staff, and they pointed out that most of the cornices were stone colored, if you will, that it had the same materiality. Furthermore, that once we discovered the balustrade as part of it, we speculate that that certainly would have been stone because it appeared to be made of stone materials. So we have modified our proposal. We're going to finalize it with a paint analysis to make sure, but to make it stone colored or buff colored, which we think would be more appropriate and is probably more in keeping with the original building. When you look here at the back facades, just to point that out, the front facades on 101st Street and on West End Avenue are the prominent facades. There is a kind of an alley condition at the back, which is really, if you will, somewhat unfinished and has a very different character than the rest of the building. These are the existing facades on the west and south elevation, and you can see that it repeats some of those elements as I described it to you. And then this is the back elevation, which is, if you will, less finished, and the windows are more irregular and has a different character than the main street elevations. This is the proposed addition as we're showing it. And as we worked on this and developed the scheme further, we decided to set back the addition considerably. From West End Avenue, and you'll see it in the perspectives, it is set back 17 feet, a very deep setback. And because the building has a courtyard, I can't really set it back anymore in order to make it a viable condition because I have to keep the courtyard within the middle. And in fact, I have to actually increase the dimension of the courtyard to make sure that it complies with light and air and won't cast shadows on the residents below. So there will become a kind of a limit because we've worked hard to minimize the visual impact, and you'll see that in the renderings. On the 101st Street elevation, we also set it back considerably, nearly 12 feet. So we've gone to great lengths in order to make sure that the height is not very high. In addition, from the top of the balustrade to the top of the building itself is only 9'2". So if we restore the balustrade, that helps. Now, of course, the building is continuing behind that, so the whole addition is actually 12'8", because the balustrade is 3'6", and the balustrade will actually function as the handrail for the addition on top. So it will not only exactly match, as best as we could tell, the photographs of the original feature, but we will utilize it as the actual handrail for the rooftop addition in our proposal. For the material, we actually are thinking, originally we were proposing zinc, and in consultation with staff, and also in consultation with the community groups, including the community board, who did vote to support the proposal, and they're here today, and Landmarks West, the activist group. Actually, we did a thorough presentation to them, and they have also come out in support of this proposal. And in consultation with the community groups and with staff, we have decided to actually add the balustrade in, as I mentioned to you earlier, and to change the material, which we originally were going to make zinc, to terracotta, because we feel it would be more complementary now that we are aware of the existence of the balustrade. That way, all the material will be in a similar color and character, while the addition will still be different with different window patterns. We feel that it would be more in keeping with the character of the original building. So this shows the back facades here, where you can see it carries around into the kind of alley condition. These are close-ups. So we are proposing that these would be simple windows, that this would be terracotta, which would match the color of the building. It would be detailed in a contemporary way. However, the horizontal lines of the top story, we would actually repeat with the horizontal lines of the terracotta. It does have a glass handrail up above. This is a elevator bulkhead, which is much set back, so that's not really at the front, but it's shown in the distance. There is the issue of the telephone antennas. I can only tell you that we tried mightily to get rid of them, and our client was actually very helpful. They were in a pre-existing lease when they purchased the building. They have 10 years left on them. They're with 2 different companies. And we actually spent about 6 months negotiating with them to try to remove them, including relocate them to another building the client has across the street, which is not a contributing building. But the telephone companies refused. So I regret to say we really don't have any leeway on that, and we would have been extremely happy to remove them entirely, and made great efforts to do so, delayed the project probably half a year. However, we were successful, and it's limited success, but I will point it out to you. Today, they're spread out, and they allowed us, in some cases, to concentrate them, like they're spread across the entire facade today. We did get them to allow us to concentrate them at this portion here, and to move some of them to the upper position. So I would argue that their visual impact is lessened or the same than they were originally. And we've gone to great lengths to attempt to do that, because we're not crazy about them, but we did the best we could with them. These are the elevations on the back sides, if you will, and these are enlarged further. The handrails, there is a small portion of the roof that is habitable, but most of it is actually just this is a setback handrail, and it's set back considerably also. That's more for protection of workers. The mechanical spaces are actually on the lower level. You can see them here. There's kind of a notch taken out of the back of the building where it's not visible, so we can avoid putting mechanical equipment on the roof. Again, wherever possible, we've gone to great lengths to try to minimize the impacts on the building. These are the sections that show going through, including setbacks at the courtyard. So really, the addition is quite skinny because of the courtyard, and this really illustrates it quite well, where we've gone to great lengths with the proposed addition to set it back considerably, 17 feet on this side, over 11 feet, nearly 12 feet on this side, and this shows the enlarged courtyard. So this gets quite thin, which is why I don't think I can reasonably set it back anymore. I really pushed that quite a lot. This is the rooftop. This portion of the rooftop would be allowed for people to inhabit it, and the handrail is also set back considerably, even though it's just a glass handrail at that point there. These are detailed sections.
Jay, why don't you go to the visibility studies?
Sure. The one other point we were going to make is there are many examples of rooftop additions that exist on the Upper West Side. We found some, these are immediately around our building, so our building is right here, but we found a number of examples that were evident in the neighborhood, and we documented these, including some that were actually on lower buildings and were visible. And so we just included those as precedents and examples. Now for the sightline studies, we've gone to great lengths to show the building in its existing condition, and we came with staff and rolled down the mesh to make sure that the proposed addition would be totally visible, and we went with them ourselves to satisfy them. But we photoshopped it back in so you could actually see the real building. So we've included both, if you will, the mock-up in order to show that we're being quite true to the sight lines and quite accurate, and then the photoshopped in building so you can actually get a sense of what it might look like. And then this is the before, and this is the after. So I note between the before and the after, We show really just the restoration of the existing cornice, the restoration of the proposed balustrade, which is considerable and has a major impact on the building. And you can see from these views, you don't really see the addition at all. So really the before and after, that's only the addition, the restoration, if you will, of the historic balustrade. You do not see the addition from that angle. This is another view here between 100 and 101st Street. Again, this shows the addition, so you can see what that would look like. And this part here is the balustrade, so a small portion of the addition is visible at that point. And this allows you to see it with the entire building. This is a view from West End Avenue and 100th Street. And as you get further back, again, here is the addition. The balustrade is up to this point, and a small portion of it is visible above. And this shows it here. This is a view looking east on 101st Street. And again, you can see the addition here. And then the majority of it is the balustrade. A small portion of it would be visible. Finally, other views, the last ones, 101st Street. You can see the mock-up there, and it is slightly visible looking beyond the townhouses. And you can see that. And then finally, these are really more obscure views, more from the mid-block condition, but we went with staff. We really tried to cover every possible view in order to make sure we showed it, although this is really a quite unusual view through the mid-block, which I think is hardly visible. And we actually had to remove the scaffolding from that building so you could see the whole thing. Finally, a view from West End Avenue, and you basically don't see it at all. You only see the balustrade in its restored condition. View from 103rd Street, and then these are diagrams showing the view sheds and where we took them from. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I just have a question, just on your sections. At some point, the interior floor to ceiling height is 10 feet 5, and sometimes it's 9 feet 5. Where does it change?
So knowing the commission is always interested in minimizing the impact from the outside, there's two things governing the section. The reason it's different in height is we're just going up higher between the beams, if you will. So we're attempting to maximize the ceiling height, but the clear dimension is really more, as you said, like 9 foot 5, which is to the bottom of the beam. And then where we can, where there's not interior mechanical space, we're trying to go higher, primarily in the living spaces. The other
Right, but the beam is, the beam runs at only at certain points, right? So, just trying to understand, most of the time, the height of the room is at 10 feet 5.
That is correct.
Okay.
The second point is, and you may be aware, the project is also going through a variance because we have to, and as part of it, which I think will be a great benefit for the project and for the building, the client is going to do extensive work on increasing the degree of fireproof, the requirements for the building. And the building is legal and as of right today, but in the course of asking for the addition, even though we believe it actually still meets the code, we've sought a variance on this in order to ensure it, and so we would be adding extensive fireproofing and so forth, but we do have to lift the addition up above and provide separate steel and fireproofing. So quite a lot of work has gone into minimizing this section.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll take testimony. Sean Cresandi.
Good afternoon again, Commissioner Sean Cresandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee reviewed 2 versions of this project and is in strong support of the scheme that reinstates a previously removed rooftop balustrade and sheathes the proposed rooftop penthouse in buff terracotta to match the warmth of the 6-story masonry structure below. Our commentary mainly concerns the existing and proposed locations of cell phone transmitters. The devices located on the roof that are not being relocated and were present at the time of designation should be allowed to remain until they are subject to removal or replacement. Apparatus that is being relocated and subsequently made more visible due to the proposed intervention, however, should be bound to a contingent easement that notes upon completion of the current contract term, stated by the applicant to be approximately 10 years, or any equipment substitution, whichever comes first, that these very visible relocated devices from T-Mobile and Verizon be reconsidered as new independent C of A applications. We suspect that in a decade's time, the technology will become smaller, and if it must remain, visibility should be concealed from public thoroughfares. Architecturally, we support this application and hope that the grandfather technology can be improved upon in the future contingent C of A. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC supports the gesture of the restoration of the balustrade. But the proposed rooftop addition is actually an entire story, not just an addition. It seems that every apartment building, especially in the Upper West Side, has its original architectural termination obscured by bulk on top. The visible rooftop addition and its proliferation is a very New York City issue, but just because it is prolific, does that mean it is good architecture? Cumulatively, these additions can erode the presence of crisp architectural lines and instead begins to make the cityscape look cluttered. West End Avenue is a broad street, so additions to the tops of buildings, even high ones, are very noticeable. Thank you.
Thank you. The community, are there any other speakers on this item? Community Board 7 recommends approval, but they do note and urge that the applicant explore ways to reduce the overall height of the penthouse. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes.
Comment of one, I used to live on the first floor of this building on 101st Street for about a year, and it was quite a scummy, disgusting building. But that was a long, long time ago. Yeah, it's gone up since I've been out of there. I mean, I personally think that the addition is acceptable. I think that you do have plenty of visible or semi-visible rooftop additions in the district. And my only suggestion, concern is that the color, as shown in the renderings, kind of bleeds in with the balustrade. And if you look at most of the rooftop additions in the neighborhood that I can recall from my time in the neighborhood on that block, they're different. They're usually either painted white, or they're lighter colored, or they're just kind of a different brick. They don't have. They're trying not to match the building below. They're trying to be kind of plain. And I think that, and it may just be the rendering, and this certainly could be dealt with at a staff level. I think a lighter color would be better. I think the terracotta material is fine, but I'd say a lighter color would be better.
All right. Other comments? Yes, Kim and Michael.
Oh, sorry.
I have a question, really. The BSA approval, is that a variance for floor area or something? What is the BSA for?
Is it for multiple dwelling law, or is it for zoning non-compliance?
The building is subject to the tenement law, and the tenement law would not allow the extra addition, and it's a somewhat ambiguous point. Our council actually believes it would, but because it was ambiguous, we elected to go for the variance.
It's not a zoning issue, though. It's like tenement laws, like MDL, I believe.
It's MDL.
Building construction and fireproof issue.
Oh, okay, so it's a building code issue. Okay. Yes, Michael?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with Michael. I think Jablonski's analysis will probably indicate that the balustrade should look like limestone, like a buff limestone, and perhaps the brick behind it then would replicate the Roman brick, a lighter brick.
But they're not using brick, they're using terracotta, right?
It's terracotta, but it should look like the brick.
Right. Or maybe it should be brick.
Okay, all right. Other comments? Yeah, any other comments? All right, so the visibility the commissioners feel is acceptable? Okay, all right.
You're saying because it's 10 foot high.
Well, I think it's,
Yeah, I see
it's an
that.
interesting thing. I think we have seen rooftop additions and penthouses that are visible. And we usually strive to make it minimally visible. I think that the views actually in West End don't bother me as much as the views on the side street. I think that's where
That's right.
it is, because it doesn't have the balustrade. The balustrade only turns around to the side. So I would say that they could work with staff to find, if this is the absolute minimum that they need, it's one thing, but it seems that there's areas where they could actually reduce
especially
it.
there.
And I think if even if you knock off a foot, I think that it actually has it will have an effect on the visibility. So I'd prefer to ask them to work with staff on that.
That would be fine with me, too. But I think this different coloration that was mentioned earlier is important. You can see here now where the background addition color and the balustrade all become one thing, and it's hard to read the balustrade. So I just want to emphasize that point that's already been made by others, that we should be sure and get into our report.
Okay. So if it's okay, we'll recommend that they work with staff to see if they can minimize the height of the rooftop addition. All right, just on, and while we understand that they have existing contracts with the providers of the antenna, I think that, why don't we ask them to just work with staff to see if they can also minimize the visibility of the antenna?
I think Sean's idea about kind of saying when the contract ends, they got to come back, unless that's already statutory, I think that's a good idea.
Is that the case?
What we've been doing in the past is when they come in to file to make changes to an existing installation, we generally try to bring it down a little bit. But if this were to be approved as is and they came in to modify it, we might make it a little bit smaller. But this is really the opportunity you would have to consider if you want them to really look for a major change, being that they're doing other work at the roof, such as maybe trying to think about, do they want to do parts of the balustrade in fiberglass so they could hide them in that? Do they want to put them on the sides of the penthouse if it's not hanging over lot line facade? There's different types of antennas. Generally, we generally have at staff level been avoiding where we can any of the ones that stick up against sky. So that's what we've been doing generally at staff level.
It's great.
All the above, that they work with staff on that, given that they're doing a significant amount of work on the top floor, and they will have to anyway reorganize and rearrange these antennae.
Can they do something with that?
Okay, Jeannie?
They cleaned it up since.
Okay. In the matter of docket 18-3214, 840 West End Avenue, Riverside, West End Historic District, Extension 2, a Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by George F. Pelham and built in 1904. The application is to construct a rooftop addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside West End Historic District. I recommend approval with some modifications, finding that the proposed construction of a rooftop addition will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building, that the proposed one-story penthouse will be set back from the West End Avenue and West, 101st Street facades and will be partially screened by the restoration of the missing balustrade above the cornice, that the simple massing of the proposed penthouse and bulkhead will be compatible with the shape and volume of the building, that the materials of the proposed penthouse featuring terracotta cladding, metal and glass window and door assemblies and glass railings will have a neutral appearance above the roofline of the building, that the relocation of the highly visible telecommunication antennas, which were present at time of designation, will improve upon the visual impact of these installations of the building, that although the east side wall of the addition will be seen above the shorter row houses to the east, the simple treatment of the wall will not call undue attention to itself above the roof line, and that the presence of a partially visible penthouse above the building will be in keeping with similar arrangements seen on other historic apartment buildings in this historic district. However, I find that the visibility and finish of the penthouse as seen over the West End Avenue and West 101st Street facades and side facade, with open sky in the background, most notably from the south on West End Avenue, may detract from the significant architectural features of the building and the historic district, and that although the telecommunication antennas were present at time of designation, the proposed relocation of some of the antennas will remain highly visible from multiple vantage points, therefore calling undue attention to their installations. I therefore recommend that the penthouse be reduced in height to minimize the visibility of the rooftop addition over the West End Avenue and West 101st Street facade and side facade, and that the antennas be reduced in size and/or relocated to minimize their impact on the building and the historic district, such as utilizing stealth enclosures within the new fiberglass cornice and balustrade, or attaching them at bulkheads where they would not be seen against open sky, and to work with staff on this.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next two items are C of A and MOU, so I'll read them both into the record, and will be one presentation. So it's item 21 and 22, docket number 192378. This is 172 East 73rd Street, the 172-174 East 73rd Street building, an individual landmark. This is a neo-Grec style carriage house designed by Frank Venemer and built in 1889. The application is to construct a rooftop addition and excavate the rear yard. In item 22, docket number 192454, same address. This is a modification of use in bulk. This is a neo-Grec style carriage house. The application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of bulk pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 172-174 East 73rd Street, an individual landmark located on the north side of the street between Lexington and 3rd Avenues. This application is for a modification of bulk relating to rear yard zoning requirements, as well as for a rooftop addition and excavation beneath the building. And the project team is here to further discuss the proposal.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell of Kramer 11, Natalis and Frankel. We're land use counsel to the owner of the property. I'm joined by my colleague Adam Taubman, the owner's architect, Andrew Wright, and Stephen Shuren of Wright Architects, and Misha Hunter from Lee Saltzman Architects, the preservation consultant on the project. And Ilya Petrov from Mazer Consulting Engineers is also here. There are two applications. One is a certificate of appropriateness for the rooftop enlargement and other changes to the front facade. The enlargement is not as of right, and it's more than one story, so it does not qualify for a staff level permit, although it is not visible from the street. We're also requesting a report to the City Planning Commission pursuant to 74-711. The property is located on the south side of East 73rd Street between 3rd Avenue and Lexington Avenue. It's mapped within an R8B zoning district, which permits a maximum residential FAR of 4. The building is currently 3 stories. The 3rd story is a partial story and has an FAR of 2.19. The existing building, which you can, oh, no, go the other way. You can see is a Romanesque revival style former carriage house. It's an individual landmark. It was designed by Frank Weinmeyer and constructed in 1889. As I'm sure the Commission knows, East 73rd Street has a number of carriage houses, and they're individually designated. Right now, the COO for the building permits a photo studio on the ground floor, although I think most recently it's been used for therapist office and residences above. And this application would, the changes proposed would facilitate a 2-family The rooftop addition would expand the third floor, the existing third floor to the rear and add a new fourth floor. There's obviously, because this is 74-711, there's restorative work. As the zoning regulations that are required to be waived have to do with the rear yard requirement and the 30-foot minimum distance between legally required windows and a rear lot line. We are not providing the full 30 feet. We are also setting back from the front facade, which is allowed under zoning but not required. Theoretically under zoning, we could add an additional floor that goes up flush to 60 feet. So we would, as with all of the 74-711s, we would enter into a restrictive declaration that would require initial restoration work to be completed and a continuing maintenance plan that would be set forth in a restrictive declaration. In terms of the presentation, Misha will first discuss the existing conditions report and the restorative work, and Stephen Schern will present the proposed design. Misha?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Misha Hunter, Burkett, Lee Saltzman Architects. Please forgive my scratchy voice. So, Lee Saltzman was retained by the project, by the client, to prepare an existing conditions report for the property. I also want to mention that Integrated Conservation Resources was retained to prepare a materials identification analysis. Because the designation report spoke of the masonry at the first floor and the trim on the front facade as being rock-cut limestone, but we actually identified it as sandstone. So we worked with ICR to make sure that that material identification was correct. And then also Mary Kay Judy, conservator, prepared a paint analysis for the windows and the doors. A separate paint analysis for the cornice would be forthcoming once the scaffolding would be erected. So as Valerie mentioned, this Romanesque Revival style former carriage house with neo-Greek detail, and it includes a granite base. Just show you where that is. Very low granite base. Where was the... I'm showing it right here. Okay, right just at the very bottom. And then rusticated red-brown sandstone, both at the first floor and then also at the window trim and the band courses. Above, one of the predominant features of the facade is a very robust and projecting sandstone enfrainment at the former carriage door entrances. And then a projecting central entry bay. You can see this central bay really rises up the full height of the facade. That's shown in relief, especially when you're seeing the building obliquely. The building is crowned with a galvanized iron cornice above here, which features an egg and dart motif with neo-Greek end brackets. In terms of the alterations that have occurred to the facade, the principal and the secondary entrance doors were replaced prior to designation. So here and here, the building being built in 1880, the earliest photos that we have are from the 1930s. So about 50 years after the building was constructed. We don't have an accurate record of either drawing or photographic record to indicate what those doors originally looked like. In addition, there are non-original windows, 1/1 windows at the second and third floor, and also one of these windows at the first floor. These were painted a gray-green color. The granite base, unfortunately, has been coated with a number of cementitious coatings, and the rusticated sandstone was selectively coated and/or patched multiple times, particularly softening the edges of the rock face or rusticated appearance. The brick was pointed with a contemporary white mortar. We don't know when that happened. And the light fixtures, you can see them, they're metal and glass pendant light fixtures. These are non-original. And there's a flagpole between the second and the third floor that's also non-original. And lastly, the cornice was painted or coated in a brown color. We don't know when that happened. In terms of the proposed restoration scope of work that we have recommended, we've recommended repointing of all of the brick on the front facade and selectively repairing or replacing any damaged brick as needed to match the historic condition, removing any coatings, any inappropriate patching mortars, and any biological growth, and cleaning the sandstone, both at the first floor and the upper floors, repairing the granite base, replacing the new windows with, replacing the windows with new 1/1 double hung wood windows, accommodating IGUs, and also installing new sills and brick molds based on the historic profiles. Installing the new doors, both at the principal entrance and at the secondary entrance, and the design will be discussed by Wright Architects. Relamping the light fixtures and restoring them to their original locations, existing locations. And then finally, repainting the cornice based on the results of this paint analysis that's forthcoming. In terms of the proposed restorative scope of work at the rear facade, it includes removing a non-original pent-roofed one-story brick addition or extension, as well as a chimney that you can see at the rear, performing selective replacement, repointing, and cleaning of the brick masonry that is to remain. Again, this is to be discussed more in terms of the design for the rear addition and rear elevation that is to remain, replicating the corbelled brick cornice at a new location at the third story of the rooftop addition. Again, that would be discussed by Wright Architects. Removing the non-original windows and installing new windows and doors, again, part of the design of Wright Architects. And then salvaging, repairing, and relocating any salvageable bluestone sills to new locations, again, as per the design by Wright Architects. I'll turn that over to Stephen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. Stephen Shern from Wright Architects. I just want to begin by walking you through the design, through the plans. So starting from the left of the page, you'll see the proposed in the black and the existing in gray. The first plan shows the proposed cellar, which is full footprint of the existing building, minus the one-story addition in the back to be removed. And the full space in this level is to be accessory to the residence, meaning it's a non-habitable space. The second plan in the gray, you will see the existing first floor plan. And towards the rear, which is the bottom of the page, you will see the small one-story addition that's to be removed, and that space would be claimed for the rear yard. Moving to the right of the page, you'll see the proposed first floor plan with that area removed. You will also see the relocation and addition of openings in the rear facade. And the front facade remains the same with the previously stated reinstallation of new doors in the existing openings. Moving to the right, you'll see the existing second floor plan. One thing to note is that the existing setbacks, the rear facade of the building has an existing setback of 6 feet. And that is obviously without encroaching on that rear wall that will be remaining. So the second floor plan is shown, second from the right of the page. The footprint is staying the same. One thing also to note is that the existing use, existing partial commercial use of first and second floors will be eliminated, and the proposed use is completely wholly residential. In the gray on the left, you will see the existing third floor plan, and to the right of it, you'll see the proposed, which is an expansion of that floor. Currently, the floor has a setback, a 30-foot depth from the front, and the proposed depth will be 86 feet from the front, leaving a 16-foot setback to remain from the rear yard lot line. Moving to the right of the page, you'll see the fourth floor plan. This is a whole floor addition. The addition in the front, from the front lot line, respects a setback. And in the rear, you will see the 21-foot setback. So we're stepping back 5 additional feet from the floor below. And the last, to the complete right of the page, you will see the proposed bulkhead plan. This is at a 30-foot setback from the front lot line, and it extends to a depth of about 15.5 feet. Maintains a 56.5-foot rear setback to the rear lot line. This is also accessory space, non-habitable use. Move on to the facade. Here you will see the, on sheet 9, you'll see the existing street facade to the left and the proposed street facade to the right. Some of the notes that have already been mentioned, you will notice the rusticated reddish brown sandstone stonework mixed with the clay red brick masonry with the white grout. So starting from the first floor, the street doors would be replaced. We'll show that a little bit more, the inspiration for those doors. The intent is to achieve something that's more historically appropriate, more hailing back to carriage doors. You will also see on the left of the elevation here the addition of the fire department Siamese connection and the relocation of an existing hose bib and DEP meter, which are in the existing first floor window there. So the proposal is to consolidate these elements into a less conspicuous area. In addition, there would be new call boxes, intercom, security camera combination units, which would be located at the door jambs of the both primary and secondary entrance. And these would be in an inconspicuous location towards the sides. You will see the existing revamped lights both in the primary and secondary entrance, those hanging pendants. Moving up to the second floor, you'll notice the full building window replacement for all existing openings. This is a wood-framed window, 1/1 lights, and painted historic colors. All the new doors and windows in the openings, in new openings, would match this styling. You'll see the flagpole that was removed from the second floor, and the cornice painted the historic colors. As you move up to the fourth floor, the third floor, you will see the selective masonry replacement and cornice repair flashing included. At the fourth floor, you'll see the new addition with the setback brick structure. And top of the building, you'll see the bulkhead addition. We're showing this in a lead-clad metal, separating it from the existing structure, but also trying to diminish the look. All of the additions, to note, will be non-visible from the street. You'll see that later in the sightline study. I'm going to move to the rear facade. In the rear facade, you're going to see on the first floor the relocated openings and the new openings for the doors and windows. Again, the windows would be wood and historically painted with the colors you see in the analysis and the index. The opening treatments, the arched brick opening treatments above the lintels are duplicated again on the upper levels, the addition levels. Again, you will see the corbelling that we've taken from the existing third floor, continued at the right below the parapets in the new construction. I'm going to skip ahead to look at the proposed door in the study, which is the last page of your appendix. It's a little bit hard to see with the dark colors, but you'll see a full leaf door with no transom over the main entrance. This is taking inspiration from a few different historic precedences, as well as some modern interpretations and similar renovations. The single man door to the right retains its transom just for a pure function of use, but maintains the decoration and the depth of the relief. The idea here is to build a door with presence and weight and heft. Now I want to cover some context and visibility really quickly. On the third sheet, you're going to see some massing studies, which are showing the proposed bulk. On the left, you'll see the existing. On the right, you'll see the proposed. And this is in context to the 6 townhouses adjacent. You will also see to the right of the property in question, you'll see 166 and 168 East 73rd, which have previously been renovated with a similar treatment, an additional floor and bulkhead above. Here's the view looking towards 3rd. Now I want to jump ahead to the street context, where you can get an idea of elevation-wise the additional bulk. So the top view is the existing, the lower view is the proposed. You'll again note the case studies 166 and 168 and their eventual height, and 172 to 174 remains slightly below.
So are the additions visible at all?
No.
From anywhere?
You will see...
Rear and rooftop?
From...
Not from the street.
Building,
not from
the
okay,
street.
I'm talking about from the street. Okay.
There's a sightline study in the appendix. You'll see the upper photos of with the mock-up built, and the diagram below shows the mock-up. None of this was visible.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. We may have additional questions after that. All righty. Elizabeth Fagan?
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. 172 to 174 East 73rd Street stands along an attractive and unique row on the Upper East Side. Over time, many of the carriage houses on the street have been altered, especially with rooftop additions, which Friends has spoken out against in the past. Although none of the rooftop additions are visible from the street, over time the light and air of this block has been compromised. While we appreciate that this addition will not be visible from the street, the original scale of this building will be marred. This carriage house and its neighbor at 170, by the same architect and a close aesthetic cousin to this building, are the only two in the block that have not been built out. While the brick corbelling at the rear elevation will be retained, the original form and intent of this building will be lost. It is also significant that while this building is designated individually, the concurrent designation of the rest of the carriage houses on the block reveals an intent to preserve the evocative low-scale character of these buildings as a whole. The extension of the third floor and the addition of a new fourth floor and bulkhead will increase the size of this building by almost a third. In regard to the 74-711 application, Friends does not feel that there is enough of a preservation purpose to justify the large increase in bulk. One of the primary points of this application includes a deed to be placed on the property to maintain the facade in perpetuity. Yet maintaining the facade in perpetuity should not be considered going above and beyond. As part of the landmarks law, all owners of landmark buildings are required to keep their buildings in good repair. This building will now have added bulk in perpetuity, therefore it seems that facade maintenance in perpetuity should be an automatic standard and not framed as a special deal for the landmark. In addition, the preservation plan was not available for our review or as part of the public proposal documents. Absent the details of this plan, we feel it is impossible to say whether there is an adequate balance between preservation work and zoning noncompliance. In addition, part of the building plans are in conflict. Some portions of the document note that the materials at the base are sandstone, while others refer to it as granite, although the color renderings show the entire base in a red-brown sandstone color. Without a comprehensive existing conditions report available, we find it hard to assess the facade work. In 2000, an LPC permit was granted for this building, which involved the removal of modern doors with an appropriate replacement, as well as the removal of white paint from the entire facade and the restoration of the existing brick. Friends awarded this project a rehabilitation award for the restoration of the building back to its original character. Today, the proposed work seeks to alter this recent restoration, and these changes seem to be more aligned with the applicant's tastes rather than furthering any needed preservation work. Unless a greater scope of preservation is guaranteed or the proposed bulk of the building is decreased, Friends ask the Commission to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. We echo much of what Friends just had to say. The reason carriage houses are identifiable amidst other buildings along streets is because of their modest size. They aren't quite as big as a row house, making them look different. Keeping this in mind, we ask that the significant bulk that is being added to this building be minimally visible from the street and over the neighboring carriage houses too, to preserve the integrity of this row as a unit. Regarding the preservation proposed in exchange for the bulk, HDC felt that most of it was basic maintenance level as opposed to a first-class restoration. And echoing Friends, we weren't really sure what the entire proposal was. We urge LPC to examine the proposed restoration program to ensure the longevity and preservation of this modest building for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Please come forward. Yes.
Thank you.
Given 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Part of my opening thoughts.
If you can give your name.
Sorry?
If you can just state your name for the record.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Lee Javelin, Paramount Javelin Architects, obviously a partner, some experience in preservation in front of your commission. I was engaged by the building owner next door, 178 East 73rd, Jason Adler, who asked me to review the documents and to advise him and respond to you with his comments and my comments.
some of my initial thoughts were how difficult it was going to be to do this. And the conundrum has gotten more difficult in that now we learned this morning that the preservationists have taken another look at their conditions report, and they find that what they thought was sandstone is limestone, or vice versa, because in fact, different drawings show it as limestone, and other drawings show it as sandstone. And then when you come to the granite and the bluestone, that too has, there are some conflicts. And there are conflicts between the architect's drawings and the report. And from what I've heard this morning, I'm not sure that the two are going to get in sync. The problem, of course, we all face is that what we have on the screen hasn't been remedied. The architect's drawings have been revised 3 times in the last 30 days, but the preservation report, the existing conditions report, has not been updated to reflect the architect's drawings. In addition, we are lacking documents which we understand are out there. Just like we haven't received the revised conditions report, we haven't received the second resolution from the Community Board 8. We haven't received the DOB objection sheet, the continuing maintenance program, and we feel that there should be, as part of this package, a detailed drawings and specifications for the proposed work. Our reason being is that we're looking to see a preservation purpose here. We're looking for a foundation of documentation and proposed work that will lead to the ongoing restoration and maintenance of the building, and that what is done in far as the new work will achieve a complete, thorough, and durable restoration, achieving a first-class product and the basis for the preservation purpose so that this project can go forward. And I will call your attention and request that you review the drawings, but somehow when the drawings state perform repairs as required, patch and repair, paint features to match original historic colors, all existing windows to be replaced. I can go on.
If you can conclude, please, because your time is up.
My time's over. Well, I want to thank you, and what I would ask is if you have any questions, I'm here to be cross-examined because I do know more specifics.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? All right. We did receive a letter from the representative of the neighbor's representative opposing this application. And we received Community Board 8's resolution, and it's from September 28th, which recommends approval of this application. And I don't believe we've received any additional Community Board recommendation.
It was submitted on October 25th. The date is September 28th.
It's the same one they resubmitted. Okay, so in our records we have what was recently submitted to us is the same as it was on September 28th. All right, does the team want to respond to some of the issues? Yes.
I think what I would first like to respond to is the preservation purpose. I think it's very clear, I think, in the Commission's practice over the years that there is no requirement that a landmark be completely dilapidated in order for the Commission to find a preservation purpose. If that was the case, then in fact owners who had taken better care of their buildings would be precluded from using an application that is specifically designed to compensate and benefit owners of landmark buildings. Here, we feel that the necessary restorative work is being proposed that will bring the building into a sound first-class condition as required for 74-711. And the owner will commit to the preservation plan in perpetuity and the restrictive declaration. And it's not correct to say that that's equivalent to the obligation under the landmarks law, which is simply an obligation to keep a building in good repair and does not require inspections every 5 years and a commitment to do any work. So we feel that the work that is being proposed does serve a preservation purpose. As in all applications, the nitty-gritty details, the specifications, the detailed window drawings, those are all worked out in consultation with staff, and that would be the case here. We also feel that the zoning waivers have a preservation purpose because they facilitate a massing for the proposed rooftop addition that ensures that this addition will not be seen from the street. With regard to some of the other comments, there's no requirement for DOB objection sheet for a 74-711 application. We have done a lot of outreach to the community. We have met with Mr. Adder's consultants who were in fact present at the September 19th Community Void 8 Landmarks Committee. I know that the commission received a letter that they had just hired additional consultants last Friday, but that was, almost 6 weeks after they first knew about the application. And we have been offering to meet with them and provide them with any information that they needed in the interim. We think the application materials also demonstrate that many of the carriage houses on the blocks have been enlarged. In fact, the third floor of Mr. Adder's carriage house was enlarged at some point in the 1960s, and lot line windows were added. These windows will be blocked by the addition that's being proposed and would also be blocked by an as-of-right addition, but lot line windows are not protected under the building code. So I think that is it. We're oh yeah. And, as with regard to the evolution of the restoration plan, I mean, that's been the result of work, continuing work that's been done on understanding the building and also correcting the misidentification of material in the designation report on the ground floor. So that was...
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicants or the team? Any questions? Okay, we can then close the hearing. Right, comments?
I think I'm a little, I realize now that you've closed it that I'm still a little, I'm sorry, confused about the status of repair or disrepair of the masonry on the ground level. Was it affected by the removal of the white paint? Because they talked a little bit about the curving, the sort of the extra material being lost on the individual masonry pieces. So I'm just a clarification on what its status is.
Can you clarify that for us, the team? Yes, we'll reopen to take questions, yes.
So let me just understand correctly, as far as whether or not the rusticated sandstone was affected by the removal of white paint, because do we have the photo of the time of designation? Can you put that up?
You do.
That's great, okay. So you can see in the middle photo, at the time of the designation of the building in 1980, there was some kind of lightish coating which was subsequently removed. I can't attest as to whether or not the removal of that coating or paint affected the sandstone, but what I can show today, where's a photo of today? Yeah, okay. What you can see, particularly in this photo here, and then a little bit here as well, is that there is certainly a number of areas where the sandstone had been treated with some kind of composite patching material, and it really almost like smoothed the edges where the sandstone had previously been much more rusticated and rock cut. So you can see it very strikingly here, but you can see it here as well. I went to the site yesterday and just looked at it in preparation for our meeting today, and there's also a good deal of a sort of white haze that may appear.
So that's what I'm asking. So what I'm wondering is, to where are you, the restoration will take it where? To the, underneath that coat, to replacing masonry?
Right, to basically remove that coat, or to remove any improper repairs where there's a rounding texture instead of a rusticated tooling texture, and replace that with the proper techniques to get the molded, textured shape of a tooled piece of stone, cut stone.
Which means the stone would be replaced, or it would material would be lost?
Improper material will be removed, and then like restoration mortar would be applied, which is, tinted to the proper color.
I see.
And I'd like to add that in addition to the stone, the issue with stone from the paint removal, you also have an issue with brick masonry from paint removal, where the weathering face can often get removed, and then that brick is then that much more susceptible to moisture infiltration, which is lead to freeze thaw and issues down the road. So part of our material analysis includes testing the absorption rate of that brick and remediating that issue if it is too absorptive with sealing and resealing properties.
And just to clarify, because I think there had been a question from one of the public testimony, was just where the actual granite was. So I just wanted to point on, the granite is literally just a sill upon which the sandstone rests, and then above that, there's sandstone and the brick.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Mike.
I think if the additions are not visible, then they would, unless some other extenuating circumstance presented itself, be appropriate. And they seem to be totally normal and well within the range of things that we've approved in the past. I think that the restoration, I think the comments in the testimony are, have to be looked at by staff, and if there are inconsistencies in the documentation or lack of clarity in the proposed restoration methods evident in the documents, then those should be remedied, but that can be certainly done with staff, and I'm sure that's what they do every single day. So I think it's an appropriate proposal.
Okay, other comments? All right, I agree, and I think some of the points that were made are in fact, they are correct, and sort of talk about historically what the commission has allowed. We haven't penalized owners who have buildings that are generally in good repair, as a punitive way, which is they can't seek 74-711. The 74-711 is actually an incentive in the zoning resolution for landmarks. So I think that hasn't stopped us from finding preservation purpose. I do think that in this particular case, again, the changes that they're making are not visible from anywhere. I think that's something for us to consider. We heard testimony about the bulk of the building, but I think, again, the waivers are not really about added square footage. The waivers have to do with the rear yard and window to lot line. And I think the point that was made is, in fact, that those waivers allow the massing to actually be much lower in profile and hide its visibility. So I think there's a nexus between that as well. So I would also I would agree that this, the whole package, both the 74-711 and the C of A. Is there a C of A before us as well? Mm-hmm. No. Yes. Yes, for the rooftop addition and the rear additions are appropriate. Yes.
Maybe this was said, I'm sure it was, I missed it. The neighbors who have also similar additions on the top, they were all approved by this commission?
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask. I noticed.
The commission has approved other additions on this block.
Yeah,
The one on the far end was one that was commission approved.
They weren't pre-existing. They look relatively new.
Yeah,
so-
the one at the far end is definitely commission
Yeah,
approved.
all right.
This one looks like something I remember.
That sort of makes
It also
that
says-
point, right. So the question then becomes, is the preservation enough? And then you get into the issue of, well, it's been a reasonably well-maintained building, except for some of the front. So I think it is, but I don't have the context maybe that others might have, particularly on staff. Otherwise, I would think it's certainly an appropriate proposal.
Okay, I think that the staff has looked at this and clearly will continue to work with them on their restoration plan in terms of the detail, the materials, to bring it to the first-class condition which is expected of this preservation program. Okay? All right, John?
In the matter of docket number 19-2378, 172 East 73rd Street, 172-174 East 73rd Street building and individual landmark. The application is to construct a rooftop addition and excavate the rear yard. I recommend approval, noting that as 19th century carriage houses gradually became obsolete in Manhattan beginning in the early 20th century, they have historically been altered to accommodate new uses, often including changes to their typically simple forms and limited size. Therefore, the proposed changes in massing and the size of the building will be consistent with the historic evolution of the adaptive reuse of buildings of this type. That the construction of the proposed addition will not alter, obscure, or eliminate any significant architectural features at the building or be visible from a public thoroughfare. That the scale and massing of the rooftop addition setback from the front and rear facades will not overwhelm or diminish the scale and character of this carriage house or the adjacent individual landmarks. That the brick and metal cladding at the addition will be consistent with the material palette of the historic building, and that the proposed excavation will be designed and built in compliance with Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building and the adjacent buildings.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
In the matter of docket number 19-2454, 172 East 73rd Street, 172-174 East 73rd Street building, an individual landmark. Application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of bulk pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution. I recommend approval, noting that the restorative work to be approved pursuant to LPC 19-4323, including removing the flagpole and paint patching, repointing, repairing masonry by patching, Dutchman, and replacement in kind, and replacing windows and doors, will return the building closer to its historic appearance, that the restorative work will reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building, the restorative work will bring the building up to sound first-class condition and aid in its long-term preservation, that the implementation of a cyclical maintenance plan will ensure the continued maintenance of the building in a sound first-class condition, and that the owners of the designated building have committed themselves to establishing a cyclical maintenance plan that will be legally enforceable by the Landmarks Preservation Commission under the provisions of a restrictive declaration, which will bind all heirs, successors, and assigns, and which will be recorded at the New York County Registrar's Office.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, last item on the agenda is item number 23. It's an application for a modification of use in bulk. Docket number 193698. This is 332 East 88th Street, the Parsonnage of Holy Trinity Church, the Rhinelander Memorial. It's an individual landmark. This is a French Renaissance-style parsonage building in an ecclesiastical complex designed by Barney and Chapman and built in 1897. The application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of use in bulk pursuant to 74-711 of the zoning resolution.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline K. Levy from the Preservation Department. Holy Trinity Church is an individual landmark located mid-block on the south side of East 88 between 1st and 2nd Avenue. The work concerns the rectory building and an adjacent building at 350 East 88th Street and undesignated property, which is over here. The buildings are located on different tax lots, but will be merged into one zoning area. 350 East 88th is seeking a use waiver to allow for office use and a bulk waiver to allow for an addition. The church and the owner of 350 East 88th have entered into an agreement that would allow for these waivers in exchange for a full restoration of the landmark connected to a restrictive declaration establishing a cyclical maintenance plan pursuant to section 74-711. And Deirdre Carson is here, team.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The hour is late. We're the last on the agenda. We'll try to get right to the point. I'm Deirdre Carson. I'm from Greenberg-Traurig. We represent Advantage Testing, which owns 350 East 88th Street, a building often referred to as the Rhinelander building, which was formerly owned by the Children's Aid Society and is not a designated structure. With me today is Arun Alagapan, sitting here, who founded Advantage Testing 30 years ago with his wife Francine, who could not be with us today. They've run this business from the Upper East Side in this neighborhood for 30 years. Advantage is asking you to issue a report to City Planning supporting a modification of use in bulk for the Rhinelander building. And as you know, such a report is the first step in an application to City Planning for a special permit under Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution. The request is based on Advantage's agreement to restore the rectory of the Church of the Holy Trinity, which is located on an adjacent tax lot at 332 East 88th Street. And it's important to note, as you can see in the Sanborn at the bottom of this slide, that the rectory is actually on a separate tax lot from the church itself, a church in the parish house, and is an individual landmark separate and apart from the church and the parish house. If granted, the special permit will permit Advantage's business, which is an educational, tutoring, counseling, and test preparation business, to locate its offices in an R8B zoning district where this for-profit office use would not otherwise be permitted. The special permit would also permit the replacement of an unsightly cyclone fence atop a high parapet that encloses a rear terrace formerly used as a playground by the Children's Aid Society, with a handsome glass enclosure that will increase the degree of noncompliance of the existing rear yard obstruction. This is not an addition of new floor area to the building, but the inclusion of an enclosure within a rear yard that constitutes an increase in a degree of existing obstruction. As it was stated by staff, the two tax lots will be merged into a single zoning lot governed by a zoning lot development agreement, and both lots will be subject to the proposed form of restrictive declaration we've submitted to staff for review that provides for a program of continuing maintenance of the rectory in perpetuity. Because we believe the proposed work on the rectory and the continuing maintenance program will serve a preservation purpose, as you will hear from Judith Saltzman, who's our preservation architect, we ask for your favorable action on this application. But before she makes her presentation, and in closing, I'd like to note that the designation report for 332 East 88th Street, the building on the campus of the Church of the Holy Trinity, colorfully imagines the building to be restored as a parsonage, and so describes it. I'm told by representatives of the church that in modern times and in this country, it would more usually be called a rectory. And that's what we've been referring to it, so we hope you'll not be confused. Here with us today to explain the significance of the proposed restoration work to Holy Trinity is the building's occupant, the rector, Father John Bedingfield.
I am John Bedingfield. I'm the rector in rectory. We could talk another time about the difference in vicar and parson and all of that. Only to say that we have benefited at our church from people like Franny Eberhardt and many other people through the years to do what we can to save and restore this beautiful, beautiful place. But we have limited resources and limited people. And so we are extremely excited about the possibility of our new next door neighbor. We knew of some other possible nonprofits that might have bought this space and would have engulfed us with their own projects and missions. We're very, very pleased with what will be going on next door and are absolutely delighted at the prospects for some work on the rectory. I do live there, I entertain there, we have meetings there, we have 4 or 5 receptions a month there, it's very much a community place, a gathering place, and we look forward to the opportunity of making it safer and more watertight and even more beautiful. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Judith Saltzman from Lee Saltzman Architects. We are the preservation architects for the restorative work for the rectory, which is located here at 332 East 88th Street. The rectory, and I'm just going to go back a little, if you don't mind. The rectory, constructed in 1897, was designed by the architectural firm of Barney and Chapman. It is itself, the rectory, an individually designated landmark, designated in 1967, one of the earliest individual landmarks. It's in the French Renaissance architectural style. And this is a photograph facing the 88th Street. Next. The building, as you have been told, is located between 1st and 2nd Avenues. 1st Avenue and 2nd Avenue. It's on the south side of the street. This is an 1899 Bromley map, produced only 2 years after the rectory was constructed. And as you can see here, the rectory is part of an ecclesiastical complex of the same year by the same architect. However, the church with its bell tower and the parsonage form a separate individual landmark. Indeed, the LPC designation notes that the rectory stands on its own architectural merit and has solid individuality and distinction. And the adjacent building here is the one in question that is the former called Rhinelander building where advantage testing will be housed if the 74-711 proceeds. One of the interesting things here is you see how the rectory goes up to the street, and the mass of the church, and even of the parsonage, is of the, I just forgot. Yes, the parsonage is set back, and you really create, quite a lovely garden. The complex was a gift to the Episcopalian Diocese from Serena Rhinelander as a memorial to her grandfather and father, William C. Rhinelander. This image from New York 1900 shows you very clearly the rectory, the body of the church itself, the garden, and the parsonage. And here you see the rectory at the east end of the site. This current aerial view from Google and the current Sanborn, you've already seen. What's labeled as a club is not a club. What's labeled as a church is not a church. Yeah, but that's beyond us. That is the Sanborn map. The west elevation faces the garden, and it has an ornamental entry and a balcony above and a turret, and has the most significant decorative features. The north elevation, which you see on the left, we started with. This is the south elevation, which you can only see from the rooftop of the church. The materials throughout the complex and the rectory are Roman brick, terracotta, and red slate with copper trim. We conducted a survey of existing conditions in June 2016. This was followed by a number of probes in both August and September. And our primary focus was to determine the source of ongoing leaks into the rectory and to establish a scope of work to address the underlying problem in a comprehensive fashion consistent with the quality of the landmark building. These leaks had been going on for quite some time and had been handled on a rather ad hoc basis, all attempts to do so, but the problems had continued. Based on our observations, there was no sign of water coming directly through the attic, through the slates into the attic. The underside of the sheathing had no staining, and we believe it's the high quality of the original red slate, as well as the very, very steep pitch on the roof that maintained this working so well. And we have been there in the rain to watch it falling off the slates very quickly. However, at the base of the roof, there is copper gutter, and now mostly tar, also rubber membrane, and a whole host of other things. And there were all internal leaders, some of which have been externalized, and the major problem is really the water drainage system at this gutter and the connection to the leaders. Just giving you a sense of some of the specifics. When the leaders were externalized, they were cut through the terracotta. We also have issues, the dormers, which are highly exposed and highly ornamental. There are 6 of these ornamental dormers, and they are also experiencing some damage, cracking, some loss of features, which we also investigated through probes. One of the areas of most significant damage is on the west elevation, the one facing the garden, specifically below the copper gutter. And here you see there is some shifting of terracotta. There's this terracotta here. There's some failure of terracotta sills. We also further investigated some of the lintels, because one of the underlying issues here, in addition to the copper gutter and leaders, is that there's steel on locations. And so we are also having the corrosion of steel, which is causing the damage to the outlying terracotta. This is a roof plan, and I think one of the things that you see here is the complexity of this roof. There are 13 gutters, all attached to leaders, a fair number of dormers, and the complexity of the roof at this perimeter, and all these attachments to the various drain lines are part of the issue that we will address. The general scope of work here is outlined. I won't go into the details, but needless to say, it's inclusive of replacing all of the gutter, replacing the damaged or broken terracotta, more effectively tying in the leaders to the gutter, and replacing the appropriate flashing and slates above the gutter line. We've looked at each elevation. On the body of the building itself, we have identified the work at these dormers, which we have individual drawings, which I'll share one with you later, as well as damage of terracotta at jambs, some areas requiring repointing, repointing of the chimneys and the chimney cap. And this is the south elevation, which you see from the rooftop. Here the dormers are clad with a slate rooftop. They're not as ornamental and are in not as serious condition. Here is the proposed west elevation with the addressing the work that I've discussed with you, particularly above the main entry and the dormers. The east elevation, which you could see from the Sanborn, is only on a small alley that faces 350 East 88th Street, is relatively inaccessible except from that alley. So that's why we didn't have photos. You can't really photograph it, but this is an elevation. In addition to the work regarding the dormers and terracotta, there is a failing sill that will be replaced, as well as failing cast iron drainage pipes.
You're putting in new drainage pipes internal to the building and getting rid of the external copper?
We're actually doing a mix. Where the building has significant features, like on the 88th Street facade and the west facade facing the garden, we're keeping with internal leaders, because it would really damage the appearance of the building. On this east elevation and on the south elevation, where they are already exposed, we are maintaining them, but replacing them and doing it in a more sensitive way, where we don't cut the terracotta, so that the intent is so the intent here is to keep those leaders exposed, but they are on the less significant facades and internal for the significant facades. This is a detail of one of the ornamental dormers, just to show the extent of the cracking that we're seeing at the head. There is a piece of steel at the lintel behind that, and also that we're seeing the loss of some small features, but significant features in terracotta that would be replaced in kind, of pinnacles and columns. And here, just to show you the level of due diligence to try to, we've done a number of probes. This represents some of the probes that have been done. This is the area where we saw the terracotta actually pushing out and remove the piece that was roughly about 1.5 inches out. We found this steel kind. We're seeing a fair amount of water, penetrating from above this. This is, as I said, in the dormers, where we're seeing the steel in the lintels, and we also see in the jambs there's some reinforcing steel that also is corroding. So all of these will be opened up, the proper work done, replaced, and new terracotta in kind put in. And here, this is a detail on the east elevation, where you see the gutter and the condition. There are actually some holes remaining from the days when they externalized the internal gutters, and some damage. You can actually see where we took the terracotta out at that connection, that the back of the terracotta had been damaged. So the intent is really to deal with those underlying conditions and create a watertight, structurally stable building, and a continuing maintenance plan that will be part of the 74-711 application, and done in accordance with all the requirements of the LPC and the special permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
Assuming is all of the copper original on this building?
I don't know that it's all original. There has been some repairs, some replacements. It does have some original copper, though, like the cresting, I believe, and at least some of the valleys are original.
I'm curious to know why you're not dealing with the ridges and the cresting, since it's about 50 years past its performance.
Well, we looked at it first and we thought we would have to take all the slate off. I have to tell you that's where we started. But then when we really looked at where the leaks were coming into this building and what was going on, we felt that it was actually performing very...
Not the slate, but the copper.
Yeah, but that it's performing well. There are a few isolated areas where there's tar, but we see no leaks. In the attic, you can see the underside of the sheathing. We see no evidence of any leaks. So wherever we see an issue, we will replace it. Where there are areas of tar, we think there have been some repairs over time. But if it is not causing a leak, we, at this point, are not replacing it, because it entails really taking off all the slate of the entire building to do that effectively and putting it back on. And we think we would be losing more historic fabric than if we just addressed it in the localized, limited area that it is.
Michael, you have a question?
And the cresting that is missing will be replaced, and all the flashing and associated work up from the gutter will be replaced.
I might have missed it, but did you talk at all about the condition of the brick and the pointing?
The brick is in remarkably good condition. There are very few cracks. We have localized areas of pointing which are called out. Typically, you can watch the path of water travel and see that that's where the pointing loss has been.
Are there, yes, Mark, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to sort of following up a little bit on Commissioner Devonshire's point, and this 74-711 raises the issue, and the staff supports it very much. This is not proposed to be a top-to-bottom restoration. This was seen as the special permit came forward. The applicant for the neighbor was buying this building and wanted to do this work, but needed to know sort of generally was committed to putting a sizable amount of money into this restoration, but we didn't want it to be open-ended completely. And so we worked, and the biggest issue facing this rectory is the water infiltration, which has been a very, very serious issue over the years. And working with Judith's team, they came forward with a scope of work that is designed to address the water infiltration issues primarily. And we believe that given given the nature of the use, basically a use change next door, and the importance to stop the water infiltration of this building. This satisfies the preservation purpose of the special permit requirement without necessarily bringing the entire building up to a sound first-class condition.
Yeah, you want to follow up on that? Yes.
I guess I don't know if it's to the architect or the lawyer.
Oh, okay.
The 74711 is for change of use and an addition of a floor on the adjacent building, right?
No.
I'll try to describe the condition better. In the back of the building, there's an existing terrace over the first floor.
You're going to make that glass thing.
We're going to close. It's already a high parapet. It was a playground for the children. And there was a large cyclone fence above the parapet that came up and over. It's in pretty ugly condition. And then there's a large old air conditioning unit. So we're going to get rid of the old air conditioning unit, replace it with something newer, smaller, quieter, cleaner, and replace it at a different location in the back, not visible from the street. And we're going to replace the cyclone fencing with a glass enclosure. It will be occupiable, but for those who do zoning, they know it's already floor area. So it's going to be a different condition, but it's not going to be.
There's no structure that's going to be built onto the side of onto the lot that used to be the lot of the tax lot of this building.
The rectory, absolutely no construction that's added, no new floor area on lot 34, which is the rectory.
Okay. We'll take testimony then. Elizabeth Fagan.
Hi, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. In an effort toward full disclosure, our president, Franny Everhart, is involved in this project as a member of the church's Buildings and Grounds Committee. However, she did not participate in our review of this application. Friends finds the 74711 application to be a bit more unusual than most, as the building applying for a modification of use in bulk is not a landmarked building. Although not a part of this presentation, the neighboring Rhinelander Industrial School building is historic in its own right and contributes greatly to the history of the Rhinelander family and their philanthropic and real estate ventures. Serena Rhinelander funded the construction of the Rhinelander Industrial School and also funded the construction of the Holy Trinity Church complex to commemorate her father and grandfather. Friends submitted an RFE for the Rhinelander building, which argued for the continued significance of the building, designed by Calvert Vaux and George Radford in 1890. Despite unsympathetic alterations over time, the building survives as an important neighborhood landmark, if only unofficially. At the Holy Trinity Rectory, the proposed work to repair and remediate the water damage is of high quality and is much needed at this building. Water damage is one of the worst threats to a historic building, and we are glad to see that this problem will be addressed so that the rectory may have many more success as both a residence and meeting place for the church. Yet while we applaud this restoration to exact restorative work on the rectory, the zone of the Rhinelander building, we are curious to know why this path was chosen and whether more preservation work could be offered. We understand that the future sale or change in use of the Rhinelander building will avoid the zone an agreement with the Holy Trinity, and that no transfer of development rights is on the table as part of this application. But certainly a new building or out-of-context addition next door to the rectory would diminish the relationship of the Rhinelander building to the Holy Trinity complex. Although it is not within the purview of the Commission, as advocates for the neighborhood as a whole, we think it would be useful to show the proposed glass enclosure and any other exterior changes to the Rhinelander building in order to assess any impacts that it might have on the Holy Trinity Rectory. Without knowing the full extent of the work happening at the Rhinelander building, we cannot come to a conclusion about this proposal as a whole. In terms of the proposed preservation work, Friends can support these plans, especially since all of the work could be approved at staff level on its own. But we do, however, have significant concerns about the exchange of this preservation work for the zoning variance next door. While there are no immediate plans to highly alter or demolish the Rhinelander building, the merging of this zoning lot with the Holy Trinity Rectory could pave the way for these changes in the future, and thus our preservation committee is cautious. Friends asked the Commission to request that the applicant provide full documentation of the proposal at both lots in order to make this decision, given the unusual nature of this multi-lot project. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marco Tamayo.
Marco Tamayo, registered architect, developer, and builder. Honorable Chairwoman and Commissioner of Landmarks Preservation, help us to stop this conspicuous self-destruction of this priceless historical architectural complex. There is a biased agreement that consists of, on one hand, the church is receiving a relatively miserable contribution. Reading and listening to the applicant's report of the rectory building, most of the serious concern is the water penetration, and the rest of this proposal is minimal and light repair. However, the mitigation of the building stoop is not part of this proposal, and many other important parts are as well. As an experienced builder, talking money-wise, this proposal is about a couple of $100,000. And how about the church building? The church building is in complete free-fall process of self-destruction. Indeed, as my visual inspection of its interior at the north transept facade that encloses the predominant tinted glass window clearly shows that there is a serious water filtration. Furthermore, there is an efflorescence on the entire ceilings of the north gallery. This is a sign of water penetration from the roof, which is located under the flying buttresses. Also, at the street level, the iron fence shows signs of distress, tilting the fence toward inside, creating hazardous conditions for the pedestrian. On the other hand, the developer is receiving huge benefits, maintaining the no-compliance rear yard, otherwise it should be demolished, increasing no more compliance, otherwise it should be impossible to have it. Even if it close with something that the building department considers an increase on this floor area. Changing from non-conforming use to a non-conforming use, all this increasing in value of his property as well as changing the character of this mid-block residential district. As an experienced developer, talking money-wise, these benefits represent several millions of dollars, considering that this developer paid $2,500 per square feet on this transaction. In conclusion, this unilateral agreement favors this opportunistic developer with great benefits, leaving the church building complex in hopeless position to palliate its continuous self-destruction and doomed to disappear in front of our eyes forever, sooner than we think. Therefore, this would be a great loss for the historical and for the great architectural heritage of our neighborhood, as well as for the city. Save this complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Yes, Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC felt that this was a 74-711 where there was minimal work being done next door and the amount of work being proposed for the landmark actually tilted in favor of the landmark. So keeping that in mind, we do support this. We are also happy that the work will ensure this building will be safe for years to come, which is points I had brought up today with other 74-711s. We're all familiar with the detriments of water infiltration, and this rectory's current drainage system has water running on the inside and the outside, which has caused significant damage. Over the years, these areas of infiltration have been dealt with in a piecemeal manner, but what is before the Commission today will care for the building's drainage in a holistic way, which will ensure preservation in the long term. HDC considers this to be a model of how 74-711 should work, and we hope that the Commission will remember this property when reviewing future applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Community Board 8 recommends approval. Would the team want to respond to some of the issues that were raised? And just in terms of the waivers, so the adjacent mansion, that's where the waivers are being proposed, right, for use. But could you just clarify where, somewhere, maybe from on the sandboard, where the addition or the enclosed area is going to be? So we can just understand what it means vis-a-vis the relationship with the rectory?
Yes, as you were advised earlier, this is the Rhinelander building. The terrace of which we're speaking that's going to be enclosed is located in this portion of the building.
Okay.
And it's set back from the church complex. And you'll see here the rectory, which is 3.5 stories. And the principal form of the church, this is the chancel of the church, which is quite tall. And this is a one-story piece that joins the church to the rectory so that the rector doesn't have to go outside in bad weather. And this is on top of a one-story addition in the back. And you might be able to notice that it's very difficult to see through this little tiny gap between the two. And you can't see this piece from the street. This building and this building and this building prevent visibility from First Avenue. This is not a church, this is Brearley's field house. And above the field house, they have a yard, a play area for sports. And you could see it from the roof if you were on the roof, but most of us probably don't belong there. And you can't see it from the street. So it's completely enclosed within other construction and not visible.
Okay, that was very helpful. Do we have any additional questions for?
For the record,
yes.
I'd like to say one or two other things
sure,
in
of course,
response.
go ahead.
This is not a developer. I think you understand that this is a businessman, a small businessman who has kept a business going in New York City for 30 years. He's not in the business of speculative real estate. The community has had concerns, and by the way, we've had a lot of outreach here. We've spoken to Brearley, we've spoken to the condo, we met with friends, we spoke on the phone with HDC. We've made ourselves available to everybody who wanted to talk to us about this project. There was concern, we met with a local council member. The main concern was, this is a great use. What happens when this use goes? And what we've told everyone, and we will tell you, and we will ensure everyone, is that the documents are designed so that if this use goes away, the special permit goes away, and the original conditions have to be restored.
Okay, but the restrictive deck that is that runs with
the land,
right? But also, does that have any impact on the continuing maintenance plan, or is that separate?
Yes.
There are some provisions actually that deal with the use.
Well, every restrictive declaration having to do with a special permit that we are involved with has a standard provision that if and when the special provision is given up,
right,
then the obligation also is given up. So to the extent that there's a use or a bulk waiver, to the extent that that is later on and either never implemented or given back. I forget what the exact term is, that they give it back to city planning, then the obligation is no longer extant. But that's standard.
You may notice that we also have the other representatives for the church here, their legal counsel. Chris Rizzo is here. We've negotiated a very, very significant set of documents to govern the parties' relationships through this process and through the process of the future, including a zoning lot development agreement, which also provides that if the use is discontinued, then the zoning lot is restored to its original condition. There's no possibility for future development on the Rhinelander building site because a development agreement was done back with, some of you may know Phil Ahrens actually, back in the day with the condo on the corner there, in which they agreed not to add additional floor area to the building. So, and they can't go up. So they can't make it taller and they can't add more floor area. And that means that there's just not, this is not a development site.
Okay, and the performance that's related to bringing the landmark, correcting all the water issues, when does that take place? Does that take place before you get your CFO for?
Yes.
Okay, so basically the benefit is delivered at the time when the use change actually goes into
effect. That is
effect.
what is contemplated. We also have our project manager here.
That's good. I think
he's already lined it all up. So
right, and I think that answered my question. Okay. Any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. I think this is a good project, and I think that different buildings have different needs, and it seems in this particular case, really the real dire need is to bring it to a stage where it can continue to kind of live. And I think, so addressing the water issues is critical, and I know with that they are doing other improvements and restoration work. And it seems that there is a preservation purpose to be met over here. And at the same time, the waivers that they're asking for, in my opinion, don't either detract from the landmark. And I think even though we may not have all the drawings, I think just understanding where that addition is going to take place, I do believe it's not going to have any effect. Yes, Fred.
I agree with all that. But I just want to say, for those of you who may not know this site, and it's easy not to know it because it's on a side street in the middle of a block on the Upper East Side, but I come across it from time to time, and it's hard to put in words what a magical place this is. And part of it, of course, is the architecture, but part of it is the green space. It functions as a tiny little quiet park as well. So anything to preserve and prolong this extraordinary complex of buildings and open space is to be applauded. And I think this is a model, it seems to me, of how you use 74, 711.
Yes, any other comments? Yes, Diana.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yes, this seems to be a very good agreement for the rectory, and it sounded like there was some concern about the church, but that's a separate tax lot, which has nothing to do with this particular agreement that is trying to
Yes, this is
preserve the
between the
rectory.
rectory and the mansion that's adjacent to it.
So a final PS for me is I think that I agree with everything you said and that was said by others. I think it's a fine request. I would just ask that in the future, just to allay the kind of concerns that you raised, that applicants should make sure that the work that gains the benefit is shown to the commission. Even if we're not going to talk about it or criticize it or evaluate it, I think it's my understanding of the text of the zoning resolution is that it's part of the deal, and I think it would have been helpful for us. It just seemed like it was being a little bit, the focus was very, very, very narrow, and that was fine, but I think it should be a little broader, and in the future we should see that stuff.
Yeah, and that's the staff's fault. That's my fault, so I'll take responsibility for that.
Okay, and we'll make sure that that even if it's off the landmark lot, that it's incorporated in the material that they provide us.
Which we've seen in the past a lot.
We have. This, I think, was maybe perhaps an oversight. Okay. All right, but if the commissioners are comfortable, we could move to decision. Adi?
Yes. Yes.
Do you want to change something? Okay.
And this, and continue to that. Yeah, that goes there. Okay. In the matter of 332 East 88th Street, the parsonage of Holy Trinity Church, Rhinelander Memorial Individual Landmark, a French Renaissance-style parsonage building in an ecclesiastical complex designed by Barney and Chapman and built in 1897. The application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of use and bulk pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution. I recommend approval, finding that the restorative work will be approved pursuant to LPC 194446, including replacing existing copper gutters and leaders in kind, repairing internal leaders, replacing selective roof slates, replacing selective terracotta in kind, repointing chimneys, terracotta and brick, patching damaged masonry, replacing cast iron vent pipes and drainage pipes in kind, and replacing missing decorative cresting, thereby returning the building closer to its historic appearance. That the restorative work will reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building. That the restorative work will address significant long-standing water infiltration issues and other preservation issues and aid in its long-term preservation. That the implementation of a cyclical maintenance plan will ensure the continued maintenance of the building in a sound condition, and that the owners of the designated building have committed themselves to establishing a cyclical maintenance plan that will be legally enforceable, that will be legally enforceable by the Landmarks Preservation Committee under the provisions of a restrictive declaration, which will bind all heirs, successors, and assigns, and which will be recorded at the New York County Registrar's Office.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
What a building.